team principal Christian Horner saying a sit-down with his driver was required. Perez will have huge support at the upcoming races in the Americas, most notable at his home Grand Prix in Mexico, and must use that positive energy to produce some sort of form that he showed when winning 2 of the last 4 races of the season. Another element that could influence Red Bull's thinking on Perez will be Daniel Ricciardo's return from a wrist injury that saw him miss 5 races following his crash in Zandvoort. If the Australian can turn in some strong performances during the remainder of the year, the Red Bull hierarchy may consider him to be a better option to partner Verstappen in 2024. Also under the spotlight will be Logan Sargent, whose Williams seat is the only one on the grid that isn't officially confirmed for next season. So still a lot to fight for in the last few remaining races of the season. We do have a triple header ahead of us. We have the Austin Grand Prix this coming race weekend, then the Mexican Grand Prix, and then I think it is Brazil after that. Then it is Las Vegas, then off to our final race in Abu Dhabi. Still a lot to fight for that second driver's position in the championship. Do be sure to let us know who you think can take that second position, as we have a bunch more people joining us at the moment in the stream. Do be sure to like the video and drop us a comment down there letting us know where you're watching from. Also, let me know any questions that you may have about Formula 1 in general. Moving on to our final article here. Now, as Red Bull have sparked Perez replacement rumours with a throwback photo. Red Bull have sparked wild speculation over Sergio Perez's uncertain future with a seemingly innocuous social media post including Daniel Ricciardo. Perez is embroiled on a fierce battle to retain his seat for next year despite being contracted until 2025, and Ricciardo is waiting in the wings to replace him. According to reports, the Mexican has exhausted the Constructors' Champion's patience, with securing second place his objective over the remaining 5 races. Mercedes' Lewis Hamilton is 30 points adrift but capable of surpassing Perez, a damning scenario that appears likely to lead to the dismissal of Sergio Perez. The pressure is also growing externally, with Red Bull's online followers making their feelings clear and openly urging Christian Horner to make a drastic change in the team. Christian Horner did come out to say, though, that he does need to sit down with his driver and just hash it out before the next few slurry of races. And what caused all of this controversy or rumour on Twitter was a recent post from the team, which had added fuel to the fire following the news that the Belgium Grand Prix will remain on the Formula 1 calendar until 2025. Red Bull opted to mark the occasion with a throwback picture. However, the photo selected featured Max Verstappen and a former sparring partner, Daniel Ricciardo, a move that led to countless commenters sharing in their confusion. As Perez has no plans to retire from the sport, with these rumours described as a load of nonsense by a source, but should he continue racing next year, it may not be with Red Bull. Ricciardo is set to return for AlphaTauri at the United States Grand Prix, having completed his recovery from a broken hand, and will finally replace Liam Lawson, who had a great set of races as the super sub. Lawson caught the eye during his brief first spell at the top of Motorsport and would respect a trustworthy option for AlphaTauri should they lose Ricciardo yet again. Certainly has been an interesting bunch of articles here today. Could we lose Could we lose Sergio Perez from that Red Bull team? Could we have him being replaced by Daniel Ricciardo? Could Daniel Ricciardo then be replaced by Liam Lawson there in AlphaTauri? Because I think that puts a lot of pressure on Yuki Tsunoda for that seat as well for the future. But a lot to think about before this race weekend in Austin. Certainly going to be very exciting. Do be sure to join us for all of our live streams that we are going to be putting out for this upcoming race weekend. It's going to be jam-packed with another sprint race ahead of us. Do be sure to join us for that. I've been Reece here on Forever Motorsports. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you to our regulars all there in the comment section. But once again, thank you very much for joining me. I've been Reece here on Forever Motorsports. Thank you very much for joining us. Cheers. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports for another daily live news video. Not too much to talk about today, so we're doing things a little bit earlier, and then we are going to kick you across into a gaming stream after this where I'm going to be going live at about 12 o'clock to try something new out, so we'll see whether that works. But to kick things off here today, the Mercedes chief has explained the new upgrade package which is vital for their 2024 car development. Mercedes will be bringing critical upgrades to the W14 for this race weekend in Austin, Texas. The upgrade package late in the season holds significance though, as it will help guide the Brackley-based team into their 2024 season. After starting their 2023 season on the back foot, Mercedes made a drastic change in development direction mid-season. The sudden change in direction meant that the team had to once again start off the back foot once they ditched their original sidepod concept. The new floor design that is set to be introduced in Austin will serve that exact purpose, as technical director James Allison has termed the upgrades as a bellwether of its current trend. Ahead of the sprint race weekend in Texas, Allison explained that it is all about an all-important upgrade package. Hopefully it will give us a bit of lap time, he said. Always a benefit, but it is mostly a useful thing, because it is a bellwether for whether you're on the right track. In lap time terms, it will be small. Useful, but don't expect us to have leaped past Max. While Allison is cautiously optimistic about gaining lap time with the upgrades, it will more importantly help to set the course for Mercedes for the next couple of seasons. There are just 2 years left until the 2026 regulations, which are set to come into effect, and Allison reckons it is extremely important to start the next season with the right concept, to set the tone for the final season under the current set regulations. Yes, it is extremely exciting, he said, and he's alright. He is right that it is very important in the phase, because we all have an eye on the fact that 2026 is coming our way, with major rule changes where everything starts all over again. He concluded by saying that means that what you do for 2024 is also relevant for 2025, because a lot of parts have to be taken with you. So it is hugely important, not just for 2024, but also for 2025. Allison added that the engineers back at their home base in Brackley have a pretty clear-sighted view of what they want to do with the W14 successor. Both Mercedes drivers flourished their chances of a podium finish floundered their chances of a podium finish at the Qatar Grand Prix on lap 1 during their collision, which undid their splendid qualifying efforts. Nonetheless though, George Russell's pace was encouraging enough as he rallied through the field to take home a 4th place finish. After an underwhelming weekend in the Middle East, trackside engineer David Andrew Shovlin commented on how the Mercedes W14 would stack up at the Circuit of the Americas. That's a very different track, of course. It's an aggressive tarmac, very easy to overheat the tyres, and probably our worry there is going to be the high-speed performance. That's where the Red Bulls and McLarens look particularly strong. It does have plenty of low-speed corners though, and in Qatar we were very good in the low speed. It's difficult to know though where we are going to stand out, but our goal is to go there and hopefully be fighting for a podium. Mercedes currently sits second in the standings, 28 points up on Ferrari, with 5 rounds left in the season. Most critically though, Lewis Hamilton is still chasing down Sergio Perez for second in the Drivers' Championship. There's 30 points difference between them. Of course, last weekend out in Qatar should have been a weekend where Sergio Perez was able to extend that points lead, but he, of course, did not have a great race weekend there, receiving multiple track limit penalties, which meant that he finished down, I think, in only 10th place. Disappointing for Sergio Perez, but Mercedes could once again just close that gap to the Red Bulls and the McLarens that little bit more yet again this race weekend. We'll have to wait and see whether those upgrades do prove beneficial for the Mercedes squad, but certainly going to be a big point to talk about in this coming race weekend. Looking though a little bit more news about that incident of Lewis Hamilton's at the Qatar Grand Prix where he crossed the track, as Max Verstappen has now been dragged into the Lewis Hamilton FIA review debate over F1 track crossings. Max Verstappen has been dragged into the debate surrounding the FIA's decision to revisit an incident involving Lewis Hamilton at the Qatar Grand Prix. On Sunday, Formula One's governing body, the FIA confirmed that it would be reassessing a penalty for the F1 7-time world champion, who received that penalty for crossing a live track without permission during the Sunday's race in Qatar. Hamilton was fined €50,000, with half of it suspended and given a formal reprimand for crossing the track under safety car conditions, following his dramatic first corner collision with teammate George Russell. At the time, the stewards noted that Hamilton had been apologetic and had acknowledged that the crossing was a serious safety breach in the initial hearing. The FIA cited that the role model status was a reason why they are revisiting the incident amid concerns about the impressions his actions may have created on younger drivers. The decision has sparked debates on social media though, with many suggesting that Hamilton is being singled out by the FIA. Sky Formula 1 pundit Karun Chandok was quick to question why other drivers have not been flagged for similar actions in the past. Notably, Verstappen was seen crossing the track under safety car conditions, following his Turn 1 crash with Hamilton at the 2021 Italian Grand Prix. Reacting to the news on Twitter, Chandok wrote, "Not saying that this should be condoned, that this should not be condoned, but I'm sure Lewis isn't the first person to do this. Didn't Sargent also cross the track just at the previous race in Japan? Bit odd to talk about precedent when other people have done it before." He then added, "Max at Monza 2021 is another example that I can think about." Certainly it is a bit of an odd one that Lewis Hamilton is being the only driver singled out at the moment with these incidents, as the TC says there in the comment section that the FIA is the most inconsistent sports authority in the world. They certainly do seem to be, and I've been calling out during our racing streams for more consistency with the stewards at every single race weekend, as at certain tracks we do see all of these hoopla with these track limits and all of the controversy with track limits, and at other weekends it has been set a lot more strictly and we don't see the drivers taking extra authorities and going over these track limits. But yeah, it's difficult to rule upon and difficult as a Formula 1 fan to see all of this, and I really thought it would have been done and dusted after the fact that they had given him his fine and concluded that investigation into him, and now that they seem to have reopened it, it does just seem to be opening a can of worms. Moving on though to another article with Max Verstappen appealing for Ferrari chairman to call him about the special Michael Schumacher Formula 1 car request. Max Verstappen is determined to get a hold of Michael Schumacher's legendary 2004 Formula 1 car and has urged Ferrari chairman John Elkann to call him. The recent crowned three-time world champion has admitted that he would love to own the dominant F2004 car, which won 15 out of the 18 races and scored 12 pole positions during the 2004 season, as well as all of his championship-winning Red Bull cars. Schumacher claimed 13 victories in the F2004, setting what was then a record for the most wins in a single season, an achievement which Verstappen surpassed in 2022 with 15 victories. It was also the car which powered Schumacher to his 7th and final world championship, before his and Ferrari's F1 reign was ended by Fernando Alonso and Renault. Verstappen has appealed for help from Ferrari's chairman to get that car, as he went on to say, "I would love to have it in my garage, or the Red Bull cars with which I have won an F1 World Championship as well," Verstappen said, in addition to Michael Schumacher's F2004. "It is an incredible car, but I don't know how I would buy it." This is an appeal to the Ferrari chairman, John Elkann. I hope he reads this interview and maybe calls me. In sealing his third World Drivers' title in a row this year, Verstappen has put himself among F1 greats. The 26-year-old Dutchman has joined an elite club of Formula 1 legends, including Schumacher, Juan Manuel Fangio, Sebastian Vettel and Lewis Hamilton, in winning a hat-trick of consecutive titles. Certainly has been a dominant year for Max Verstappen this year, as well as a dominant set of world titles in a row, of course, with 3 in a row. And he's just been absolutely on form at the moment. And you have to think whether he's going to be able to continue this form next year, or whether we're going to be able to see some other drivers being able to challenge him. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reece. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reece here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Moving on though to the 2026 rule changes that Formula 1 wants to stop the early starters. 2023 marks only the second year of racing with the new generations of Formula 1 cars that were introduced in 2022. New rule changes are scheduled for 2026 though, and that season is closer than it seems. Formula 1 teams are already gauging development strategy for 2026 though, and there is likely to be an agreement on a rule that will hamper those early starters. With the budget cap instituted in Formula 1, planning ahead for development strategy is more important than ever. Before the big rule change of 2026, when engines will change dramatically, teams will want to be prepared in the best possible way. That will affect cars of the next 2 years. Amos quotes Mercedes chief James Allison saying that the cards will be completely reshuffled that season, and everything that happened before no longer counts, as everyone starts with a blank sheet of paper. And that is a major source of hope for Red Bull's rivals, who are unlikely to beat them, led by Christian Horner in the coming years. Putting enough time, material and money into the 2026 cars will require efficient development of 2024 and 2025, said Allison. These cars of these 2 seasons will be very similar, therefore the development currently underway at the Formula 1 teams for next year's car is crucial. For Formula 1 tech enthusiasts, there may be little new to discover in 2024 and 2025. A good example of a team that's set to have already lined up its plans for 2026 is Alfa Romeo, which will participate as Sauber from next year on, appearing as the Audi F1 team at the start of 2026. Andrea Seidel has stated that hardly any work will be done on that year's car in 2025. This seems to give the Formula 1 teams reason to think and intervene and stop teams who want to start even earlier from developing their 2026 car. The medium writes that the Formula 1 team's technical chiefs have held consultations in recent weeks on the development of the 2026 car. A majority reportedly agreed that the aerodynamic development of the 2026 car in their wind tunnel should not begin before 2025. There's no confirmation of this yet, but the decision would only need ratification from the FIA and Formula 1 Commission. Of course, there are going to be teams who are currently still trying to develop their current cars that don't want other teams to move on to the 2026 regulations already, because of course then they are going to be hampered in those seasons. But you have to think there's always those teams that are thinking towards the future. How can you stop the likes of Adrian Newey, who does everything on pencil and paper, from developing and writing down any of his ideas? You can't necessarily stop that flow of ideas for him. And in certain situations, you can't stop people from developing and thinking about the future. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they do limit the amount of development that teams are going to be able to do before 2026 and before those new regulations do come into play. With one of the final articles that we have here today, as it is a bit of a shorter news show here for you guys, as we are going to be doing a gaming stream a little bit later. Just checking in the comments here, as we still have TC there and not too many of you guys, but still a lot of interesting news coming out here today, as AlphaTauri have been called out by Rodin's Dicker, as he says that the valuation is commercially unviable for Formula 1. Rodin Cars founder and prospective Formula 1 entrant David Dicker says that the $1 billion valuation put on AlphaTauri by Red Bull is commercially unviable. Dicker, whose recent application seeking an entry into Formula 1 in the name of Rodin was rejected by the FIA, and has now revealed that he held tentative talks with Red Bull over the acquisition of AlphaTauri. However, the $1 billion price tag slapped on the Faenza-based outfit makes little sense in Dicker's view, the Kiwi calling the team's value proposition weak. Well, I did have some talks about buying AlphaTauri, but the price is commercially unviable, as far as I can understand it, Dicker told Racer. You've still got to look at these things in commercial terms, and the Formula 1 guys are experts on the motorsport side, but on the business side, I'm not so sure. I've had a few people talk about this and that, but nothing tremendously concrete. I do have a couple of things that I might be getting a bit more info in the next week or two about some possibilities there, but the value proposition is weak. Dicker admitted to feeling upset that the FIA rejected his Formula 1 project, but the 69-year-old tech entrepreneur isn't giving up his motorsport ambitions, hinting that he has another idea in the pipeline. I do have another project that I'm working on, he said. It is quite interesting and exciting, but I can't talk about it quite yet because I still haven't got it. But let me put it this way, I'm pretty upset about not getting into Formula 1, so I'm not just going to walk away and sulk. That's just the way I am. I mean, you want to do things, and that's what life's about. You just try to do them, and if you can't do it one way, then look for another way or other things or other ways of doing it. Dicker, who acquired a majority stake in Carlin at the beginning of the year, reveals he was also a potential bidder when Williams was on the market in 2020. He says that he also engaged in discussions with both Sauber and Haas in the past regarding potential investments. Well, I would buy a team if I thought there was a viable route, but paying 800 to 900 million for AlphaTauri would probably not be considered commercially viable. But you know, just got to see if there's possibilities, he said. I made a mistake when Williams was for sale, because I could have bought that pretty easily, and I didn't read the strategic landscape correctly, and that, with the way that we made the bid, which in hindsight was an obvious mistake, but that's how it goes. I had a lot of talks with Williams about buying the team, saw all the numbers and sat through presentations, and made them an offer and everything. I've had a few guys talking about other teams from time to time, mostly Sauber and Haas, which have been more or less on and off the market for years, and could have been probably bought for much lower numbers. That made a lot more sense, and like I said, I probably screwed that up. Interesting to see that there are still teams possibly on the market for the future, but we'll have to wait and see if David Dicker does get a team on the market and does get it for the right price. Of course, AlphaTauri are, you have to think, no longer on the market because they seem to be getting a title sponsor for next year. But we'll have to wait and see what does happen with all of those teams and with David Dicker in the future. Certainly very, very exciting for the Formula 1 landscape in the future. We'll have to wait and see what does happen with all of that. But as I said, very, very interesting to see what is happening at the moment in Formula 1. Thank you very, very much, though, for joining me here today. We are going to push you across to that gaming stream. That is going to be starting at 12 o'clock, so do be sure to join me there. As I see, we have Orville Clisby there in the comments section as well, saying it is all very political in Formula 1. Of course it is. It is always a bit crazy in terms of the politics that does go on. But yes, thank you very much for joining me here today. I've been Reece here on Forever Motorsports. I will be joining you shortly at 12 o'clock for that gaming stream. Do be sure to join me in the comment section. I'd love to hear all of you guys alongside with me. And yes, I see TC says she will join me, or they will join me a little bit later. Thank you very much, though. I've been Reece here on Forever Motorsports. Cheers. Audi have reportedly pulled the plug on their Formula 1 project. A lot of rumours going around the grid at the moment, a lot of rumours going around on social media as well, that Porsche are going to take over the Audi Formula 1 entry. In the rather unexpected comeback, Porsche could find itself to be a part of the Formula 1 grid in 2026, after supposedly taking over Audi's Formula 1 operations. That means that all of the work done by Audi so far will be taken over and rebranded with Porsche badging. Towards the end of last year, Porsche put its Formula 1 entry plans on hold after discussions with Red Bull didn't find success, reportedly due to the Zuffenhausen manufacturer's unreasonable demands. With this in their rear view, the Milton Keynes outfit signed a deal with Ford as their official powertrains partner for the future, replacing Honda. In Audi's case, though, the brand began preparations to enter Formula 1 from 2026 onwards, through the Alfa Romeo Sauber team, which is set to be rebranded to the name Sauber for only 2.5 years until the Audi takeover in 2026. But not everything has been going smoothly with Audi after a premature exit of their CEO, Markus Duesmann, who was reportedly responsible for bringing the company's Formula One project to fruition. Unfortunately, though, his successor, Gernot Döllner, isn't as enthusiastic about the rapid growing sport. In fact, though, according to an internal source at Audi, he is even ready for a backtrack from the Formula One project. As per reports, the VW Group would still continue its plans to be a part of Formula One in 2026, but without the Audi badge. In a surprising twist to the story, the Audi Formula One project is rumoured to be taken over by Porsche, and that means Porsche would have to redo any of the homework done by Audi. It would simply take, well, it wouldn't have to redo any of the homework already turned in by Audi. It would simply take over the work done by the colleague team and rebrand it with its own logo. To further direct resources into Formula One, Porsche would abandon the Formula E project by the end of 2025. The idea of an abrupt Porsche takeover would definitely make people raise their eyebrows and open their mouths in awe. Not to forget the reaction of the Audi employees who have been working enthusiastically to witness the four rings on an F1 car in 2026. However, the Porsche takeover of the Audi Formula One operations would not be that quick and easy. There is a long due process that goes behind the scenes to rebrand all work that has been done so far. The time gap should allow Audi to have some breathing space to take it all in if the rumour is actually true. Certainly a lot of speculation going around about that. Certainly a bit disappointing if Audi are set to walk away from the sport. We don't want that to happen. But it certainly could be an option for the future if Audi are reportedly not so excited or interested anymore from taking over or taking that step into Formula One. I would certainly be upset, but at least we'd still have the German manufacturer of Porsche coming into the sport reportedly if Audi are set to walk away. Orville Clisby just says it's just a logo swap under the same auto group. Essentially it is, but yeah, I'm a major Audi fan, so it would be quite sad to lose them from the sport. But nonetheless, would be quite exciting to have Porsche in the sport nonetheless. Moving on to more Formula One rumours, though with Sergio Perez reportedly denying rumours going around the paddock that he could be announcing his retirement at the Mexican Grand Prix. As I say though, this is just a rumour, and a rumour circulating on social media about the retirement of Red Bull driver Sergio Perez has been categorically denied by sources close to the driver. A detailed rumour about the Mexican announcing his retirement from the sport at the upcoming Grand Prix in his home country later this month has been gaining traction on social media. After a season where Sergio Perez has trailed his teammate Max Verstappen by a distance since the fifth race in Miami. The post, which was first seen on social media website Reddit, claims a former high-ranking commercial employee of one of Sergio Perez's sponsor, Scuderia Telmex, spoke at a dinner following a test day at a racetrack and said that Red Bull had told Perez they will not be keeping him for 2024, and that the decision was communicated during the Japanese Grand Prix. The post also claimed that a celebration would be prepared in honour of Sergio Perez during the Mexican Grand Prix, celebrating the driver's storied Formula One career. Perez's retirement is surely not imminent, but is certainly coming closer. GP fans also asked a source close to Perez about the claims, and they said that reports of an impending retirement announcement were a load of nonsense. That would tie in with the remarks from Perez 6 weeks ago that he would race through 2026 at least, before looking to wrap up his Formula One career. I want to keep going, at least until 2026, when the new set of rule changes comes into effect, and experience how much I can enjoy with these new set of rules. From then on, I'll decide what will come for me in the future. Looking at these rumours on Twitter, it said there that not an actual dinner party, but easier for the title. A few days ago, several people were testing some race cars at a local track. After the day the track was over, the guys group joined our group and we all went to dinner. And he said, I don't know this person personally, but he works for Scuderia Telmex, and he went on to say that Red Bull has told Sergio that they will not keep him for 2026 or 2024, breaking that existing contract. Nothing new in Formula One, and there are no seats available. Only one confirmed is Williams, and pretty much going on to what we said throughout the remainder of our article. Sergio Perez, though, has himself recognised that Verstappen, who has run away with this title in 2023, has had a special season, remarking that he believes his teammates' championship run to be only one of the best of all time. This year, my objective is clearly to be second place, indicated Perez. Next year, I want to improve and fight for the title. That is my goal. You have to think, if Sergio Perez can fight for the title next year, then certainly he does have a little bit more traction in that Red Bull seat. At the moment, though, he is still fighting for that second place in the Drivers' Championship. Lewis Hamilton in that Mercedes is certainly closing down on that points haul at the moment. There's only about 30 points between them right now. And if Sergio Perez doesn't get that second place in the title, then you have to think his seat may be under a bit more pressure for next year or 2025. But nonetheless, we do expect Sergio Perez to be in that seat next year. It would certainly be a major shock if he did come out and announce his retirement in the upcoming Mexican Grand Prix. Just having a look in our poll at the moment, do you think Sergio Perez will lose the Red Bull seat? 67% saying yes and 33% saying no at the moment. Do be sure to vote in that poll if you haven't just yet. But yes, very interesting to see what all of you guys think there in that comment section. Do be sure to drop us any questions or any extra comments down there for us. As we move on to the next article, Mercedes Formula 1 drivers have been taking time away from the races to rank their Formula 1 problems. Mercedes Formula 1 drivers Lewis Hamilton and George Russell have dedicated time away from the fractious race weekends to rank their car problems to help find fixes for the 2024 season. Amid the 8-time Constructors' Championships champions' ongoing ground effect struggles, Technical Director Mike Elliott and Chief Technical Officer James Allison swapped roles back in April. Allison has alluded to this change leading to a shift in how Hamilton, who has cited a constant improving process, and Russell are involved in the work back at the Brackley factory. He reckons that while the team has more access to its drivers at races, the pair have put aside time for us in slightly cooler environments of home to rank their grievances. He explained that the race weekends you get your greatest access to the drivers because you're with each other for multiple hours. But it is also a very fractious environment to interact with the drivers because the pressure of doing well at the circuit means that it's just slightly less of an objective than if you're doing it back at home. The drivers have been doing well enough though to put aside their time for us in a slightly cooler environment of home, he said. That has proved useful. It proved useful for ranking the problems, as they have for seeing the opportunities and just making sure that these things that we are working on are well aligned for what they are describing. Hamilton has previously expressed his discomfort with the seat position of the W14, which is further forward relative to its rivals, making him less confident with the rear axle of the car. Russell, meanwhile, has moved forwards to a softer setup in recent rounds, something he credits with improving his qualifying performances. Allison added that Mercedes has been charting a path and has a very clear idea of the areas it must address for 2024. Even if this might be overlooked from the outside world, given that the team has not made the in-season progress of McLaren. He continued to say, I feel that all of us have a pretty clear-sighted view of what we want to do with the car. This championship, while we haven't really made the progress that McLaren have, we have nevertheless been charting a path through the season that gives us a very clear idea of what we need to put right. So that makes next year's car very exciting to look forward to, and this period of this year extremely enjoyable. Glad to hear that the drivers are making time to go to the factory during non-race weekends and just put right to those issues that they are having with the cars and just get a better understanding of where those issues are coming from, and hopefully that means that they can fundamentally get rid of them for next year and have an overall more competitive car that can fight further up the grid and fight with the Red Bulls, the McLarens, and possibly fight for that championship. We'd certainly love to have a championship that's a lot closer next year between a whole bunch more teams. As we move on to another article speaking about Toto Wolff, who has admitted frustrations following Hamilton and Russell's Qatar Grand Prix crash, but backs the pair to grow ahead of the Austin Grand Prix ahead of us this race weekend. Toto Wolff has admitted it was a frustrating weekend not to score more points in Qatar, after Lewis Hamilton and George Russell collided on the opening lap of the race. However, the Mercedes team principal backed his pair to move on from the incident as they look to get back on track in Qatar or in Austin this upcoming race weekend. Russell and Hamilton came together at turn 1 at the start of the Grand Prix, with the latter looking to make his way round the outside of the corner of George Russell. While Lewis Hamilton's race ended there in the gravel, Russell recovered into P4 after initially dropping to the back of the field. But Wolff was keen to leave the incident in the past, despite the obvious frustrations, turning his attention to maximising this weekend's Circuit of the Americas race, which kicks off the triple header that follows up with the Mexican and concludes in the Brazil race. We have a busy couple of race weekends coming up as the season reaches its conclusion, starting with the triple header in USA, Mexico and Brazil, said Wolff. The last round in Qatar was a case of what might have been. As a team, you never want to see your cars collide. It was a frustrating weekend to leave a lot of points on the table, particularly as the pace of the car was really strong. It was encouraging though to see how the drivers and the team reacted, with both Lewis and George knowing that the team comes first and not to ever intend to jeopardize that. I'm sure that we will all grow from this moment, and we'll now focus on Austin and making sure that we get the most out of each upcoming weekend. Wolff also gave an update on the upgraded floor Mercedes are set to introduce this weekend, as they look to gain some breathing space in the battle to second in the Constructors' Championship with Ferrari. It is always great to race at the Circuit of the Americas. There is always a fantastic atmosphere, and the city welcomes Formula 1 with open arms, said Wolff. Qatar is one of the most challenging circuits on the current run of tracks, and a real thrill for the Formula 1 drivers. We'll be bringing a modified floor, which is the last significant update we will take to the track this year. It will hopefully bring a small gain, but more importantly, it is another milestone in setting up our development for next year's W15. The battle for second in the Constructors has become more intense in recent races, and we will need to keep our heads down and keep pushing and aim to score as many points as we can to increase our advantage. Second place Mercedes currently lead Ferrari in the Constructors' Championship by 28 points, with 5 races and 2 sprint races left of the year. So certainly a lot more potential to score points before the end of the season, and certainly a lot more points to score before that Drivers' and Constructors' Championship is wrapped up in Abu Dhabi. Moving on to one of our final articles here. This was the title for the video, and then we did see those rumours going around about Audi, and this rumour, or this new article that has come out, speaking about Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Anthony Joshua and Rory McIlroy, who are among a host of sports stars to join Alpine's investor group. Alpine and Auto Capital have welcomed some of the world's biggest sports stars as new strategic investors into their €200 million fund, including Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Rory McIlroy and Anthony Joshua. Auto Capital have welcomed these new partners into its existing group of premier investors in Alpine, which already included Redbird Capital Partners and Maximum Efforts Investments, and also actors such as Ryan Reynolds, who invested in the team earlier this year. Auto Capital have now welcomed new investors into the form of some of the world's best athletes, which include Kansas City Chiefs star Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, world number 2 golfer Rory McIlroy, former heavyweight champion boxer Anthony Joshua, and Liverpool former footballer Trent Alexander-Arnold. I'm thrilled to lead an investor group and join forces with Patrick and the team at Auto Capital on this exciting venture with Alpine, said Kelce. Our shared passion for excellence and innovation forms the cornerstone of this partnership. It is all about being able to contribute to a sport that demands precision, teamwork, and relentless pursuit of success. I'm looking forward to this new chapter and cannot wait to see what we achieve together. Mahomes added, I've always had a passion for all sports. The opportunity to lead an investor group with Travis and Alpine Formula 1 alongside Auto Capital was one I couldn't pass up on. It's an exciting time for the sport, and this is an opportunity to bring our shared values to the world stage. I'm looking forward to being part of its growth. Anthony Joshua was also delighted with the opportunity to get involved, and he went on to say, the chance to strategically invest with AlphaTauri Capital and Alpine was an opportunity I couldn't ignore. The heritage of the team, mixed with the global growth of Formula One as a sport and brand, made this a very serious proposition. I'm excited to start this opportunity with AlphaTauri and a great group of fellow investors, and I hope to help the team achieve its full success and potential in the future. McElroy then went on to comment that the passion for excellence on the golf course has led me to admire the same pursuit in Formula One. Partnering with AlphaTauri Capital and Alpine's Formula One is an exhilarating venture that unites my love for sports, competition, and the relentless drive to pursue the best. A co-founder of AlphaTauri Capital, Alex Schneider, said, "We are honoured at AlphaTauri Capital to be joined by this particular group of investors into our Alpine Formula One group investment, in partnership with Redbird Capital Partners and Maximum Effort Investments. These are the best-in-class investors, athletes, and entertainers and entrepreneurs, and they are all committed to elevating the Alpine Formula One team." Certainly very exciting to see all of these new investors making their way into Formula One and into the investment group of Alpine Formula One. As Orville Clisby says there in the comment section, Lewis Hamilton is hanging around hoping for another championship with Mercedes to beat Michael Schumacher's 7 world titles. He certainly is looking to extend his title championship lead over Michael Schumacher and hoping to break those records there. But it is certainly going to be quite difficult to do that. But I don't think you can ever discount Lewis Hamilton in Formula One. Moving over to our final 2 articles, speaking a little bit about Max Verstappen, as Max Verstappen delivers a surprising statement about his long-term interest in joining Ferrari, discussing the issue with Formula One news outlets. A wise man once popularized the phrase, "Everyone is a Ferrari fan." There seems to be a lot of truth in this, saying that with the 3-time world champion Max Verstappen admitting his admiration for the Italian outfit. The Dutchman had a blockbuster contract with Red Bull, keeping him in the team until at least 2028. Despite this, there has been plenty of speculation regarding his future across Formula One news. Quite frequently, Verstappen has made headlines for his honest responses to questions about retirement. Given he is only 26 years old, there's no reason why he would want to stop racing in Formula One anytime soon. Quite frequently, Verstappen has made headlines. As he mentions previously, his existing contract will keep him in Formula One for several seasons. This alone, though, should make clear where his priorities lie. However, this does not stop conversations about his long-term commitment to the sport. Generally speaking, this discussion surrounding Verstappen retiring permanently prematurely is unfounded, while the Red Bull driver insists his interests are beyond racing. It is far too soon to be seriously suggesting he might want to give up his racing gloves. Moreover, the Dutchman has spoken about potentially driving for Ferrari. Although he is committed to Red Bull, recent comments suggest that there are possibilities for driving for the Maranello outfit. It is an incredible history in the sport, or it has an incredibly... Speaking about the team, he went on to say, "It has an incredible history in the sport, and is a great opportunity, and is a great opponent to compete against. A future at Ferrari, when my current contract expires, I will be 31 years old, and I think I can still do well. I would like to keep for my personal collection the 3 single-seaters which I was world champion with, but also Michael Schumacher's F2004. It is a fantastic car. However, I don't know where he buys it. I don't know how I could buy it. Is this an appeal to John Elkann? Absolutely yes. I hope he reads this interview and calls me." Similar comments are consistent across the grid, especially from drivers who have world championships. Lewis Hamilton, for example, has spoken about his admiration for Ferrari and their achievements in Formula One. For several reasons, however, a move did not materialize. There were even reports of talks between Hamilton and Ferrari earlier on in the season, with the British driver's relationship with the team principal, Fred Vasseur, further fueled further fueled speculation. Others, such as Fernando Alonso and Sebastian Vettel, tried to secure a world title for their Italian outfit. For various factors, neither succeeded in returning the crown to the Maranello outfit. With this in mind, Verstappen could create massive shockwaves if he ever moves to Ferrari, and although we shouldn't get carried away with all this hypotheticals, he is an all-time status. His all-time status would undoubtedly be bolstered if he can win in the Scarlet Red. However, even that possibility of this happening is well into the future. This is especially true given that, at least for now, Charles Leclerc is already established as the chosen one at Maranello. For now, there was an Italian word that I could not pronounce, so I decided to just move on from that. Regardless, seeing how much the Formula 1 driver market evolves, it will be intriguing to see. Verstappen, though, is unlikely to make a dramatic move and shock Formula 1 news headlines anytime soon, but his affinity for Ferrari is worth noting. It would certainly be great to see Max Verstappen in the red in future. You have to think that if anyone can take a world championship to Ferrari, it certainly would be Max Verstappen. Moving on to our final article speaking about Verstappen, the triple world crown champion can join the 50-win club should he pick up victory at this weekend's US Grand Prix. The half-century of Grand Prix wins is now within reach for Max Verstappen, after a stunning period of success in which he's won 39 of the last 61 races held since the start of the 2021 season. This year, he could go on to claim the first title of his career, and he has quickly added 2 more, as he has ripped up the record books in 2023, and firmly taken Lewis Hamilton's crown as the man to beat in Formula 1. Given the events of the 2021 finale in Abu Dhabi, much of the season has been yet forgotten, and some of the thrilling battles Verstappen and Hamilton have been largely overshadowed. But Verstappen's 18th Grand Prix win on October 2021 was his greatest, firmly putting Hamilton on the back foot and dealing a blow in the title race with a 14-point swing, given the 25 he got for winning and the 18 Hamilton did for second. Austin was generally considered a Mercedes circuit, but Verstappen grabbed pole position on Formula 1's return stateside following the COVID-19 pandemic, with Lewis Hamilton securing second. Given the nature of the run to turn 1 at Austin, with P2 often scything up the inside to take the lead and ferocity of the title race, the odds of both making it cleanly out into turn 1 were slim to say the least. But surprisingly, the duo did just that, with Hamilton leading from Verstappen, as Red Bull elected to stop early with the Dutchman successfully undercutting the Mercedes to regain the lead of the race. By lap 29 of 56, Verstappen was called in for his second stop, leaving him just under half the race to do on a single set of tyres, with Mercedes playing the smart game by keeping Hamilton out to build a fresh tyre offset. He stopped 8 laps later, leaving him 19 laps to chase down the 8.8 seconds or so that separated the two drivers. Rather than going all out and destroying his tyres and leaving no energy to be deployed, Verstappen led the cat and mouse chase with Hamilton to begin the reel, who began to reel in his prey and carve chunks of time out from the deficit. This canny move allowed Verstappen to still have some tyre life in his Pirellis for the final assault, even picking up an assist beginning the final lap with DRS on the pit straight from the lapped Mick Schumacher. The Austin race was a composed, analytical Verstappen. The Austin race was a composed and analytical Verstappen in the mold of peak Hamilton or Fernando Alonso in his ability to lead the race and stick to executing his game plan. In 2021, the season where he took his risk against Hamilton and left his driving left a lot to be desired, such as in Imola and Spain and the collisions in Italy and Saudi Arabia, this was an excellent sign of maturity for Verstappen. It gave him the luxury of a buffer to play with the charge towards Abu Dhabi, and we all know what happened then. Could Verstappen go on to have another dominant victory in Austin this race weekend and go and extend his lead of races and lead in his title championship once again this season. Certainly, he could go on to do that this next race weekend. And you have to think, after the run of races that he's had this year, he could certainly go on to take this race win and win number 50 for the Dutchman and write his name firmly into the history books yet again. That is it from me though here today on Forever Motorsports. Thank you very much for joining me, Orville, and some of our other viewers here in the comment section. Thank you very much for participating in the poll as well. I've been Reece here on Forever Motorsports. Thank you very much for joining me. Cheers. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reece. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reece here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Motorsports. You're joined by myself, Mark, and Reece obviously alongside me for qualifying. Actually, I'm going to go quickly change that text over there. It's the one thing we didn't change. But we are about to get going with qualifying here in the United States Grand Prix. It is a sprint weekend, which means therefore we will of course have qualifying tonight, and then we will have the sprint shootout and the sprint tomorrow.
Yes, of course. Tomorrow will be the sprint shootout, as Mark says, and the sprint race, of course. Really looking forward to that sprint race tomorrow afternoon. I think it's going to be quite exciting around here in the Circuit of the Americas. I think qualifying here today is going to be quite exciting as well. Of course, we have the Red Bulls already running away with it with Max Verstappen, but what can happen for the fight for P2? Possibly still a fight for P1 though, even with Max Verstappen not necessarily being securely on that top spot. We could have the likes of Lewis Hamilton coming through. He's shown some great pace in the practice session this morning, and well, this evening rather, and as well as the Ferraris have shown some great pace, and I don't think we can count out the McLarens all just yet.
No, not at all. And we're seeing now Liam Lawson is being interviewed. Of course, he is not participating in this weekend again, and he's not going to be participating in the remainder of the season unless something untoward happens, as Daniel Ricciardo is back from his injury, of course. So he will be back in the AlphaTauri this weekend, and let's see what he can do in qualifying. Can he outperform his teammates? Going to be big things to watch with regards to Ricciardo and Sergio Perez for the remainder of the season, because if we see Ricciardo doing very well in that AlphaTauri car and Perez doesn't perform in that Red Bull car, you might still see an ultimatum for Perez for next season and maybe gets replaced by the likes of the Australian.
Yes, well, you have to think if he doesn't pick up his pace, and you also have to think of the attitude that he has at certain races where he gets really upset with his race engineers, where he kind of just has a bit of a tantrum on the radio.
That's Tsunoda.
Yuki Tsunoda, yes.
I haven't talked about
I'm talking if he's not able to pick up his pace, sorry, then you have to think maybe they should be able to, well, should be looking to replace him with Liam Lawson.
Oh, we're talking about that, right. I was talking about Sergio Perez and Daniel Ricciardo, and the fact that Daniel Ricciardo needs to do quite well for the remainder of the season to see if he can try and push Sergio Perez out of that Red Bull seat if an ultimatum comes there. But yes, we see the crowd building very nicely here for qualifying. People are joining us here in the comments, and great to have you guys all back. Be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you are new and if you have not already done so. And yeah, I think let's give some predictions immediately. That's what we can probably start here off in a poll. Who's going to top Q1? And let's ask you first, Reece.
Well, I think off the back of practice already, Max Verstappen is quite dominant. You'd expect him to be off the back of the season that he's been having. But I'd love to throw someone else out there for P1 today. And I think Lewis Hamilton, being the most dominant driver around the circuit, I'm going to put him on P1 today.
Okay, so you're going to say P1 in Q1 or generally in P1?
I think generally, well, for maybe P3 or not P3 as in Q3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying Lewis Hamilton's actually going to start on pole for Sunday.
I'm throwing out bold predictions here today.
Well, and your Q1 prediction then?
Q1 dropouts or Q1?
Q1 prediction as to who's going to go, who's going to top it.
Let's say Verstappen then.
Verstappen's going to top Q1, and then who are your 5 that are going to drop?
It's hard to say Logan Sargent because I know it's his home race, but possibly Logan Sargent, maybe one or two of the Alfa Romeos, and possibly one or both of the Alpines today because they haven't shown haven't shown great pace.
I think Stroll is going to be one of them. Of course, he had a big issue in practice 1, of course, with regards to his brake issue. I don't think he'll be as quick as he needs to because he barely had any practice. And of course, there's only one practice session in a sprint weekend, so he's lost all of that and is going to have to come into this pretty much all completely fresh. So I think there might be problems for Lance Stroll. I think Lance Stroll will probably start near the bottom there in the relegation zones. I reckon the Alfa Romeos of the show and Bottas will probably be there and thereabouts, and of course Logan Sargent and possibly the likes of one of the Alpines, perhaps I'm going to say Ocon.
Okay.
That's my bottom 5. I think that's what I'm going to go with.
Yes, well, off the back of practice 1, we didn't see any indicative times from the McLarens. Unfortunately, they decided to use the majority of that practice session, or the entirety, rather, of that practice session to get ready for the race tomorrow during the sprint race, of course, as well as the race on Sunday.
Yes, so you're joining us now for round 19 in Austin, Texas in the United States for this 2023 season here for Formula One. Of course, it is one of the 3 American races that we have. We still have Mexico, Brazil, Las Vegas, and then Abu Dhabi for the rest of the season. The track distance is 5.5 kilometers, full throttle spent at 57.8%. And the track record was
132.0. Top speed being a 344 kilometers an hour, 214.1 miles an hour, seeing as we are in the US. The elevation is 30 meters. And looking at our tire compounds for this weekend, it is the C4, the C3, and the C2 compound, one step up from last weekend out in Qatar. But it does seem to be holding up a little bit better around the circuit.
Indeed, and we've got more people joining us now in the comments here, of course, as we get this race week going. Lindiwe is here back again saying hello everybody. Well, hello to you as well. Pureblood obviously here saying let's go. And F123 back here as well saying who do you think will go in Q1? Well, we've already given our predictions for that, so you guys let us know in the comments who do you think is going to drop out.
It's a lot hotter than the practice session earlier on.
35 degrees.
35 degrees Celsius now, air temperature, 42 degrees track temperature, so more close to what we had in Qatar. But the track surface is different. Hopefully the tires handle this circuit a little bit better with more traditional curbs. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens around here. Yeah, let's see what's going to happen. As we have Lindiwe there in the comments saying, I just remembered Quali when I saw the live pop up. Nearly forgot. Well, glad you're here. It is quite late, but glad to have all of you guys alongside with us for this session.
Exactly. As I've said, sprint weekend. So we're going to have another one of these sessions pretty much tomorrow, just a slightly shorter format.
And slightly later.
Yes, and it will be, well, the sprint shootout is actually earlier and the sprint race is later on. But yes, so everybody's saying hello to everybody. Great to see you. Mpumelelo is also here in the comments. Great to have you join us alongside. And also, guys, let us know where you're tuning in from, where you're watching, and who you're backing for this weekend. And also, otherwise, just let us know if you have any questions, be sure to ask them. Looking at the Drivers' Championship, we've got obviously Verstappen is the Drivers' Championship winner with 433 points already. He still can get more. Perez is currently second, 224, but Hamilton's hot on his heels, as is Alonso, 194 and 183, respectively. The two Ferraris, 5th and 6th. Norris in 7th, who could also climb quite quickly. Russell in 8th. Piastri in 9th, who could also, again, maybe get a few points before the end of the season, though he's going to struggle to get him in near 7th or 6th. I think he's had a bit of a late start to his points gathering.
Looking at the Constructors' Championship, though, of course, Red Bull have rarely run away with that. Mercedes, though, sitting in second with 326 points. You have to think that they are safe now over Ferrari with 5 races to go left of the season. Aston Martin, 230 points in 4th. And then we know, though, that McLaren are really hot on their heels for that 4th position in the Constructors' Championship.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very difficult for Aston Martin to try and put up with that, because I think they're going to be really going to struggle, especially with the likes of Lance Stroll, who's been underperforming, and Alonso can't do it enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So looking at that green helmet of Charles Leclerc, it is very green.
Inspired.
It is very green.
Football inspired in the middle of the Rugby World Championship. Interesting.
Yeah, it is very odd. But nonetheless, Andrew here saying in the comments, I quite like this late night race time for Europe. At least I don't miss anything because of work. Well, glad you like it. I prefer it during the day personally. And then saying, lucky I'm a night owl in the next couple of races being so late in Europe. Indeed, they are going to be quite late for most of us who are this side of the world. In the F123 saying, I think Stroll, Bottas, Sargent. You said Bottas twice, mate. You're saying those three and Ocon. Yes. So you've got four there. You've got to give us a fifth because you said Bottas twice there. I don't think Bottas is going to be that harshly done by. But we are about to get going with the green light. So what is going to happen is I will quickly start our countdown here, of course, to tell you. As we do now see drivers leaving the pits. Our timer just seems maybe a bit, I think 50 seconds
slightly
delayed, yeah.
But we do have, I think that is Logan Sargent leaving the pits first. Just looking at some more information, there's of course 20 turns around the circuit. The top speed around here is 336 kilometers an hour. It's a medium downforce circuit, and the tire wear is extremely high. We've seen it in the past. It's quite high. As you do go around the surface, it's got a very high abrasion or highly abrasive surface. As we're now seeing a whole bunch of other drivers leaving the pits. We've got both McLarens and both Ferraris leaving there now, as we see the driver of Nico Hülkenberg sitting in his car. That newly upgraded Haas is certainly looking to be a more competitive car this race weekend. Could he get his car a little bit higher up and possibly out of Q2 this race weekend? I think that would be a win for Haas this weekend at their home race.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's exactly it. So we're going to have a look at the timing boards, which are getting going. So we've got Logan Sargent, as we says, in his home race, leading everybody out. What sort of things could he do here? All eyes will be on these McLarens, of course, who did not have any practice in the first session of the day. So we're going to see what they can do.
They had practice, but they had no qualifying.
No qualifying sims. Yes. So we'll have to see if they are going to be as quick as we hope they will be. And that's why Norris is one of those that's the option in terms of the pole. I think
they're relatively expected to be quite high up today. I think possibly even pole fighters. I think there could be quite a few drivers fighting for pole position here today.
Well, let us know in the comments, guys. We're going to be very interested to see what people think will happen. Just trying to go back to the comments quickly. Just going there. There we go. I'm on the comments now. So just going to see who's here in the comments section. Great.
Yes, and a lot more of you have joined us now, so thank you very much for that.
TC
We're
back
really
in the comments.
Ramping up, though, for this to get going. What has TC said,
Mark? He's just said, come on, Lewis, as per usual. And Lindy is saying, fingers crossed for Haas to get to Q2. Home race, of course, for them. Yes, as Logan Sargent gets going, he's starting our first hot lap of the day, and of course there will be about 15 minutes and 20 seconds odd remaining of the session.
Pureblood saying that McLaren have been sandbagging. Well, they did bring upgrades this race weekend, so I think they just wanted to get to the bottom of their upgrades before they went out and did any quali runs. As we are now seeing Logan Sargent starting his first qualifying lap of the race weekend. He, of course, has another opportunity tomorrow during the sprint shootout, but he at least gets the first opportunity now to drive the car in anger around one of his home circuits. He gets 3 this year.
And hopefully stays out of a wall or gravel or otherwise.
Yes, Mark is hoping for a clean qualifying session this afternoon, as Logan Sargent's fastest first sector has been taken away by Valtteri Bottas.
Yeah, Valtteri Bottas going around relatively quickly, setting some more purple sectors as well, as Norris now sets the first fastest sector, 25.8. It's quite a bit quicker than some of the other drivers there. So it's great to see, although not that much quicker than Bottas, I suppose, as Zhou now takes the second sector. Let's see if anybody else can take it away.
Charles Leclerc takes that fastest first sector now. He is certainly flying out there on circuit. Max Verstappen, he's still in the pits at the moment, Mark.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be a late start for Red Bull. He doesn't have to stress too much about the sort of things anymore. He's got everything under the bag. So he will be fine. So just noting Leclerc's got that first purple sector.
Those tyres that Leclerc is on is 4 laps old. No, sorry, that's Gasly. Leclerc's tyres are 8 laps old.
Sure. Logan Sargent straight back into the pits, does not finish his lap, so clearly something's not right with regards to his car. Well, I think he was quite far off the pace already, so I think they decided to dive off into the pits anyway. So Bottas currently leads at 136.8. Zhou, Gasly, Ocon follow that. Leclerc is about to cross the line very, very shortly, as is...
He comes through the last couple of corners.
Norris though first.
Yes.
See where Norris goes.
Let's see what Norris puts in as he comes across the line. Where does he put himself? He goes fastest, of course, with 136.6. That's not as fast as we saw from Max Verstappen and the other drivers, but it is a lot hotter.
I'll say it is very hot as now Leclerc crosses the line. Where does he put himself? He should move into first. He's got 2 purple sectors there. He does.
130. Very close, though. 0.02018.
I'll say very close times between everybody in the top there.
Perez starts his first flying lap. Now, Max Verstappen is also out on track, though, starting his first out lap. What will they be able to do in retaliation to the lap of Charles Leclerc? Where does Carlos Sainz put himself? He finishes up only in 5th mark, 137.2.
Yeah, very slow lap there from Carlos Sainz. That will not be quick enough to get into the next session, so he needs to go and do another one.
Sergio Perez out on track, though, looking very
slow. That's what he's looking like.
But looking at least like his balance is a lot better. So he will be able to ramp it up a bit near the end of the session.
I don't care too much about how the car looks on track. At the end of the day, times are what's so important. And Sergio Perez is going around relatively slowly right now.
Missed the apex there into turn 11. It's very different to turn 1 where you can miss that apex, but in turn 11 you really do have to hug it there, sometimes even cut it as much as possible to gain some extra lap time. Looking at some of the other times out there now, Piastri as well has been able to put himself into 3rd, much better for himself than the first session in practice. 136.8 was his time. As Pureblood said, McLaren was sandbagging. Well, they're putting on some.
Well, we have no idea what McLaren were doing because they didn't have soft tyres. They didn't do a single qualifying attempt in practice 1, so we have no idea what we could expect from them. So we're only seeing them do it now, as Perez has set a purple sector in sector 2 at least.
And he finishes his lap with a 136.68. So once again, in the 136.6s, it is so close between those top 4.
And F123 saying, in my opinion, some of the sprint and qualifying sessions have been more exciting than some of the races. Well, I don't think that's a doubt. I think many of the sessions in qualifying have been more exciting than the races themselves. That's not anything against the races, it's just that we do see such close racing in the qualifying session in terms of who can get the fastest time, as we do see Adrian Newey there, of course, who has engineered the Red Bull cars into getting that most of the time. Lewis Hamilton now starting a fast lap, sorry.
Verstappen has gone fastest in the first sector, personal best in the middle sector with a purple mini sector. He's coming through the final sector now, through the last 2 corners now. And what can he do as he approaches that finish line, waiting for that lap time to be put on the board? Lewis Hamilton having a little bit of a snap though into turn 1. Where does Max Verstappen go? He goes fastest with a 136.4.
Indeed, and Melanie here saying, yo, well, welcome to the stream, Melanie. And again, guys, let us know where you're watching from and also what you think is going to happen in the session. We've got just under about 10.5 minutes left. Lewis Hamilton starting his hot lap. He's right next to Charles Leclerc's time. And of course, that will be Max Verstappen's time as well very shortly. So let's see what he can do. Hamilton's is tipped to do quite well this race weekend.
Yes, I've been really saying that he's going to be doing quite well. He's getting a little bit of traffic though in the way, luckily at least getting out the way of them. What can he do through the middle sector though? I see a slight purple mini sector through the final sector, but is he doing enough to match Max Verstappen at the moment?
I think he'll be very near the top, but I don't think he's going to be anywhere close to Max Verstappen's time. I reckon about 2.3 seconds away.
His teammate though, George Russell, is improving on his times, except through the middle sector.
There you go. Hamilton crosses the line. I said about 0.27 seconds behind Max Verstappen. He sits now in 5th position after setting that first lap for himself. A 136.7.
Don't know if these tyres are brand new for Lewis Hamilton. They don't have.
He has a big correction.
That's also why he has a big correction in the last 2 corners. As we see, of course, our video feed is slightly delayed to our telemetry on our screens, but still, Max Verstappen, for now, being able to clinch onto first place.
Yeah, it's exactly that. So, let's see if we're going to lose any big names there.
Slide from George Russell. He puts himself up into 3rd, though. Sorry, Mark. But at least another driver, all within 0.1 of Max Verstappen. There's 4 drivers, all within 0.1 of each other.
Indeed, watching a replay here of Lewis Hamilton start his hot lap, or maybe end his hot lap.
I told you, when he started his hot lap, he was wide into turn 1. That's also why he lost some time. So he certainly has quite a lot of time in hand to make up on his next lap.
And Lindiwe just letting us know that Stroll still has that brake problem. Not sure if he will exit Q1. Well, I did say just before we started the session, we're going to have a bit of a problem here. Watching a replay for Lance Stroll, just noting the they're just trying to take those tires off. Lots of
It's brake dust.
yeah.
So they're still having issues with the brakes on that car. Nico Hülkenberg fastest through the middle sector, Mark. He's setting the timing boards alight now. Where can he finish up this lap? He goes fastest overall with a 136.2.
Yeah, I think you're going to see
Very
these times,
fast.
these times change the whole
I do
time.
agree.
Yeah.
I think he's on a brand new set of tires, and the track is evolving quite quickly out there.
Yeah, so we're going to see these times tumble as we go through the remainder of
Pierre
the
Gasly
session.
sets the fastest first sector now.
Yeah, so I think we're going to say, as I say, these times tumble throughout the session. We see a little bit of a drift from Hülkenberg as he finished up that lap. But I'm sure we're going to see most of the big names get through. But what are the possible big names that might not get through the session, Reece?
Yes, just watching now where Gasly finishes.
Who's the big name that might not get through the session?
Sorry, I was listening to commentary. But the big name, well, Stroll, of course, is not a surprise. Sainz is not doing well. I think because people are improving, that's maybe why Sainz is dropping down. But he hasn't been able to replicate what Leclerc's doing this race weekend.
No, he's on an outlap right now. Let's see what he can do as Ricciardo moves himself into 14th. Not the best lap from him. Gasly, of course, finishing up his lap now. Where does he go fastest? At 136.1. So almost into the 135s already.
We should get into the 135s quite soon. I don't know if we are going to get any big names. Maybe like an Alonso or... But yeah, I don't think anyone else.
Well, Stroll's now crossed the line at 136.6. And track time has been deleted for Sargent, and Alonso also crosses the line. He's all the way down in 13th, though, so really not good from him. He needs to improve quite dramatically. His teammate Lance Stroll actually doing better at this point. Aston Martin engineers not very chuffed with that, with those 2 lap times there from both of their drivers. So hopefully they can improve upon that. As we now see, I think this is Sainz starting his hot lap now as well.
Yes, this does look like Sainz starting his hot lap. What can he do? He needs to pick up the pace a little bit, otherwise he's in trouble a bit. But as I say that, he set the fastest first sector now overall. Let's see how he does through the first sector. He also compromises that apex there. It is such a bumpy circuit though here, Mark. You can just see how your suspension has to be set up perfectly to be able to handle running over these curves as you go through that Maggots and Beckett's inspired sector. It's quite bumpy through there. And as I say, he's 0.1 up in the first sector.
Almost 0.2, which is quite dramatic, of course. So let's see what he can do in the second sector. He's got a purple mini sector and lots of personal bests. We might see the new fastest lap of the day from the Ferrari driver of Carlos Sainz.
You would expect it after this first and second sector that he does now set that purple sector alight now as well.
Yeah, so first and second sectors are purple in favor of Carlos Sainz. Hopefully he can hold it all together in the final sector as well. And yeah, let's see as he's approaching the third corner, third to last corner, the second to last corner. Now lots of traffic ahead of him, but hopefully it should get out of the way as they're all starting their hot laps. And let's see if anybody can match Carlos Sainz's times.
Goes fastest now overall with the 136.119, getting so close to that 135 mark. Could Carlos Sainz be the first one to break it? Yes, he does with a 135.8. How's that for timing?
I must say, and very, very quick. That is almost a whole 0.3 seconds quicker than his teammates. So there's lots of time to make up. I think Sainz might be safe now for the session. He could probably get back to the pits.
TC says that Sainz needs to listen to Smooth Operator before qualifying.
Well, I think he has.
That's why he's done so well.
Yeah, so
I really do like his helmet as well for this race weekend. Waiting though for the likes of Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, and Lando Norris to set some lap times now.
Yeah, right now we see Daniel Ricciardo all the way down in 18th, and Logan Sargent is without a time. So the home race for Logan Sargent, the American, is currently not got a time behind his name. So he needs to get out of the pits as soon as possible so he can go and do that.
Verstappen has started an outlap now. He's gone out on a brand new set of tires, I'm hearing. So just watching a replay of Carlos Sainz does seem... Oh, it's just so beautifully balanced through there. That car rides those curves so well. And that's, I think, why he's able to find some pace now. They were struggling with their balance of their suspension through practice. They were porpoising quite a bit down the back straights. It still is porpoising a little bit, but it looks like a lot more comfortable than it was through that practice session earlier.
Yeah, so it's actually looking very, very good, the Ferrari around here today. So we're going to see what Max Verstappen can do in response to that. He's currently, as Reece says, on his outlap. Lots of people in the pits getting ready to go and do their final laps for this session. And it's going to, of course, come down to the wire yet again. Just less than 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the session. So
He looks like Luigi in that red car, Mark.
he does actually rather. It looks like Luigi and like Mario Kart, basically. It is a very green helmet. I will say that much. Verstappen is on the radio. Reece, what's he saying?
Verstappen is being told on the radio what the bubble is for your drop-off time. So 136.4 is your drop-off point, which is a massive amount of track evolution at the moment, because the elimination zone right now is a 136.9 with Tsunoda. So that just shows you how much people are going to improve, like by over half a second in the next few minutes.
Yeah, that's exactly that. So 3 minutes left of the session. Who's going to drop out? These are the big questions. Let us know in the comment sections.
F123 saying it's going to be Stroll.
Yeah, everyone having a go at Stroll. It's always the usual. So let us know very quickly, guys, who's dropping out of the session. Nadal here saying, really hoping Perez can pull a good time off. Of course, Perez is all the way down in 11th right now, as is Hamilton in 12th.
Sainz thinks he's safe. He's come into the pits, so that's his qualifying one session over and done. As
Verstappen's going to have to put up with a lot of traffic.
A lot of traffic. Yes, that's true. Hopefully no one gets in his way. Hopefully they all get told on the radio that there's someone coming out.
Well, he's got a first sector that's purple, so clearly everyone's got out of the way nicely for him. Indeed, very well done by everybody. Yeah, we're seeing a very, very quick Red Bull, and you can see why he is the winner for the season in both Constructor and Drivers' Championships, because he's almost up a whole 0.3 seconds on Sainz's time. Ridiculous for Max Verstappen. Absolutely ridiculous.
And he has had to weave through a little bit of traffic, but Max seems to deal with it quite well out on circuit. He's coming now through the middle sector. Not purple through there, but he does have some purple mini sectors. He's not the fastest through there. We do know that. He does much prefer the final sector.
Well, I said Max Verstappen throughout the entire season always compromises in the second sector, the third sector and first sector, though, where he always goes quickest. So let's see what he can do in this third sector. What can he do in respect to Sainz's time, which currently leads our session with a 135.8, the only 135 of the session so far, though I think Max Verstappen is still up 0.13 seconds on Sainz's time, should beat it as he comes around the final corner and he goes.
That is way faster. 135.3 compared to Carlos Sainz's 135.8. Max Verstappen is completely on fire out there on track. Anki Munchie just saying, I heard a rumor on Twitter saying that if Sergio Perez doesn't get P2 in the Drivers' Championship, Daniel Ricciardo will get his seat. There is certainly a lot of rumors going around that Sergio Perez has been given an ultimatum as to what he has to do next year. But Sergio Perez has put himself now into third place with a 135.9.
Yeah, as I say, we're ramping up towards the end of the session. We're in the last minutes here, so everybody's going around on their final laps. Hamilton has set the middle sector as purple. He's done very well in the first sector. This could be quicker than Max Verstappen's time if he doesn't stuff it up. We've seen from Hamilton, he's been brilliant all day. But the problem is that he keeps making small mistakes that cost him time. But otherwise, he seems to be up on times. Where will he finish as he comes round the final corner now? And he's going to be down on the main straight now. We're just waiting on his time. Let's see what his time will do. It could be quicker than Verstappen. It could be a very, very good time from Hamilton. Where does he go? He does.
Brilliant.
My word.
That's much faster than Verstappen's time even. What have I been saying?
Yeah, he didn't make mistakes. As I said, the moment that Hamilton had a clean lap, he was going to go very, very quick. And he did. 0.25 seconds quicker than Max Verstappen's time, which we didn't think was going to get beaten this session. So brilliant from Lewis Hamilton there, and giving Mercedes a very good platform for the next session. Yeah, looking now at Alex Albon, who's also about to cross the line now. Where did he finish? 9th. So he's safe right now. Zhou, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Tsunoda, and Alonso are not safe. Where's Alonso going to finish, as Alonso needs to cross the line shortly? He starts his lap just in time.
He's done good in the first sector, 25.8. That's not far off of Lewis Hamilton. Norris goes up into second now ahead of Max Verstappen with a 135.1. You have to think now this track has evolved quite a lot in the last minute.
Piastri is in danger. Alonso is in danger. So they're finishing up their laps as Norris goes second fastest at 135.1, as you say. So I'm just watching now to see what's going to happen with the remaining drivers here as
Oscar Piastri is going around relatively well in the first and second sector. He should come across the line and be safe. What does he do now? He comes through the last sector. Now, Zhou Guanyu puts himself up into 6th, though. That's phenomenal. Kevin Magnussen takes that away from him, though. Where does Piastri finish?
Very worried about Alonso and Piastri. Let's see where they do go. Piastri now crosses the line. Where will he put himself? Will he get himself out of Q1? He goes into 10th. He should be safe.
I'm certainly hoping
Alonso.
What does Alonso do now? He comes in through that final sector, now not doing as well in the second and final sector.
And Albon is now in the drop zone as Tsunoda's got all the way up into 5th. Brilliant from him. Alonso now crosses the line. Where does he put himself?
Alonso's out. He's 17th.
Both Aston Martins are out. The Aston Martins are going to be very disappointed. A shocking Q1 session for them. Alonso and Stroll both out, as is Alex Albon and Logan. Well, actually, Alex Albon still crossing the line right now. Let's see where he finishes. And also Logan Sargent, I think, finishing up now. Let's see where they all finish.
Albon's not improving. He stays where he is.
Sargent's done. Albon is done as well. So those are our bottom 5, ladies and gentlemen. It's Hülkenberg, Alonso, Albon, Stroll, and Sargent. Alonso, the big disappointment there, as is also Albon, I think. We were expecting maybe a little bit more from him, but Williams clearly not as quick as we wanted them to be. Very disappointing for Alonso, I think.
I'm surprised at the difference between Ricciardo and Tsunoda. The Aston Martin mechanics looking completely despondent there, looking really upset. They've had a long afternoon of trying to fix Stroll's car. They managed to get it back out and had a horrific qualifying session after bringing upgrades this weekend as well.
Yeah, so really not a good day at the office at all for both Aston Martin drivers. 19th and 17th. Terrible.
I agree with TC just saying, what has happened to Aston Martin?
Not enough upgrades.
Off the back of a quick beginning of the season, of course, I agree. Not enough upgrades, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, they started with a really good car, but everybody caught on very quickly, and they just didn't manage to improve the car enough as everybody else. It's learning curves for Aston Martin. They're still young in terms of being a big team, yes. So they need to grow from this, and they need to learn for next season that they need to keep their updates in line with everybody else. And
it's fine. Next year they'll bring a Red Bull V2.
True.
So it should be fine.
It's exactly that. So unfortunately, we have lost Logan Sargent in 20th in his home Grand Prix. Terrible for him. Alex Albon shaking his head. He's not happy.
Have him out. Very concerned about Nico Hülkenberg. He normally has a good qualifying session. He finishes down in 16th. He's also out.
Well, Daniel Ricciardo just safe there in 15th. Also, Russell only just safe in 14th. So that could have been very interesting as well.
So polar opposites to his teammates up in pole at the moment. And Hülkenberg being told he's been knocked out, and he gives a big expletive on the radio. Yeah, disappointed, unfortunately, for him.
Yeah, so I'm concerned a little bit about Daniel Ricciardo and Russell for the next session, as well as Piastri, who didn't go around that quickly, if we're honest, in Q1 here. So hopefully they do speed up quite a lot. Logan Sargent saying that was terrible, man. Really not happy at all about his attempt.
He's far off of the pace. Like,
he is well off the pace.
I understand that Stroll is struggling in that car, but Sargent is still 0.3 down on everyone else.
Oh, there you go. You see a moment from Logan Sargent. That's why he lost so much time. It's literally, yeah, it's not very good from him at all. And then watching Alexander Albon, he gets a bit of a moment going into turn 1. That's what cost him time. Oh, he went so wide.
I don't understand, though, unfortunately. This car's been so fast all season around medium and fast circuits. So it's concerning that they seem to lose some of that momentum here.
Indeed, and we're seeing Fernando Alonso here as well as just trying to make his way back to the pits, essentially. We will get practice 2 going in just a little bit, but of course that is Q1 now ended. Not quite sure why it's still going up. I think it's because, yeah, we've got a script that goes the opposite way. I'm not quite sure how to stop that. Nonetheless.
Count up when done. Untick that.
Where's
below?
Oh, there.
Stop.
Yes,
there we
indeed.
go. Sorry, just fixing something.
No problem.
As Fernando Alonso is wheeled back into the pits. Disappointing day for the 2 Aston Martins, unfortunately. But it just means that they have to come back next weekend. Or at least they get another opportunity tomorrow to sort out their qualifying pace. But can they fix these issues before tomorrow?
No. Well, maybe, but I don't know. It's going to be a very, very difficult one, of course, for Aston Martin. But nonetheless, it's very disappointing right now in terms of where they've gone. We really would have hoped for more from them. Looking at that Ferris wheel, just out of curiosity, it's motoring. It's like of course, it's quite a famous wheel there in the circuit of the Americas. It is like a Formula 1 car. It is motoring through.
You're gonna get whiplash if you go in that.
It is really motoring. I'm not sure it's supposed to go that quickly. Just on a complete side note, but nonetheless, it's a bit of an odd one. It's got a bit of problems going on. Maybe Logan Sargent had something to do with that, and it's just having a bit of a malfunction, as the season has pretty much also been more or less a big malfunction for him as well. He's also once again 20th. I mean, It's shocking, really.
I'm quite surprised Daniel Ricciardo is so far off the pace of Yuki Tsunoda. Possibly he just got caught out in that last sector or last bit of qualifying. But I'm certainly hoping he's going to be able to get that pace up a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be watching that very carefully in terms of what can Ricciardo do compared to his teammate Tsunoda, who finished in 5th in that first session. So very good from him, but we shouldn't see them that separate. So, of course, it's the first Grand Prix back for Ricciardo, but we do expect a little bit more from him. Hopefully he will get that in Q2. Going to the comments here, Lindy, we're saying, curious question. If Perez loses a seat sometime in 2024, do you think that he would go to Williams? At the moment, Williams is kind of stuck with Sargent because they don't have any serious options on the table. Well, they do, actually.
Mick Schumacher.
There is a Mick Schumacher waiting in the wings.
But he's possibly going to World Endurance Championship next year with Alpine.
Boring. Yeah, so we're going to go here quickly to our script as we do now have the start of Q2. So what's going to happen in Q2, guys? Let us know. And of course, we're going to go and quickly end that poll for Q1. And let's start the new poll here and say who will top Q2.
I do agree with TC's comments there saying Daniel Ricciardo is a little bit rusty, perhaps. You would expect him to be after not being in the car for over 5 races. It's been difficult for him, I'm sure, as well with his fitness, because you can't really do too much fitness in terms of working out when you've got a broken wrist. So hopefully he'll be able to bounce back in this Q2 session, but let's wait and see what happens as we're seeing all of the drivers now leaving the pits and getting ready to go out on their outlaps. Lewis Hamilton on a scrub set of tyres, not a brand new set, so they feel that they've got enough pace in hand to be able to send him out on a used set of softs.
Indeed. So we have that poll up, guys. Go and participate in it. Let us know who do you think is going to top Q2 here. We've got Hamilton, Verstappen, Norris, and other as your options. Of course, I use the other pretty much for the Ferrari drivers. I think they're also going to be right there and thereabouts. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see who we're going to lose. I reckon we've lost big names in every Q2 for most of the season. Who do you think is the big name that we're going to lose? Of course, we've already lost Alonso in Q1, but who's going to be lost in Q2? I know, I'm worried about Russell as well. And I'm actually worried about Piastri. I think Piastri was quite slow in Q1, and I think he needs to really find some pace here. So, of course, the Ferraris of Charles Leclerc and Sainz are leading us out here. They're at the front of the grid in terms of the out laps. They will get our first laps going for this session. Very keen to see what they can do. They were actually quite quick in Q1. Sainz going so well near the end of that session that he didn't bother going back out with everybody else, and he was perfectly safe for that. So maybe he can find some more time.
Yes, just watching now, Max Verstappen leaving the pits and going around the first few corners of this, the Circuit of the Americas track here in Austin, Texas. It is blisteringly hot. If you're just joining us now for this live stream of the qualifying, we are in Q2, and it is, as I said, blisteringly hot. Track temperature is set at around 33 degrees or 34 degrees Celsius.
No, track temperature is more than that. It's 40.
Sorry, no, air temperature, I meant, is 34 degrees Celsius. Track temperature is 42, I think it was.
It was, but it'll probably be hotter now, of course, with all the cars going out. But now we do have the start of our first fast laps for Q2. Leclerc and Sainz starting at Hamilton behind them, followed by Russell. Then the two McLarens, Norris and Piastri as well. So let's see what Leclerc is doing. Is he lighting up anything? He's got purple sectors there, and he sets the first fastest middle sector, first sector, of course. Yes. He is the first one doing it. Can Sainz beat him as he comes towards the end of that sector? Will Sainz go quicker than his teammate? He seems to be going.
No, he doesn't.
It's exactly the same.
Is it?
It's exactly the same.
It's incredible. To the millisecond. 25.724 between both of those drivers out there on track.
Hamilton now, though, takes that first sector away from both of them at 25.689.
And that's on a scrub set of tyres. I think the Ferraris were both on a brand new set.
I don't think they were.
I thought they looked shiny when they left the pits.
Well,
so.
we'll have to find out. As Russell now steals that first sector away from his teammate Hamilton. So the first sector is going everywhere.
Coming back into the park.
And now it's Norris has taken it. So all going all over the place. Leclerc's got that second sector, but let's see if Sainz can take it away from him. Also, Sainz looks like he's going to take it away from him.
And Verstappen's starting his next hot lap. So
yeah, it's everywhere.
To play for still. Magnussen is going very fast through the first sector, 25.725. So almost matching the Ferraris. Norris now takes the fastest first sector.
A while ago, yeah. So Norris has already had that first sector. Let's see if he can get that second sector now. Of course, Hamilton's taken it.
In purple mini sectors. He takes that purple
sector. There you go. Sorry. The first lap time at 1:35.8 from
It's
Leclerc.
fast.
Let's see if people can beat that. That's going to be a quick time for people to
It's
beat.
going to evolve. We could get into the 134s before the end of the session. We could
Slow
end up
from
getting-
Sainz.
Yeah, that
Sorry.
is relatively slow. 135.8.
136.2.
Sorry, 136.2. Sorry.
Well, let's see what Hamilton can do. Hamilton goes faster now, 135.7, just quicker than the Ferrari Charles Leclerc. 0.1 seconds is the difference. Norris is also following them, as is Russell. Where does Russell finish up? Russell goes quickest now, 135.7. Norris is also chasing them. He
Still
crosses the
really
line.
close though.
Do we reckon Norris goes quickest? 3, 2, 1. He doesn't. Fourth. It's a bit of a slow one from Norris there. He'd gone quickly in the first couple of sectors, but I think he lost time in that third sector. He did. Look at that. 32.0 compared to the 31.
Piastri goes fastest now with 135.5. Piastri now really hooking himself up around the circuit. Where does Max Verstappen go? He's now going through the final sector, through the final corner. He comes now across the line. Where does he put himself? He goes... I'm waiting for this to tick around. He goes fastest now with 135.491.
Well, it's not that much quicker than Oscar
No.
Piastri, just 0.085. So very, very close between the two of them. They're a little bit in the league of their own, as Russell's then 0.2 seconds behind Verstappen's time. So interesting, we've got Verstappen and Piastri who've gone quickest pretty much. Russell and Hamilton in the next band, and then Leclerc and Bottas, funny enough, as Gasly now goes round third fastest with a first fastest sector as well. So very, very good from the Alpine driver. Let's see what they can do. Ricciardo is now also finishing up his lap. Where does he finish? It's quite important that he does well here. 8th position. He gets the fastest third sector, though. So
Do you know what's interesting, though, for Max Verstappen's fastest lap time, Mark?
No purple sectors.
Yes. Very, very interesting. But it just means he is so consistent throughout all of them.
And Tsunoda now beats his teammate Ricciardo. So Tsunoda now in 6th. Ricciardo pushes down into 9th. Everybody has finished laps except for the likes of Norris, Perez, and Ocon, as Norris had his lap time deleted.
And Perez is on a lap at the moment. He finishes up. Or was that someone else that finished
Somebody
up?
else finished up.
Sorry,
that was Ocon. Ocon has moved up into all the way 3rd. Brilliant from
for
Ocon.
Perez now comes across the line. He only goes in 5th.
Well, these two Alpines are up in 3rd and 4th. Brilliant from them, both of them.
I was expecting to at least lose an Alpine in Quali 1, but interesting to see that we haven't lost either of them yet.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very quick from both Alpines, and I didn't think we were going to see that today, but very, very good from them. Norris, of course, with that lap time deleted, is the only driver who's yet to set a time. He was quite high up there. It wasn't as high as his teammate Piastri, but unfortunately, he's going to have to go and do another attempt. Just 8 minutes left of the session, and we will then have our results for Q2. The American fans, lots of Mexican fans, of course, for Sergio Perez. Not too far away, of course, Texas borders Mexico, so lots of Mexican fans have made their way to Austin, Texas.
And it is also the next Grand Prix on the calendar. Next weekend, we have the Mexican Grand Prix, where I'm sure it is going to be an incredible reception for Sergio Perez, who is so loved in the country of Mexico, of course, where he's from.
Indeed. So now we're seeing Zhou and Bottas finishing up some laps. I think they're finishing up laps rather than starting. Or maybe they're coming back into the pits. Everybody, I think, making their way back to the pit stops before they have one more attempt before the end of the session. Watching Carlos Sainz, where he lost a little bit of time. It's a little bit of traffic.
Traffic of Tsunoda, who he says didn't get out of the way into turn 15 and forced him off line. He should be more careful. We should flag that. And then they say back to him, yeah, we're flagging it. So pretty much just snitching on Yuki Tsunoda to the FIA.
Yeah, well, to be fair, you have to at some point.
Yes, exactly.
So lots of people making their way back to the pits. Pretty much nobody out on track, with the exception of Perez and Ocon at the moment. But I think they're also just getting back to the pits after their attempts. And then we'll have everybody in the pits here getting ready and geared up for the last bit of Q2 here. What do you think is going to happen? Because currently we have, I think, Sainz, Norris right at the bottom there.
Well, I think Norris is going to find a lot more pace out there. I think if Piastri is able to find pace, he should certainly be able to find pace out there. Who else? I think Hamilton could still have quite a lot of lap time in hand. Yeah, I think it's still all to fight for in this Q2. Who do we think is going to drop out, though? That is the question.
I think we're going to lose both Alfa Romeos. We're going to lose Kevin Magnussen. I think we are going to lose Ricciardo. And in 10th, I'm going to say a big name. I'm going to say we're going to lose...
Sainz?
Nah, I don't think we'll lose Sainz. I think we'll lose Leclerc.
The bigger name than Sainz. I'm saying Sainz. So one of the Ferraris, I think, may drop out at the end of the session. Even though they do have some good lap time in hand, that top 8 is super competitive right now.
Yeah, I also think it's very competitive there. So,
And especially if you get caught out on your lap, you could really get put on the back foot.
well, it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, Norris with that deleted lap time is currently sitting at the bottom there in 15th, Sainz in 14th, Zhou 13th, Magnussen 12th, Ricciardo in 11th. Those are our 5 drivers currently dropping out, of course. We still have 5.5 minutes left of the session. Everyone waiting to get going, getting the cars all ready. As we do see some cars making their way out. As the 2 Ferraris making their way out first. Dangerous move to send them out first, as we have seen the times change quite dramatically throughout the session. So let's see what the Ferraris can do.
Maybe just trying to maximize their potential with a clean circuit, at least with no traffic out there to interrupt their lap times. But it is a bit of a tricky one. We've seen the amount of, well, I want to say development, but evolution around this circuit between 2 lap times. It's incredible how quickly it's evolves around here. Just watching, with Lando Norris, he got confused in the one corner and got completely put off. As you can see him slide through there, really almost sent him into the gravel.
So, TC here saying both Ferraris will make P9 and P10, lol. Well, that'd be interesting. F123 is telling us that Ricciardo, Zhou, Kevin, Magnussen, Bottas, and Leclerc will drop out. That's the same things as I said. It's exactly the same as I said. I'm super excited about the Oscar's performance from Percy says. So let's see if Oscar Piastri can improve upon that time. He's very, very close to Max Verstappen's time right at the top there. We're heading into the last 4 minutes here. Everybody's going to start making their way out into the grid as we see the tyres are fresh here for Oscar Piastri.
Yes.
So let's see what he can do. It's going to be very interesting. Lots of McLaren fans very keen to see what they can do. Leclerc and Sainz coming round, of course. Leclerc now entering sector 3, getting ready to start his lap as all the other cars now make their way out to start the session. I think Ferrari have been brave here, potentially stupid, sending their cars out much earlier than everybody else.
Maybe they've been smart. Maybe they put them out with multiple laps of fuel on board so they can do 2 push laps, possibly.
I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting because it's very hot out there. You don't want to waste these tires too much.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Ferrari playing a dangerous game here, I think. But let's see if it pays off.
And you also have to remember, the tires that you set your fastest lap on in Q2 is the one that you start your race on.
Q2?
Yes. Always has been.
Well, let's see what we can do here with regards to the lap times here. It's going to be very interesting. That's probably why you see Piastri in a brand new set of tires here for the softs. Let's see if he can do quite well here. Carlos Sainz ramping up to start his lap. He starts now going down the main start-finish straight, following his teammate Leclerc, who's already into the Maggots and Beckett's inspired section of the first sector here in the Circuit of the Americas.
Yes, and he does set that fastest first sector time now. Looking quite competitive through there. 25.50 through that first sector. Our normal times through there are about 25.7, 25.6.
I'm confused as to why it's a purple sector when Hamilton's gone through the first sector quicker than Leclerc.
Has he?
Well, he has previously. 25.502 was Hamilton's. Leclerc's is a 25.503.
Well,
but now
Sainz
speeds
does get taken by Sainz, as you allude to.
with a 25.497. So Sainz going around a little bit quicker than his teammate Leclerc. Leclerc now having to put up with traffic. Hopefully, this is the problem. I also think that Ferrari was going to have is that traffic was going to cause an issue.
Everyone's on their outlap, so you're running out of sync, unfortunately. Yeah, it will have to.
He's got a second purple sector though from Leclerc, so he's going around quite well so far. It should be the new fastest lap as he enters the third sector. And his teammate Sainz, what can he do as he ends up
matching him? To be honest, he's setting yellows and 2 green.
Well, let's just confirm that as Sainz now crosses the line. He's quite far off. Yeah, I think he's made a little bit of a mistake in sector 2 there. Leclerc still up on Verstappen's time. Let's see what he finishes up with as he comes across the line. He moves into first at 135.004, almost into the 134s.
I did think we're going to get into the 134s. Max Verstappen even faster out there on circuit now with the 120, well, with the 25.458 in the first sector, so even faster. But Carlos Sainz, he's about to finish up his lap. Where does he go now? He crosses the last few corners. He crosses the line, and where does he go? He goes up into second with a 135.3.
He lost a bit of time in that second sector. I think he would have been very competitive otherwise. Clearly made it up in that last sector just to stay within touch and distance of his teammate, but still quite far off. 0.29 is the gap.
Max Verstappen is ever so slightly up on, I think, Charles Leclerc at the moment. He's going even faster than the
Magnussen,
final
sorry,
sector.
just noticing, Magnussen's got purple mini sectors in Sector 2. He could be very quick as he finishes up Sector 2. Let's see what he does. It's not too far away, I don't think. I think he maybe went a little bit slowly through some parts here. Max Verstappen, they're finishing up his lap. Reece, where does he go?
Max Verstappen crosses the line. Where does he go now? Just waiting for it to come up. He only goes second with a 1:35.008, ever so slightly behind Charles Leclerc. And that is his lap time done now for the session.
Well, we've got 40 seconds left, but I think, yeah, he might well be...
Hamilton is out there, though, setting the fastest first sector overall. So it could be getting even faster for Lewis Hamilton.
Sorry, just noting, Tsunoda's done very badly in this first sector here. I think this might be trouble for him. He might be in a little bit of trouble here. Let's see what Daniel Ricciardo can do. Daniel Ricciardo has done all right in the first sector. Also gone slower than he would have liked. And we now see some movement here. Hamilton's got the first sector now purple. Let's see what he can do for the remainder of his race here. His second sector is not as quick. Currently looking here, Ricciardo's in 15th. Tsunoda 9th. Bottas 14th. Magnussen 13th. Both Mercedes in the drop zone. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Very interesting, but I think the Mercedes should be able to pull themselves out. Zhou Guanyu ever so slightly staying within track limits there. Where does Russell and Hamilton go now? As George Russell and Lewis Hamilton come through the final sector, Hamilton comes around the final corner. Where does he put himself? He goes, I'm waiting for it, third.
Not 135.2. It's still a little bit slower than Leclerc and Verstappen, but not too bad from them. Norris and Piastri, I think they are still on their fast laps, potentially. As Russell now crosses the line, where does he move? Russell moves into 9th. It's not that great. He could be in the drop zone here. Ricciardo finishes up his lap.
Does not improve, unfortunately.
Yeah, Ricciardo's... I don't think he's going to improve unless he started his lap late. I don't think he has. So
No.
Ricciardo's dropping out. Bottas is definitely out. We can see that. I think Zhou Guanyu is also out.
Perez is not... Oh, sorry, Perez is
Perez
on a
is
hot
10th.
lap. But he is on a hot lap now.
Is he on a hot lap?
Some purple mini sectors through there as well.
Has he? I'm
Yes.
seeing yellow and yellow and yellow again for Perez. This could be a dangerous game he's playing here.
Sorry, I thought he was going through the first
I
sector
think,
still.
though, we're pretty much done with everybody.
What can Ocon do?
Move
Ocon
up
goes
into fifth.
fifth.
So
That's
Tsunoda
double.
drops into the drop zone here. Perez is very close to it, but I think we're actually done here. I think everybody's finished their laps. Although Norris comes across the line. Where does he put himself?
Sixth. Oh, sorry, he's still...
No, everybody's coming to the pits. I think we are done. I'm just trying to confirm it. Let's see. Yeah, I think we are done. So we've pretty much got our bottom 5. It is more or less as expected. It's all our smaller names. Tsunoda, Zhou, Bottas, Magnussen, and Ricciardo have all of them dropped out in this session. So that was the
Disappointing on
end.
Ricciardo's return to Formula 1, but you have to expect him to be a little bit out of form with his racecraft. But still glad to have him in Formula 1 again. Yeah, lots of comments giving us your opinions and giving us your insights on what's happening at the moment. Almost 300 of you watching alongside with us. Do be sure to share the stream with your friends and get more people in here as we can get a bigger Formula 1 community going. Yeah, Cora is saying, what do the colors on the sector times mean? So yellow means it's not being improved. Green means it is a personal best. Purple means it's best overall. Yes, that is about it.
Yeah, so just starting up a new poll here for Q3. Who will start on pole for the race on Sunday, of course? So Leclerc, Verstappen, Hamilton, and other are your options. Be sure to go and participate in that poll. It's going to be an interesting one here. Going into Q3, the nice thing about Q3, with the exception of Alonso, we've got all of our big name and big teams there. We've got both Ferraris, we've got both Red Bulls, we've got both Mercedes, we've got both McLarens, and we've got both Alpines.
Yes, very interesting session around here in the Circuit of the Americas. I mean, I certainly did not expect to have both Alpines into Q3, but very interesting to see that we do have them up there. Disappointing that we didn't get that Haas into Q3, but still good to have them into Q2.
Indeed. Ooh, hello. As I was about to start speaking, I lost my voice. I will take... Hello. Sorry.
Pure Blood saying, no excuse for Danny Rick. Lawson was a rookie and had a higher average finishing position than Yuki Tsunoda. I agree, but to a certain point you have to think he is coming back from an injury. He's going to be out of fitness, whereas Liam Lawson came from peak fitness. He'd been competing in Japanese formula. So, yeah, interesting to see that it's still taking Daniel Ricciardo some time, but hopefully he will hit the ground running soon.
This is such an American thing. We're looking at the big caravan park there, and the RV park, and I've never understood how these things work, because I never know how they get out, because there's almost no space to get out of those zones there. Everybody obviously camping at the track for this weekend. It's quite far away from the main city of Austin, of course, this track. Very much in pretty much, not quite I wouldn't say the wilderness, but certainly far away from any sort of proper civilization.
Well, I think for the noise, you don't necessarily want to be around too many people.
No, but it's just interesting that people do tend to camp out there in Austin, Texas. They go for the full weekend in big RVs and staying in there. So lots of fans have made their way out, lots of Mexican fans. Yeah, Perez was very close to the drop there. Literally 0.018 seconds away from being knocked out that session. Very lucky to be in Q3.
Yes, TC is asking there if Ryan Reynolds is there this weekend for Alpine.
Think so.
I don't think so. We would have seen him if he was, as we see a couple of Lewis Hamilton supporters in the grandstands.
Yeah, so we've got Q3 starting in just a bit. Let me just go and prepare that script there for us. So it's going to be, I think it's 12 minutes, of course. Yeah, it is 12 minutes. No, it's 12 minutes times 60, so 720 seconds in total that we will get going for Q3. And I just want to also just...
We're still seeing replays of the Ferraris porpoising quite a bit down the main straight. I wonder if the FIA is going to have to intervene if it gets even worse through this next session.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be something they're going to have to look at. So just also noting that big tower in Austin, Texas, got a few fans up there, as I can't remember who it was alluded to earlier. I think it was F123 saying he thought it was a big slide. It does very much look like that.
That's where we had the guy that did the meow noises. It was up there that a microphone was set, and then he found it and decided to give us race fans some extra sound effects for the Grand Prix race.
And I
think that was 2 or 3 years ago now.
Yes, and I note that microphone is no longer there.
Yes, they have moved it away from the general public, which is probably for the best.
Yeah, indeed. So we've got Q3 starting in just a little bit. It will be 12 minutes long. I am correct in that. So it's 18, 15, and 12. So we're just watching here some more analysis, as you say, of that Ferrari. Now, Charles Leclerc was quickest there. Went quicker than Verstappen. Can he top Q3?
Who?
Leclerc.
I think he's got some good pace in him, but I think Max Verstappen, Hamilton, and possibly even Oscar Piastri might have some extra lap time in hand.
Okay, so I'm going to go and give my predictions quickly. My top 3, I'm going to say straight off the bat, Leclerc, Hamilton, Verstappen, in that order.
I have to keep with my consistency, as there's a lake here. Wow. They've got a boat. No, it's real. It's got real water.
Does it?
Yes.
Sure.
I saw it glistening there. It's not like Miami. But what was I talking about?
Top 3.
Top 3. I'm going to stick with my previous prediction and put Lewis Hamilton at the top. Then Max Verstappen P2, maybe Piastri P3.
Piastri P3 is very, very interesting shout, having the McLarens up there. They have been doing quite well, but they just seem to be going a little bit slower in the final couple of sectors compared to the likes of the Red Bull, Mercedes, and the Ferrari. So I'm still backing my Leclerc, Hamilton, Verstappen as my top 3. Of course, we've got a big, very fancy helmet there of, I think that's Lando Norris, of course.
Yes, for his 100th race.
Yeah.
In Formula 1 this weekend, he's got a whole bunch of stickers adorning his helmet for this race weekend. It looks really quite cool. Of course, celebrating his 100th Grand Prix in Formula 1. Just seeing him leaving the pits now, let's see what he will be able to do in the session. Someone said a little bit earlier that Lando's lost some confidence compared to Oscar Piastri this year. You have to think he has quite a bit in terms of what we've seen in the past.
Yep, so we now have started Q3, the final session for the Circuit of the Americas qualifying. And before, of course, the race on Sunday and the sprint shootout and the sprint tomorrow, which you can catch here on Forever Motorsports. So be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content. And if you have not already done so, please be sure to subscribe to the channel, as I've already said. Just be sure to go and smash it. Join us. The community is great, as we do now have all the cars leaving here ready for the final session. So 5 constructors in the final 10 cars here. Very interesting. We've got all the teammates here helping each other out. And Max Verstappen, and yeah, I think Max Verstappen's leading everybody out into the session as well.
Yes, also do be sure to check out all of our channel partners such as Bitdefender and BOYLESPORTS down in the description of the video. And thank you very much to all of our channel partners for joining us. Yeah, lots of comments going down there in the comment section at the moment. Thank you very much to Cora for explaining to Josephine Olsen how qualifying works. That's what we want. We want constructive chats down there in the comment section. And if you enjoy chatting to each other, do be sure to check out our Discord server where we are trying to join or grow our Formula One community for this channel. So do be sure to check the links for that in the description as well.
Yeah, so Verstappen's coming into the final sector now before he gets going with his first flying lap. We've got fresh tyres there for Lewis Hamilton as he gets to the pits there for Mercedes. Interesting they've got the fresh tyres on straight away, not right near the end of this session. I would have thought they'd do it near the end. But Max Verstappen's gearing up in the third to final corner here before starting his fast lap. Leclerc follows him, followed by Norris, then Sainz, then Piastri, then the two Alpines, and the Mercedes are a little bit late to the party.
Verstappen should be a relatively unimpeded lap, at least. He's got quite a lot of free space ahead of him and quite a lot of gaps in between those traffic cars a bit later in the lap.
Yeah, so Verstappen now starts his hot lap. Leclerc is also going to be starting his, so it's going to be interesting to match the two of them together as those two were the fastest in Q2. Let's see what they can do now in Q3. Verstappen going through the first sector, got, of course, all purple as it would be as he's the first one to go through that sector. Is Leclerc managing to steal any of them? He is. He is. Look at them. He's stealing all of them. Will he get the third one as well? The third mini sector? No, he doesn't. As now we see some more mini sectors coming from other people, but nonetheless, Verstappen sets a 25.3. That's very quick.
That is
in
very
sector
quick
one
through sector one. But will Charles Leclerc be able to beat that?
It seems like he's very close to it.
Many sectors through there, as you say, Mark.
Oh no, he's a little bit further away from Max Verstappen for some reason.
Back. 0.1-ish, 0.18-ish down on him. Max Verstappen flying though through that middle sector now. That is normally where everyone else is a little bit faster than him, but he has rarely hooked up around out on circuit.
So F123, just going back to that comment, went and said that he reckons that Max Verstappen will finish first, Norris will finish second. I think Norris is 4, isn't he? Yes, and Hamilton will finish third, the number 44. So the 1, the 4, the 44 would be the top 3. So let's see if that will pan out. Max Verstappen now finishes the sector 2 time, 38.32. Of course, it is purple. Leclerc got lots of purple mini sectors. He takes it away. I was about to say, looking at that, a 38.1. That's very interesting.
Normally isn't as fast through the middle sector, so that's what we would have expected. But the final sector is where he really does hook his car up. He's really going well around there now with a 135.081, not as fast as we expected. I would have expected them now
in the 134s.
134s. Can Charles Leclerc
he could,
be the first driver to break the 134s?
He's going very quickly here is Charles Leclerc. Can he beat Max Verstappen's time? He crosses the line.
He's
now.
going to.
And does he beat it? He does. At 134.8.
Much faster than Max Verstappen.
0.25. So here we go. Charles Leclerc going round very well. As Norris now crosses the line at 135.7. Very slow from Norris, if we're quite frank. Not a great time. As Carlos Sainz now comes around the final corner. He's been doing quite well. Lots of purple mini sectors in his lap as well. Let's see where he crosses the line. And he might go ahead of Verstappen. No, just behind him. At 135.17. So not too bad from him. But they're right near the top there. As Hamilton is also now getting going with his lap, and he's not too far away from the others.
Yes, looking where Norris finishes, he's down in P4, his teammates in P5 behind him. Competitive, but
no, not competitive. 0.8 seconds away from Leclerc, almost a whole second down on the McLarens. Very poor from the McLarens so far. As Ocon now crosses the line, also very poor from him, 1.1 seconds away from Leclerc. I was hoping to see more from Ocon and the Alpines there. Gasly now also going around
faster in the middle sector now, though.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Hamilton was keeping up in that first sector, so let's see what he can do in the final sector now. As we note that he's coming around that big U, of course, on the track, and let's see where he will finish up. Russell, of course,
through there is very difficult to get right, but Lewis Hamilton certainly will be hoping he gets it right now. As George Russell's also doing quite well.
Sorry, just noting Gasly did quite well. He's up into 4th there. He's much better than his teammate is now. Hamilton's crossing the line. Where does he finish, Reece?
Hamilton waiting for him to cross the line. He goes into 2nd. He upstages Max Verstappen. But yes, as you say, only just. He is in the 134s at least, joining Charles Leclerc in that club.
Yeah, 0.05 seconds between Charles Leclerc and Lewis Hamilton.
Where did Perez go? Perez goes up into 6th. But not 6th. He drops down now behind Gasly.
Indeed. So Gasly in 5th position, doing very well there. So we got Charles Leclerc, Hamilton, Verstappen, Sainz, Gasly as our top 5. Perez in 6th. The 2 McLarens in 7th and 8th, not going around very well. And Ocon and Russell struggling a little bit there. I think Russell had his lap time deleted. He did have a lap time that was a little bit quicker, but it's been deleted. So he's going to have another attempt at that. We've got just 6 minutes left of the session. And yeah, I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen here. I think the McLarens are looking slow. I'm not backing the McLarens to do very well. Yeah, I think they will finish in the bottom 5 of the top 10.
I wonder what will happen, but we'll have to wait and see now. Possibly they didn't just have the best start to their qualifying, well, the final qualifying session, but Max Verstappen certainly doesn't look like he's too comfortable out there.
No, Max Verstappen might be looking at this a little bit concerned, saying, why on earth was I not quicker? Although, I'm not sure if his tyres were fresh softs or maybe they were used
they don't
soft.
look like it. They look like used.
So maybe that's where he's lost time. Also, looking at a replay here, maybe he made a bit of a mess up into the last corner.
Very, very close.
He's literally moaning at himself. He's not happy about it at all in terms of how he came into that final corner. He lost it a little bit and he's literally just moaning about himself, just saying, well done, and done.
No, Sergio Perez has caused him turbulence.
No.
I promise you, it does have a major difference. You start seeing issues as George Russell's lap time has now been deleted for track limits at turn 9. Yeah.
Sorry, it's just saying we noted that a little bit earlier, so he's going to have to go around again. Sergio Perez has gap to Max Verstappen.
No, I wonder if that's new then.
What?
George Russell.
No, George Russell's had his lap time deleted for a while now. So looking now at Gasly, who's in the pits. Perez is now making his way to the pits as well, I think. So everybody's in the pits right now, so we've got 5 minutes to go. And yeah, it's a difficult one to call. I still think Leclerc will probably top the session and Hamilton second. I literally called this. Currently, the top 3 is what I called. I said Leclerc first, Hamilton second, Verstappen third. That's what it is currently. Will we see Verstappen improve upon that? He's quite a way off. Even if he didn't have that little turbulence from Sergio Perez, I'm not sure he would have beaten their times.
I think 0.2 seconds is a lot quicker than you think. It's a split second. And any tiny little mistake can really affect your lap time hugely.
Well, we'll have to see. Look in the comments. Everybody's been going off in the comments during that time. Lindiria is just saying with regards to, I think there's a whole big discussion happening with regards to Norris and etc.
Talking about his
the
mindset,
mental
he
attitude.
puts himself down quite a lot in interviews, and that's what people are kind of talking about. Max Verstappen has got a brand new set of tyres out there now, and he's leaving the pits for his last flying lap. Charles Leclerc gets out just ahead of him now. That is going to be mind games.
The Ferraris did that very much deliberately. I think the Ferraris noted and waited for Max Verstappen to get out, and then they said, right, we'll send you at the same time. Just watching where Russell got his lap time deleted. It's at the end of sector 1, actually, as he comes onto the just slightly wide as he comes out of those windy bends there, starting sector 2.
It's actually in the start of sector 2. It's just before that is the marker for sector 1. We're watching him currently in the pits. They're getting his car ready. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left of this session. Yeah, it's going to be very, very smart. TC saying, Mark, you'll win the lottery next week.
No, actually, I didn't. Unfortunately, it's been won already.
But there's another one.
No, but it's so low because somebody did win it. Actually, 2 people won it. So irritating. I was in it to win it, and I didn't win it. But that's because I bought my tickets not today. You see, today I'm on form, so maybe I should go and buy some tickets after this.
Maybe.
Or maybe I'll be lucky and I'll go bet with BOYLESPORTS. Of course, you go check them out. One of our partners. What a swag where that was, hey? Yeah, so go and check out BOYLESPORTS as well. Maybe you guys can go and bet on F1 as well. And join Chris every week now. Chris is doing an F1 segment in his betting for the weekend. And he talks about what you can do with regards to trying to make money out of Formula 1 in each weekend. He's brilliant, Chris, about all the betting on the show. So be sure to go and go find that out. Yeah, I mean, it's sure betting with Max Verstappen. I think he does multi-bets with Max Verstappen winning, of course, which is quite a decent one to have a look at. But yes, go and have a look at that. So we've got 2 minutes left for this session. And we're going to follow here, everybody, as they start their fast laps. It's interesting. Leclerc has gone far away from Max Verstappen. He's bolted to the front. They're trying to get a decent lap.
Probably let him go and given himself a bit of a gap.
But I mean, Verstappen's already behind Norris and Sainz as well.
Yeah.
So it's very far back there. Leclerc's made his way past everybody, starting his hot lap. And yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see. As we've got just 1 minute and 30 seconds left. So this is going to be everybody's last attempt.
I think because he's realized if he backs up to a certain point, he's being told by his team, if he backs up to a certain point, then he should be safe in terms of traffic because the drivers in front of him are on the same
fast laps, yeah.
Fast lap as him.
Well, let's see. I think Leclerc shouldn't be held up by anybody either. Maybe right towards the end of his attempt, seeing those two Mercedes at the end of the grid there, coming out of sector 1. Maybe that's going to be a small problem for Leclerc. Yeah, he is going to catch them definitely. So Leclerc will have a little bit of traffic. Whereas Verstappen, I think, yeah, they've timed it well where he might not get in traffic. So that's what they're banking on the Red Bulls. Is Leclerc has finished up sector 1. It's not purple. It's only a personal best, but it's not purple. So that's the first thing that we have to note. Sainz now finishes up sector 1. What does he do? He's also slow, and so is Max Verstappen out of sector 1. So not looking good for all three drivers in terms of trying to improve on them.
A lockup for Verstappen in turn 1 there, Mark.
Yeah, so not good from Verstappen. Not a good start for him. So not looking good to try and beat Leclerc's time. Can he make up time in the middle sector? He is getting personal best, so maybe he's going to have to try and do it. As Leclerc, also in that second sector, has got a personal best, but not purple.
Sainz is slightly purple in one of the mini sectors in the middle. But if you're Charles Leclerc, you have to ask yourself, this is your best opportunity of getting a pole position this season.
Yeah.
You have to take it. So what can Max Verstappen now do in the middle sector?
Sorry, Leclerc now crossing the line in at the end of sector 3. Will he improve upon time? He must surely do. He does. A 134.7 now. So he's improved it by 0.1 seconds. So will that be enough? I don't know. Let's see if that's going to be enough at all.
Norris puts himself up into P2 now with a 134.8. Lando Norris now joins the party. Where does Max Verstappen go? He comes round the final sector.
Sainz first, though. Sainz moves into 4th. So that's not brilliant for him as Verstappen now comes around that corner, as Reece said. Where did he go, Reece?
Max Verstappen now crosses the line. He goes up into 1st with a 134.7.
So
It is so close, though. But where can the
Wowza.
Mercedes go? What is Hamilton doing out
Wowza.
on track? Hamilton's going faster through the middle sector, Mark.
Yeah, Hamilton is going quite quickly in the middle sector here, so let's see what he can do. But Max Verstappen beats Leclerc.
He's gone wide. Max Verstappen's gone wide in the final corner.
He's already finished his lap up, of course. So Max Verstappen, a 134.7. It's 0.005 seconds quicker than Leclerc. So quick. And so close.
Will his lap time be deleted?
Possibly. That could be very interesting. It's going to be lots of drama right at the end. You do not go anywhere. As Hamilton's also finishing up his lap. He's got lots of personal bests, but I don't see purple. Yes, he has. It's been deleted. Verstappen's time has been deleted.
P5 for the race on Sunday.
Oh my word.
Starts in 5th.
Wait, Russell still has to finish up his lap. So where does he finish? As Perez now crosses the line. What does Perez do right at the end of Q3 here? Does he move ahead of anybody? He's all the way down 9th. He only goes into 8th. Terrible from him. Piastri's not had a great lap time either. He's all the way down in 9th. Russell now crosses the line. Well, he's about to cross the line. Hamilton moves into 3rd. Unless he already did so. No, he was already there. Russell, where does he go? He just improves upon his time, Hamilton. That's all that happens. Russell, where does he move? Can he go ahead of Verstappen? He does.
He does.
Into 5th.
So that makes Verstappen's race start on Sunday even more difficult, starting from 6th. Could he be the first driver to win outside the top 2 here at the Circuit of the Americas?
It's going to be very interesting to watch. And of course, a very interesting qualifying session once again. Leclerc starts on pole. Norris in 2nd. Hamilton 3rd. Sainz 4th. Russell 5th. Verstappen all the way down in 6th. The 2 Alpines in 7th and 8th. Piastri and Perez having a shocker in 9th and 10th. Not great from those two. But what a qualifying session we've just had, ladies and gentlemen. And Ferrari are on pole.
Max Verstappen is going to be kicking himself for sure at the fact that he has unfortunately had his lap time deleted. It is finally, though, Ferrari's day with Charles Leclerc taking pole. We're going to move across into our review quite shortly, but really happy for Charles Leclerc. Max Verstappen, though, is going to be absolutely livid. Lindy, we're very excited for Charles Leclerc, who has taken pole here today, as TC says Max must be swearing non-stop. Just rewatching this incident for Max Verstappen in the second to last corner, he gets ever so slightly over the track limits there, and unfortunately, rules are rules, and his lap time gets deleted.
Yeah, it's actually not even that slight. If I'm honest, it's not even that slight. It's quite well over the lines. It's very easily noted, and you can't have any complaints. Well over the lines there. Unfortunately for Max Verstappen, he's just pushing it a little bit too much. And Charles Leclerc, and that, I must say, a horrid green helmet. I'm sorry, I hate it. Has gone into pole position. Maybe that's what he must do. Wear some really weird helmets. And that will result in getting pole position. But nonetheless, we're going to switch across to our studio now. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Forever Motorsports. You're joined by myself, Mark and Reece, and we've just finished qualifying. And the big news of the day is the fact that Frederick Vasseur is so happy with his drivers. Leclerc finishes in pole position for Sunday's race here in the Circuit of the Americas. Sainz finishes in 4th for his team as well. And also big news, Verstappen having his lap time deleted right at the end there, having gone quickest, then gets his lap time deleted and moves all the way down to 6th. Reece, what a qualifying we just had.
Yes, what a qualifying, and certainly that does bode quite well for the race on Sunday. It's going to be very interesting with Max Verstappen starting out of sync all the way down there in P6, but making our way through the top 10. First of all, of course, Charles Leclerc taking pole there. Then with Lando Norris up in P2, Lewis Hamilton P3, Carlos Sainz P4, a mixed up start to the front 2 rows of the grid. Really going to be quite an exciting race start. Interesting is going to be the first word that comes to mind for me. And then going through the rest of the top 10, George Russell in P5, then of course Max Verstappen in P6 with that deleted lap time. Pierre Gasly and Esteban Ocon having a great day for the Alpine team, finishing in 7th and 8th. Then we have Sergio Perez once again not having a stellar race weekend, starting all the way down in P9 in, well, ending that qualifying session there. Then finishing off our top 10, one of the drivers who I expected to do a little bit better, Oscar Piastri.
Yeah, it's exactly one of the drivers I said. I was worried about him in Q2. I said, I'm not so sure Piastri is showing enough for me. And indeed, he didn't. In Q3, he's finished all the way down in 10th, rounding off our final driver in Q3, of course. But just going back to Q1 now, of course, the 5 drivers we lost in Q1, going from 20th up to 11th. Let's just do that quickly. Sargent in 20th at his home Grand Prix. Once again, not good enough. Although Williams could not find pace, and neither could Aston Martin. Stroll 19th, Albon in 18th, and Alonso 17th, with Nico Hülkenberg surprisingly down in 16th as well for Haas. And they were looking relatively quick for this weekend, but not able to do so. Yeah, really poor showing from those Aston Martins and the Williams. We were expecting a little bit more from them, but they were out in Q1 quite easily there. Hülkenberg, of course, the other driver there in 16th, and again, we expect him to beat Magnussen usually, and does not do so. But in Q2, we then lost Ricciardo, Magnussen, Bottas, Zhou, and Tsunoda. Pretty much those are the ones that we do expect to lose in Q2. So not too many surprises there. So just again, rounding off that bottom 10. 11th Tsunoda, 12th Zhou, 13th Bottas, 14th Magnussen, 15th Ricciardo, 16th Hülkenberg, 17th Alonso, 18th Albon, 19th Stroll, and 20th Sargent.
Yes, and it's going to certainly be an interesting race on Sunday. I think it's going to be quite exciting. So do be sure to join us here on Forever Motorsports. And of course, go and check out all of our channel partners down in the description of our video. But yeah.
Did you expect this from Lando Norris to come into 2nd position? Of course, everybody during the stream was talking about his mentality, and he's been dropping off a little bit. But now he's starting at the front of the grid alongside Leclerc, another person we also talk about with mentality. So the two of them starting alongside each other could be making for a very interesting race.
Yes, I'm certainly quite excited for the start. As I said already, with a mixed up top 4 drivers here, it's going to be very exciting. I'm excited for the sprint shootout tomorrow afternoon, as well as the sprint race. Of course, tomorrow afternoon, it's going to be an exciting race weekend, a jam-packed weekend, full of action for all of you guys. So do be sure to watch and be sure to check all of our channel videos for all the upcoming live streams that we have for you guys.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about our top 3. Who do you reckon, based off of this grid that's starting on Sunday, who will be your top 3?
That are going to finish in the top 3?
Yes.
I'm going to say Charles Leclerc should be able to take the win around here if he's able to get a good race start. Lando Norris should be able to hold on for 2nd, but what can Max Verstappen do? I'm going to say Leclerc, Norris, Verstappen.
Leclerc, Norris, Verstappen. So you're basically saying Hamilton's shopping with. Hamilton's been looking quite good today. I'm gonna back Leclerc to win, Hamilton in 2nd.
I think Norris is going to have better race pace because they've had
a lot. I suppose it is a good point.
You
know what? I'm going to throw something else completely there, and I'm going to have a new...
And it's Lando Norris' 100th race, as Anchi Manchi says.
I know. This is what I'm saying. Lando Norris to get his first ever win at his 100th race in Formula 1 here, starting in second position, right behind Leclerc. They've had lots of race simulations. It should be good enough for them. I reckon Lando Norris wins the Circuit of the Americas. Leclerc in 2nd and Hamilton in 3rd. And I don't think Verstappen makes the top 3. That's my prediction. Very bold.
Very
probably
bold.
Stupid, but that's my bold prediction. And it could be insane if that does actually happen.
Well, certainly going to have to see what happens on Sunday when it all does count. But thank you very much for joining us here on Forever Motorsports. I've been Reece, and I've been joined here by Mark. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reece. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reece here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. McLaren will trial the use of cutting-edge recycled carbon fiber on its car at the United States Grand Prix. The Woking-based outfit arrives at the Circuit of the Americas, hoping to build off of a strong weekend in Qatar, where Oscar Piastri claimed victory in the sprint race before Lando Norris joined him on the podium in the main race. Working together with V-Carbon, an innovative composites organization, McLaren has sourced materials to create their first-of-their-kind components that will be used on the cockpit's branding panels. It is a step in the team's target of developing a fully circular Formula One car by the end of the decade, in line with the sport's own goals and bringing astounding benefits. If just 1% of carbon fiber manufactured across the globe last year was recycled carbon fiber, 32,535 tons of carbon emissions would have been saved. This is equivalent to half of McLaren's total emissions across last year. We're proud to team up with V-Carbon, they said, to lead the charge in sustainable materials, running with recycled carbon fiber at the Austin GP, said Piers Tyne, McLaren Chief Operating Officer. The potential future applications of RCF are hugely exciting. V-Carbon offers up to 80% of carbon fiber original strength, making it strong enough for a variety of applications in Formula One and beyond. We will work continuously with the FIA, Formula One, and fellow teams to help accelerate change in Formula One. It's very exciting to see that they are trying to trial these recycled carbon fiber materials and composites on their car for this next Grand Prix race weekend out in Austin. It's going to be very interesting to see whether this is going to be beneficial and whether it will be able to be implemented across the rest of the Formula One teams in the future. It is certainly a major talking point, a major step in the right direction for Formula One, because they are wanting to move towards more sustainable materials and more sustainability in the sport of Formula One as a whole. So certainly bringing in recycled carbon materials and carbon composites onto the cars could certainly be a major step in the right direction for the sport's sustainability. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reece. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula One season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reece here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Haas have planned a Red Bull style upgrade that will be its biggest upgrade of the season. Haas will switch to a Red Bull style car concept before the end of 2023, with what is set to be Formula One's biggest ever season upgrade. The Ferrari customer team has persevered with a car design that features wide side pod inlets and high-walled edges, and a side pod surface that drops down in the middle to create a channel that turns to the rear of their car. It will finally abandon this though, by moving to what has become much more conventional throughout the paddock, with it being a more Red Bull style. Haas have realised 1 month or so before the summer break that its design concept had hit a performance ceiling, whereas others like McLaren had made significant changes and made big gains instantly. This has prompted Haas to abandon plans to bring regular upgrades to the initial VF23 concept and make a fundamental design change before the end of the year. Expected for this upcoming United States Grand Prix at Austin, in which the team boss Günther Steiner has said would be the biggest change Haas has ever made in a season. The concept of the car will change, go in that downwash direction, Steiner said. You're limited though with your chassis and a few other things as well, you know. But we are trying to do that downwash concept as well, like everybody else has got. He added, we know the direction for next year. We weren't sure. Should we do it this year or not? And then next year we go full on that route. We had to say, let's do something this year, so at least we learn as much as possible for next year. Asked by the race on how much instant progress Haas have expected from the upgrade and how much its introduction would be unlocking for more potential, Günther Steiner said that the team's biggest problem with this existing concept was that it couldn't find any performance anymore. We developed the whole year, and there was nothing more that we could do, he said. And at some stage, you need to decide whether we need to do something different here. We cannot keep on banging our head against the wall, crying, and obviously, the other ones. You look at the other cars and just see that they keep on finding performance. McLaren seem to change the system. They seem to find something else, and at some stage you need to say, we need to change our concept too. We need to face reality. Very interesting to see that Haas are going to be changing their concept come this Austin Grand Prix. Whether their upgrades will be allowing them to get a little bit higher up in the standings, we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be very interesting to see if they are going to be able to make those instant changes like the McLarens were able to see early on in the season and have that instant success. And I think it would be quite exciting if we do get another car battling it out in the midfield. Mercedes will be bringing critical upgrades to the W14 for this race weekend in Austin, Texas. The upgrade package late in the season holds significance though, as it will help guide the Brackley-based team into their 2024 season. After starting their 2023 season on the back foot, Mercedes made a drastic change in development direction mid-season. The sudden change in direction meant that the team had to once again start off the back foot once they ditched their original side pod concept. The new floor design that is set to be introduced in Austin will serve that exact purpose, as technical director James Allison has termed the upgrades as a bellwether of its current trend. Ahead of the sprint race weekend in Texas, Allison explained that it is all about an all-important upgrade package. Hopefully it will give us a bit of lap time, he said. Always a benefit, but it is mostly a useful thing, because it is a bellwether for whether you're on the right track. In lap time terms, it will be small. Useful, but don't expect us to have leaped past Max. While Allison is cautiously optimistic about gaining lap time with the upgrades, it will more importantly help to set the course for Mercedes for the next couple of seasons. There are just 2 years left until the 2026 regulations, which are set to come into effect. And Allison reckons it is extremely important to start the next season with the right concept, to set the tone for the final season under the current set regulations. Yes, it is extremely exciting, he said, and he is right that it is very important in the phase, because we all have an eye on the fact that 2026 is coming our way, with major rule changes where everything starts all over again. He concluded by saying, that means that what you do for 2024 is also relevant for 2025, because a lot of parts have to be taken with you. So it is hugely important, not just for 2024, but also for 2025. Allison added that the engineers back at their home base in Brackley have a pretty clear-sighted view of what they want to do with the W14 successor. Mercedes currently sits second in the standings, 28 points up on Ferrari, with 5 rounds left in the season. Most critically though, Lewis Hamilton is still chasing down Sergio Perez for second in the Drivers' Championship. There's 30 points difference between them. Mercedes could, once again, just close that gap to the Red Bulls and the McLarens that little bit more. We'll have to wait and see whether those upgrades do prove beneficial for the Mercedes squad, but certainly going to be a big point to talk about in this coming race weekend. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reece. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reece here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much. Max Verstappen delivers a surprising statement about his long-term interest in joining Ferrari, discussing the issue with Formula 1 news outlets. A wise man once popularized the phrase, everyone is a Ferrari fan. There seems to be a lot of truth in this, with the 3-time world champion Max Verstappen admitting his admiration for the Italian outfit. The Dutchman had a blockbuster contract with Red Bull, keeping him in the team until at least 2028. Despite this, there has been plenty of speculation regarding his future across Formula 1 news. Quite frequently, Verstappen has made headlines for his honest responses to questions about retirement. Given he is only 26 years old, there's no reason why he would want to stop racing in Formula 1 anytime soon. The Dutchman has spoken about potentially driving for Ferrari. Although he is committed to Red Bull, recent comments suggests that there are possibilities for driving for the Maranello outfit. Speaking about the team, he went on to say, "It has an incredible history in the sport and is a great opponent to compete against. A future at Ferrari, when my current contract expires, I will be 31 years old, and I think I can still do well." Similar comments are consistent across the grid, especially from drivers who have world championships. Lewis Hamilton, for example, has spoken about his admiration for Ferrari and their achievements in Formula 1. For several reasons, however, a move did not materialise. There were even reports of talks between Hamilton and Ferrari earlier on in the season, with the British driver's relationship with the team principal, Fred Vasseur, further fueled speculation. Others, such as Fernando Alonso and Sebastian Vettel, tried to secure a world title for their Italian outfit. For various factors, neither succeeded in returning the crown to the Maranello outfit. With this in mind, Verstappen could create massive shockwaves if he ever moves to Ferrari, and although we shouldn't get carried away with all those hypotheticals, his all-time status would undoubtedly be bolstered if he can win in the Scarlet Red. It would certainly be great to see Max Verstappen in the red in future. You have to think that if anyone can take a world championship to Ferrari, it certainly would be Max Verstappen.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports here. You're joined by myself, Mark, and by Reece. Of course, we've just finished pre-practice 1, and the story of the day is the same as usual as we find for the season. Max Verstappen finishes practice 1 in first with a 1:35.9, the only 1:35 of the session. Charles Leclerc and Hamilton finished in second and third.
Yes, it looks like we do have some competition though for that first position out there this race weekend. Those other two drivers being a little bit off the pace of Max Verstappen, but not necessarily miles away, as Charles Leclerc, before the end of the session, did set a purple first sector, so there is some hope for the qualifying session later this evening. Do be sure to join us for that. But making our way down the rest of the grid, of course, Max Verstappen in P1, Charles Leclerc P2, Lewis Hamilton in third, Sergio Perez in fourth, a little bit of touch with his teammate. Then we have Magnussen P5, George Russell P6, Alex Albon P7, Carlos Sainz P8, not too bad for him. A little bit off the pace of his teammates, but I don't think he got the cleanest run on those soft tyres at the end. Then we make our way through to P9, Nico Hülkenberg. They brought some major upgrades for this weekend, which is why he's down in P9 and his teammates all the way up into P5. Then finishing up the top 10 is Pierre Gasly. Mark, take us through the bottom.
Yes, let me go through our bottom 10, of course, which I want to talk about because there's some interesting things there. Sargent is in 11th. Not too bad from him. Ocon in 12th, Tsunoda 13th, and Ricciardo in 14th. Of course, Ricciardo returning for the first time since his injury this weekend. He's just behind his teammate, literally 0.05 seconds behind him. Norris is down at 15th because they did not do any qualifying simulations in this session. Neither did his teammate Piastri and Alonso, of course. So going through, 15th is Norris, 16th Zhou, 17th Bottas, 18th is Alonso, and 19th Piastri, and of course Stroll, who had a big brake failure in the first 15 minutes of the session, and they're still working on the car as it is.
Certainly hoping that they're going to be able to sort that issue out. Hopefully that doesn't also go across to the sister Aston Martin car of Fernando Alonso. We don't want to see him having any issues. Just watching though some replays, this is going to be a big issue during this race and during the qualifying session ahead of us.
Qualifying, yeah.
There's going to be a lot of traffic, and we've seen Yuki Tsunoda's lap time being destroyed by it. Could we see that, as I alluded to, becoming a major issue during qualifying and the sprint shootout tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know. And also just seeing an unsafe release already in this session as well from Pierre Gasly. I think
they've got a double pit lane here, so it's a bit wider.
And what I was going to say is I think we're going to see lots of different things happening in this in this race weekend. Especially, we saw lots of track limits being a problem. People going very wide in the second to last corner especially, and I think that's where it's going to be caught out a lot of the time. And also coming out of turn 1. And I think we're going to see lots of problems, as you say, with traffic, with people infringing on laps because it's quite narrow at some points and people get in the way. It's lots of corners, and of course corners are quite difficult to get out of the way of people because racing lines become very much across the whole corner there sometimes. So I think we're going to have lots of issues come qualifying later, and it's going to be interesting to see how drivers fend off for that.
Yes, it's certainly going to be very interesting to see how they manage that. I'm sure we're going to see the normal of Max Verstappen getting out on the first lap to try and, or in the first minute to try and set a quali attempt. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens a little bit later in the evening. For those of you waiting on qualifying, it will be getting underway at 11 p.m. South Africa time, but that is in about 2
hours and 24 minutes.
Yes, is how long we have to get going for that qualifying session later this evening. Do be sure to join us for that. We're really excited for that to get underway.
Indeed. So we're going to see what happens there in that race. But nonetheless, guys, you've been joining us on Forever Motorsports. That was the free practice 1 review here in the US Grand Prix in Dallas, Texas, of course, the circuit of the Americas. Be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you again in the next stream. And of course, on all our videos in the channel itself. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Cheerio.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reece. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reece here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Forever Motorsports. You're joined by myself, Mark, and Reece, and we've just finished qualifying. And the big news of the day is the fact that Frederick Vasseur is so happy with his drivers. Leclerc finishes in pole position for Sunday's race here in the circuit of the Americas. Sainz finishes in 4th for his team as well. And also big news, Verstappen having his lap time deleted right at the end there, having gone quickest, then gets his lap time deleted and moves all the way down to 6th. Reece, what a qualifying we just had.
Yes, what a qualifying, and certainly that does bode quite well for the race on Sunday. It's going to be very interesting with Max Verstappen starting out of sync all the way down there in P6, but making our way through the top 10. First of all, of course, Charles Leclerc taking pole there, then with Lando Norris up in P2, Lewis Hamilton P3, Carlos Sainz P4, a mixed up start to the front 2 rows of the grid. Really going to be quite an exciting race start. Interesting is going to be the first word that comes to mind for me. And then going through the rest of the top 10, George Russell in P5, then of course Max Verstappen in P6 with that deleted lap time. Pierre Gasly and Esteban Ocon having a great day for the Alpine team, finishing in 7th and 8th. Then we have Sergio Perez once again not having a stellar race weekend, starting all the way down in P9 ending that qualifying session there. Then finishing off our top 10, one of the drivers who I expected to do a little bit better, Oscar Piastri.
Yeah, that's exactly one of the drivers I said. I was worried about him in Q2. I said, I'm not so sure Piastri is showing enough for me. And indeed, he didn't. In Q3, he's finished all the way down in 10th, rounding off our final driver in Q3, of course. But just going back to Q1 now, of course, the 5 drivers we lost in Q1, going from 20th up to 11th. Let's just do that quickly. Sargent in 20th at his home Grand Prix. Once again, not good enough. Although Williams could not find pace, and neither could Aston Martin. Stroll 19th, Albon in 18th, and Alonso 17th, with Nico Hülkenberg surprisingly down in 16th as well for Haas. And they were looking relatively quick for this weekend, but not able to do so. Yeah, really poor showing from those Aston Martins and the Williams. We were expecting a little bit more from them, but they were out in Q1 quite easily there. Hülkenberg, of course, the other driver there in 16th, and again, we expect him to beat Magnussen usually, and does not do so. But in Q2, we then lost Ricciardo, Magnussen, Bottas, Zhou, and Tsunoda. Pretty much those are the ones that we do expect to lose in Q2. So not too many surprises there. So just again, rounding off that bottom 10. 11th, Tsunoda. 12th, Zhou. 13th, Bottas. 14th, Magnussen. 15th, Ricciardo. 16th, Hülkenberg. 17th, Alonso. 18th, Albon. 19th, Stroll. And 20th, Sargent.
Yes, and it's going to certainly be an interesting race on Sunday. I think it's going to be quite exciting. So do be sure to join us here on Forever Motorsports. And of course, go and check out all of our channel partners down in the description of our video. But yeah.
Did you expect this from Lando Norris to come into second position? Of course, everybody during the stream was talking about his mentality and he's been dropping off a little bit. But now he's starting at the front of the grid alongside Leclerc, another person we also talk about with mentality. So the two of them starting alongside each other could be making for a very interesting race.
Yes, I'm certainly quite excited for the start. As I said already, with a mixed up top 4 drivers here, it's going to be very exciting. I'm excited for the sprint shootout tomorrow afternoon, as well as the sprint race. Of course, tomorrow afternoon, it's going to be an exciting race weekend, a jam-packed weekend, full of action for all of you guys. So do be sure to watch and be sure to check all of our channel videos for all the upcoming live streams that we have for you guys.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about our top 3. Who do you reckon, based off of this grid that's starting on Sunday, who will be your top 3?
That are going to finish in the top 3?
Yes.
I'm going to say Charles Leclerc should be able to take the win around here if he's able to get a good race start. Lando Norris should be able to hold on for second, but what can Max Verstappen do? I'm going to say Leclerc, Norris, Verstappen.
Leclerc, Norris, Verstappen. So you're basically saying Hamilton's shopping with. Hamilton's been looking quite good today. I'm gonna back Leclerc to win, Hamilton in second.
I think Norris is going to have better race pace because they've had
a lot. I suppose it is a good point.
You
know what? I'm going to throw something else completely there, and I'm going to have a new...
And it's Lando Norris' 100th race, as Anchi says.
I know. That's just what I'm saying. Lando Norris to get his first ever win at his 100th race in Formula 1 here, starting in second position right behind Leclerc. They've had lots of race simulations. It should be good enough for them. I reckon Lando Norris wins the Circuit of the Americas. Leclerc in second and Hamilton in third. And I don't think Verstappen makes the top 3. That's my prediction. Very bold. Probably stupid, but that's my bold prediction. And it could be insane if that does actually happen.
Well, certainly going to have to see what happens on Sunday when it all does count. But thank you very much for joining us here on Forever Motorsports. I've been Reece, and I've been joined here by Mark. Thank you very much, and cheers. Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reece. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been Reece here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Forever Motorsports here. You're joined by myself, Mark, and by Reece, of course. We've just finished the US Grand Prix sprint race, and the news of the day is Max Verstappen started on pole, and he finishes in first position here. Lewis Hamilton, though, with a brilliant overtake into turn 1 right at the beginning of the race, managed to get ahead of Leclerc, and as a result, finishes in second. Leclerc finishes in third.
Yes, Hamilton very happy on the radio to the team afterwards, just giving them a lot of encouragement, saying, we've done really well with these upgrades. We've had a phenomenal uptick from the season, and they certainly have been. They're now challenging for the race win.
It's exactly that. The Mercedes have looked very good today. Russell struggled to get past Sainz, though. So Hamilton looked good, but Russell could not get past the other Ferrari. As we go through the grid, let's go through our top 10. Verstappen first, Hamilton second, Leclerc in third, Norris in fourth position. Perez made up a few positions into fifth. Sainz stays in sixth. Gasly moves up into seventh as a result of a time penalty to Russell, who finished in eighth. Albon in ninth, and Piastri, who dropped quite a bit down there in the first half of that race, down into 10th. Our bottom 10, Reece.
Yes, Piastri seems to struggle a little bit today, as you said there. Esteban Ocon then finishing in 11th. Daniel Ricciardo dropping 2 positions from his starting position. He's down in 12th. Fernando Alonso really struggling out there today. We don't know what's happened with those Aston Martins. They brought upgrades this weekend. They certainly don't seem to be working very well, as they have fallen off the pace quite a lot. Unfortunately, that does not bode well for the race tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see what they're able to do. His teammate, unfortunately, was the only DNF from this race, and he had another brake failure. Then continuing behind that is Yuki Tsunoda down in 14th, Nico Hülkenberg in 15th, Valtteri Bottas and his teammate Zhou Guanyu got a time penalty for forcing a driver off the track, for forcing Magnussen off the track. He finishes behind him in 18th, Logan Sargent then in 19th, and of course Stroll finishing in 20th. Of course, because he was DNF'd from that race.
Yes, so we did have a driver of the day poll at the end of our session. Hamilton got 42% of the vote and wins our driver of the day for the Forever Sports driver of the day. Verstappen 23% of the vote, other getting 90%, and Tsunoda only getting 14%, even though Tsunoda made the most overtakes in that sprint race. So fair play to Tsunoda, starting in 19th, getting up into 14th position. Of course, points are only shared from 8th place up to first. So what does this tell us about the race that we're going to have tomorrow, Reece?
Well, I think it's going to be quite exciting. I was quite disappointed to see the Ferrari fall back. I did think they would. They didn't fall back as much as I thought they would. I thought Norris may have caught Leclerc near the end, but he didn't. He was able to hold on to it. Still very exciting for us tomorrow. Just thinking of our grid again, it's Charles Leclerc P1, then it's
Charles Leclerc P1, Hamilton will be in P2, and then
who was it P3? Was it not Norris P3?
Norris,
it may
yes.
have been, yes. But I think that's going to
so
provide a really exciting race ahead of us tomorrow, and certainly a lot to tune in for. We certainly hope all of you will tune in with us here on Forever Motorsports. It's been an exciting session though here today, and looking forward to tomorrow here, Mark.
Yeah, indeed. It's been very exciting, and of course, we're going to be having the Grand Prix up next in our next live session. So be sure to stick around on the channel, guys, for the near future. And thank you so much for joining myself, Mark, and Reece next to me. You've been on Forever Motorsports. Like the video as well, guys. And thank you so much for watching. Have a great time, and cheerio.
Welcome to the Circuit of the Americas, home of the US Grand Prix. The Circuit of the Americas track, based in Austin, Texas, is a 5.15 kilometer long circuit, made up of 20 corners and 2 DRS straights, in which drivers spend around 59% of the lap at full throttle. The circuit designers took inspiration from classic F1 circuits when designing this track, such as the complex between turns 3, 4, 5 and 6, which took its inspiration from Silverstone's Maggots and Beckett's, as well as replicating Istanbul's famous turn 8 in the final sector of the track. This circuit has been on the F1 calendar since 2012 and became the 6th different US track to host a Grand Prix event. Since its inaugural race, 10 races have been held at this circuit, with 5 different drivers taking the winner's trophy, with the most successful driver around the circuit being Lewis Hamilton with 5 of those race wins. The US Grand Prix has been won from pole position on 5 occasions, with the current lap record being a 1 minute 32 seconds .029 set by Valtteri Bottas in 2019. The other 5 wins have come from second on the grid, while the race has never been won from a driver who hasn't started on the front row. This will make getting the race win around here that much more difficult for drivers who don't maximize their qualifying position on Friday. This Formula 1 weekend has a jam-packed schedule, with FP1 and qualifying on the Friday, the sprint shootout and sprint race on Saturday, and of course, the main event on Sunday. Watch now as you get taken around a lap of the Circuit of the Americas. let us know in the comment section who you are supporting for the US Grand Prix. And don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. We sure hope to see you during our live coverage of the US Grand Prix.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports here. You're joined by Mark and Reece, of course myself being Mark. And yeah, I suppose, you know, it's the thing everybody always asks for. They say, oh, we want to watch Formula with Mark and Reece. Well, here we are, and we're here for the US Grand Prix, which is, of course, taking place in the day in Austin, Texas, whereas we are here very late on in the evening. Not too late on, I suppose, at least.
Not as late as yesterday.
No, not as late as the other times. But I'm sure many of you are also joining us relatively late from wherever you are in the world. Let us know, guys, in the comments where you are joining us from. And let us know, what do you think is going to happen in today's race? We've got Charles Leclerc starting at the top of the grid. Lando Norris in second and Hamilton in third, which is going to be I think it's going to be quite a good fight into turn one with regards to those three cars.
Well, certainly seeing something off the bat that could provide a bit of an issue for today is this wind that is going around the circuit. Is looking quite heavy as it blows around that massive American flag there. We're just about, as I say, that we do hit 100 viewers on the stream, so do be sure to recommend the stream to your friends. Do be sure to share it wherever you'd like, and yeah, hit that like button as well. That helps us get recommended, as we're all getting really excited now for this race to get underway. Do be sure as well to vote in that poll that we currently have running. No one as of yet has voted for Leclerc in that poll there, Mark. Will you put it up for me?
I think it's just not getting the correct voting points in here. I don't know if we might need to just maybe reload it. It certainly must have a few people having voted. I think our stream is just lagging on that point there. Quite weird it's not loading on our side here, but I'm hopefully going to go here. Just seeing more regulars joining us in the comments here. We've got Noel here in the comments. We've got Lindiwe in the comments. We've got Cora now back, also one of the newer regulars. And yeah, guys, let us know in the comments what do you think is going to happen, and otherwise participate in that poll that we have running.
Certainly, it's going to be an interesting first couple of laps around here. We've got Max Verstappen starting down in P6 today because of that penalty, well, not penalty that he got, but he got his lap time deleted for track limits during qualifying on the Friday evening. Disappointing for him, but yeah, we'll have to see what happens throughout the rest of this race.
Yeah, indeed. So I think our poll is not quite necessarily working.
I do remember voting in it earlier on my other account, so it should be working. Maybe just end it.
I'm just gonna end the poll anyway and see if anything's happened from them. We're gonna start up a new poll, and you guys are gonna let us know, who do you think will win the US Grand Prix?
Yes, and we have finally now ticked over to 1,900 subs. Let's get to 2,000 subscribers today, as we're waiting now for this US Grand Prix to kick off. We do finally have those opening titles from Formula One showing all of those drivers. Yeah, do be sure to let us know who you think is going to win this race today. Fernando Alonso, disappointing off the back of his qualifying on Friday afternoon. We'd expect him to be getting that car a little bit higher up in the grid, but it just seems that Aston Martin don't necessarily have that perfect setup now with their new upgrades.
Well, we've got the new poll up
just because,
and this time it is working. For some reason, it wasn't working on our end the first time around, but just go and let us know, guys, who you did vote for, and if you did vote for somebody, just go and re-vote for them again. And yeah, I think it's going to be quite an interesting one. Also, I think, you know, we've only got 4 slots to put in people, so Hamilton is certainly one of the people in the other section, so be sure to go and hit other if it is for Hamilton, because he's just third, and I think you can't not have Max there, obviously being the driver's champion in 2023, and even starting in 6th, still think he should be able to get up there. But this is the 19th round of the 2023 season. The United States, the second Grand Prix here in the United States, Austin, Texas. Track distance, 5.5 kilometers. The race lapped 56, and the lap record is 1:36.
Yes, the top speed around the circuit, it is quite a high-speed circuit. It gets to around 344 kilometers an hour down that back straight, with 20 turns and an elevation of 31 meters. The majority of that elevation comes up into turn 1, where we're watching a replay of Button versus Schumacher in 2012, the first race around the circuit. It provides some great overtaking opportunities, but it also provides a really easy opportunity to have a crash. Another great overtaking opportunity is into turn 12, or sorry, rather turn 11, just before that long back straight. Then the next big overtaking point is turn 12, the one that I got confused with at the moment at the beginning. And we see a replay here of Hamilton versus Rosberg in 2014, where those two teammates were getting quite fiery and punchy around this circuit.
Yeah, it's exactly that. So there's a few places that people can make these overtakes. We've seen them in the sprint race already, and hopefully we'll see some more of them throughout the rest of the day. Looking at the tire compounds, we have got the C4, the C3, and the C2 tire compounds available to everybody. And now looking at the starting grid, of course, going from the back.
It looks like we have both of those two so starting from the pit lane, then starting from the actual grid, we have then I think it is Logan Sargent, Alex Albon, then Daniel Ricciardo, Valtteri Bottas, Zhou Guanyu in 12th, Yuki Tsunoda in 11th, Piastri in 10th, then Sergio Perez alongside him in 9th, Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly. They had a bit of a better qualifying session for the Alpines. They start 8th and 7th, then Max Verstappen starting from 6th, of course, with that grid drop because of his time being deleted. Then he has George Russell ahead of him in 5th, Carlos Sainz in 4th. He then has Lewis Hamilton. He is chasing his first race win in 2 years. Can he make it happen this year? We then have Lando Norris on his 100th Grand Prix race start, and Charles Leclerc chasing down a race win here in the Circuit of the Americas track. Historically, the race win has always come from first and second on the grid. No one has won from outside the top two around this circuit.
Yeah, so nobody's won outside of the top two, as we said, but Max Verstappen could be the very first one to do exactly that. He starts, as we said, down in 6th. What do you think could happen for them all? Starting in 4th, of course, Carlos Sainz. Let's see if he can fend off against from Russell and Verstappen just behind him. And I'm also intrigued to know, what is your top 3 prediction once again, Reece?
Well, I don't think I gave a top 3 prediction, but I'm going to say Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen. I was a bit optimistic, well, not optimistic about Max Verstappen making it up onto that podium, but I've had my leg twisted a little bit, and I'm going to say Max Verstappen at least makes it up into 3rd.
Well, I'm going to say Lawrence is also getting his first ever win today. I reckon Norris. I can't speak apparently. It's all failing. Norris, I think, is going to go first. Leclerc maybe in 2nd. And yeah, I think Verstappen probably in 3rd.
I think it would be very special for Lando Norris to get that elusive race win on his 100th Grand Prix start. We'll have to wait and see what happens as we see all the tyre blankets being removed as the cars get ready to start out on their formation lap. So, just going over the starting order again, we have Lance Stroll, Fernando Alonso, Nico Hülkenberg, and Kevin Magnussen all starting from the pit lane, all clearly deciding to take extra bets on their car for this race. Logan Sargent then 16th, Albon 15th, Ricciardo 14th, Bottas 13th, Zhou Guanyu 12th, Tsunoda 11th, Piastri 10th, Perez 9th, Esteban Ocon then 8th, Gasly 7th, Verstappen 6th, George Russell in 5th, Carlos Sainz in 4th, and then our top 3 is Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, and Charles Leclerc. Starting on pole position for this race, we now have the formation lap taking part.
Indeed. So, also interesting to note, everybody is starting on the medium tyres, with the exception of, I think it is Magnussen and Alonso, who are starting on hard tyres. So, those are the only ones there that are starting on something different. The Qatar Tower, of course, the Circuit of the Americas Tower, the big one there that looks like a slide, stands at 76.5 meters tall with 400 steps to its observation platform.
Yes, just watching these drivers now making their way around the circuit. Do be sure to let us know your predictions in the comment section, as we have Pierre Gasly getting spoken to by Anthony Joshua saying, "I'm just wishing you well, God bless, and we're all behind you." And then Gasly responds, "Thanks, champ."
I think there must be a reason for that, maybe behind that.
Anthony Joshua is one of the new investors in Alpine.
Yes, indeed. That's exactly why it would be. So, looking at the possible race strategies for today, 2-stop strategies across the board. Medium for 17 laps, hard for 22 laps, and medium for 17 laps, or for medium for 15 laps and hards for 2 different circuits there. So, that's the potential possibilities that we'll see from drivers today.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see what drivers do decide to do with their strategies. Of course, it is a high degradation circuit. It's got quite an abrasive surface around here, as we do see the pit lane getting ready with those 2 Haas cars. They still have their blankets on the tires, and they'll take those all off once the rest of the grid does start to form up.
That's exactly that. So let us know, guys, in the comments, what do you think is going to happen in today's race? And we'll find out very, very shortly, of course, whether or not we will have a clash going into turn 1. We didn't have it yesterday, but I think we might well have it today. I think Norris and Hamilton are certainly going to be hunting Leclerc down into turn 1. The weekend attendance sits at 430,000 people. So looking very good there.
Yes, certainly looking very, very high around the circuit. 432,000 people is a lot of people to have around a Formula 1 circuit. But just watching now as the rest of the drivers all form up on the grid, what can Charles Leclerc do? Do we think he's going to be able to defend into turn 1, or do we think possibly that's going to get taken away from him? As we see Prince William there in the, Prince Harry in the Mercedes box.
And he's not
There's also a South African flag. Sorry, just Harry there.
Yes, there's also a South African flag there in the crowd. Great to see that, of course. Sorry, I just had to point out, it was all a bit of a... It's an interesting one. Technically, it's just Harry these days. But now, watching everybody get onto the grid there, we've got the two Ferraris looking very, very confident. They were very confident going into today's race. So let's see if they can hold on to that confidence and maybe do something today for Ferrari. We could see a second race win that's not Max Verstappen. And maybe it'll be Leclerc or Sainz in those Ferrari cars.
Yes, just waiting now to see what all of these drivers are going to be able to do as they come up onto the grid and start going around the circuit. What can Lando Norris and specifically the home drivers of, like, let's say, Logan Sargent, what can they do?
Indeed, so we're about at the start of the race here. Reece will take it through. The green flag is waved.
Yes, the green flag is waved as the lights start to go out here. 4 lights, 5 lights. Very long out now, and the way they go, Lando Norris with a phenomenal start. He's already alongside Charles Leclerc. He's ahead of him now, as Carlos Sainz also gets a phenomenal start, almost ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Is it neat though, all the way down into turn 1? It does seem like it, as we have 3 drivers ahead of each other. Max Verstappen already up behind Lewis Hamilton, up in 5th.
Yes, indeed. A great start here from everybody. And we've seen Lando Norris now leads this Grand Prix. Leclerc in 2nd, Sainz in 3rd, Hamilton 4th. Hamilton, though, making a move on Sainz, trying to get past him, not able to make it stick. Verstappen's in 5th, though. He's coming under a lot of pressure from Piastri right behind him. Piastri trying to go around the outside, now dives into the inside. Can he get past that Red Bull? Unable to do so in these difficult corners here. A great start, though, for Lando Norris, who's now sitting in 1st. We see the Alpine there ahead of Russell being Ocon. Done a fantastic start there from Ocon.
Verstappen getting put under a lot of pressure by Oscar Piastri. He's had a great exit through turn 11. He's going to be putting a lot of pressure on Max Verstappen now down this long DRS straight. Carlos Sainz now starting to put some pressure on the back of Charles Leclerc.
Look at
Max Verstappen really having to battle and defend from Oscar Piastri.
And it's very interesting because Piastri's already made up 4 positions.
Carlos Sainz trying to get past his teammate Charles Leclerc, but Charles Leclerc still defending off on 2nd at the moment. This is allowing, though, Lando Norris to run away in 1st position.
And look at how close Lewis Hamilton has got to the back of Carlos Sainz as a result. But noting, Piastri's made up 4 positions already in this race. Russell's already lost 3 positions for himself. So not a great start for him or for Pierre Gasly, who's also lost 3. Perez still sits in 9th. Verstappen trying to hunt down Hamilton ahead of him, but he has lots of pressure coming from Piastri behind him.
George Russell now starting to put a lot of pressure on the back of that Alpine of Esteban Ocon. And then Sergio Perez, he didn't have necessarily a bad start. He stayed where he started. Actually, no, I think he's dropped a position from the start, to be honest. I think he started in 8th, Mark.
Perez did start in 9th, so he's still holding on to his position there.
George Russell has lost a few positions. He started up in 5th. That's where Max Verstappen now is. And Verstappen's starting to put a little bit of pressure on the back of his teammate, Lewis Hamilton.
Yes, indeed. As we have said, everybody's lap time in terms of how many positions they've lost. And otherwise, Russell and Gasly both lost 3 positions. Piastri up 4 positions. Great start for him. Can he still chase Verstappen down? He's still quite close to the back.
He needs to hold onto the back of Max Verstappen and allow him to just pull him through the rest of the grid. And that will certainly allow him to get a little bit higher up throughout the rest of the race. I think it's going to be difficult to get past Lewis Hamilton as now that gap is starting to grow. But we're watching now George Russell still trying to get off Esteban Ocon. But Sergio Perez is also getting put on a lot of pressure now by Pierre Gasly. Pierre Gasly tried to get past him in turn 11, but just getting a little bit out of sorts as George Russell is now starting to line up a move on Esteban Ocon through turn 12. He does get that now. He goes around the outside. He attempts to go around the outside, but Esteban Ocon just gets better off the brakes, but will George Russell be able to now do the switcheroo? No. Esteban Ocon just placing that car perfectly and defending really, really well at the moment.
He tried to brake early there to have a much better exit, but in so doing went over sausage curves quite heavily there and saw lots of bouncing there. But now Sergio Perez is getting ever so close to the back of George Russell as well. We have side pod damage, says Ocon. He's got side pod damage potentially, so that's not going to be good for him.
Don't necessarily know what that side pod contact, where that happened, but disappointing that he does have some damage on his car at the moment.
Yeah, so Norris still leads this Grand Prix by quite some margin, already 2.5 seconds to Leclerc. So it's a fantastic start for him in his 100th race. Could he go on to win this Grand Prix? Let's know in the comments.
I did think that he did have the opportunity to take it here today, and he's certainly taken that with both hands right now. And he's leading, as you say, from Charles Leclerc by 2.3 seconds now is that gap.
Yeah, so Max Verstappen still unable to get past Hamilton. Hamilton also unable to get past Sainz, though a turn 1 incident involving car 63. Russell noted for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. I don't think anything will come of that, of course, because he's all the way down in 8th when he did start in 5th. So he's had a terrible start there, Russell, to this race. Can he come back and improve upon that? Norris still sits with the quickest lap of the day so far. Perez getting so close to the back here. Oh, there you go.
George Russell makes a phenomenal overtake on Esteban Ocon, getting it done in turn 11, and he's going to get the DRS now for good luck. But Sergio Perez is now trying to chase down Esteban Ocon. Esteban Ocon trying to get back past George Russell.
It's a
now
three-way.
a three-way into this turn. Will it end in carnage yet again? Let's see what happens here. Perez right on the back of George Russell now.
Yeah, indeed. Ocon must have damage because he's dropping positions quite quickly as Perez has made it past, and Ocon's now coming under pressure from his teammate Gasly, so they might have to come into the pits to get something had a look at.
Well, he has that side pod damage. Unfortunately, you can't necessarily fix that unless you put a little bit of duct tape on and hope it sticks till the end of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Looking at this, he's definitely lost a lot of pace. Gasly now getting very close to the back of him. Literally, I don't know if he's going to let his teammate pass. He's still not really doing it, but he probably does need to let his teammate pass because at this point he's holding him off.
There's a bit of bad blood though between these two. He definitely does not want to give that position away. But Pierre Gasly now saying, "Tell Esteban not to make me lose time," and he's certainly losing a lot of time at the moment.
Just seeing
now,
it, yeah.
Sorry, Lewis Hamilton's starting to put a lot of pressure on the back of Carlos Sainz.
And interestingly enough, Verstappen's not that close to the back of Lewis Hamilton now. Verstappen's dropped off a little bit, so this gap from Lewis Hamilton and to Verstappen's growing. Lewis Hamilton's 4 seconds behind Sainz, but Verstappen is 4 seconds behind the leader, whereas Verstappen's 5.5 seconds. So he's really fallen out of DRS.
Just over a second, I think it is at the moment between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton there. What will they be able to do though in the upcoming parts of this race?
Cool. So we do see Norris still sitting in first, quite comfortably ahead of Leclerc. Leclerc also quite comfortably trying to get that gap to his teammate Sainz even bigger, but Sainz coming under big pressure from Hamilton now. Hamilton's got DRS. Will he try to take him into this corner here? He's getting very, very close to the back of him. He comes alongside Carlos Sainz. It should be an easy overtake for him. He does move into 3rd position, and he comes into that turn without too much fuss. And does he have a good exit? He does, but here comes Sainz trying to come back at him. Will he be able to come back at him? No, Sainz has to concede the position eventually there. Lewis Hamilton, great overtake for him. He moves into the podium places. Sainz drops into 4th, and he's going to have Verstappen on the back of him very soon. But can Sainz maybe come back at Hamilton as we start this next lap?
I don't think so. He's already falling quite a bit behind him quite quickly here as we're hearing him control his throttle through that very tricky turn 16, 17, and 18.
Just watching a replay of this restart. Look at how Piastri just motors up the field in the middle there. Just goes alongside, sees the two Alpines try to have a go at each other. I think they clash maybe a little bit, and Piastri just decides to go down the inside and takes all of them. Absolutely brilliant there into turn 1. He's
very opportunistic, and that has caused him to gain quite a few positions here, and that's going to do really well for him in the points as he's up in 6th, still following behind Max Verstappen.
Yeah, actually probably one of the best starts I've seen in a while from any driver. Also watching a replay here now of Carlos Sainz. He had a great restart too to get past Lewis Hamilton. He just sees Lewis Hamilton come across him, but decides to stick to that inside line. Quite brave from him as well, just holding onto that inside line. Uses his teammate Charles Leclerc to block Hamilton out, and then moves into 3rd position. Of course, he has now lost that position again to Hamilton, but had otherwise done very well to hold on to it.
Max Verstappen, though, really reeling in Carlos Sainz at the moment. He's 0.1 seconds behind him. What can he do now as they come down that DRS straight so close? They come through turn 11, and now he's going to try and make that move down this long DRS straight. Will he make it happen, though, Mark?
Yeah, indeed. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it happen this lap, but perhaps the next one is too far away, I feel still. Although he seems to be gaining on that Ferrari very, very quickly. And will he make a dive down the inside? He's going to dive.
He does try to make a lunge. Does he make a move? He does. Carlos Sainz not necessarily fighting that all too much, as the stewards have noted in an incident involving car 63 of George Russell, which was reviewed with no further investigation.
Yes, indeed. So no further investigation there for George Russell for leading the track and gaining an advantage, as now we do see Verstappen moves into 4th position ahead of Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz, unfortunately, conceding those 2 positions, and I think might well come under pressure from Piastri very soon. Piastri having a brilliant start here. Can he move further up, and maybe he can even...
Piastri get onto the podium?
That's what I was going to say, yes. Can Piastri try and challenge to get further up, closer to the podium positions? At the moment, though, Norris still leads this Grand Prix by more than 3 seconds. Hamilton, though, getting very close to the back of Leclerc. This Mercedes is clearly working quite well for Hamilton today.
Yes, I think we're seeing the fact that the Mercedes engines does quite well at hotter circuits. We saw it last time out in Qatar as well. And we're seeing it again here in the US Grand Prix. Still watching Verstappen, though. He's not necessarily able to get away from Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz being able to hold on to the back of him. 0.4 seconds is that gap between those two drivers.
Well, it's only for now, of course. We saw Sainz get quite close to the back of Hamilton for a little bit and then dropped off. So I think Sainz will drop off from Verstappen as well. But Verstappen quite far away from Lewis Hamilton in terms of trying to get DRS on him. DRS, though, is going to be available for Hamilton on Leclerc, as we see a battle for second brew here, as we're now going to come into, I think this is the DRS zone. Indeed, it is.
It is, yeah.
So let's see.
Now they exit there. Lewis Hamilton getting a good exit. Will he be able to overtake Charles Leclerc down the straight? Talk us through it, Mark.
Well, yes, comes the DRS now. The DRS is open for Lewis Hamilton. He's coming right to the back of the Ferrari. Leclerc moves to the inside line to try and defend, but I think Hamilton's already passed him going into that corner. He is a brilliant overtake for Hamilton. Leclerc couldn't do much about it, and that Mercedes now moves into second.
I think what we're seeing here is the fact that the DRS is that much too strong. They need to move that DRS point a little bit further down that straight, because I want to see drivers fighting it out through the apex of the corner rather than getting it done before the braking point.
Exactly that. I think it's a bit too powerful, the DRS today, so that's certainly going to empower Red Bull, who's probably got one of the most effective DRS systems across the whole grid. As we do see Lance Stroll moves up into 18th. Alonso's still down in 17th. Of course, they started from the pit lanes.
They both took, well, apparently Alonso took a new floor today. That is why.
Yeah, so they both started from the pit lane, so they're going to have to try and work their way up through the grid. It was probably very beneficial for them to do so because, of course, they had such a terrible qualifying session on Friday. But now looking here to see if Sainz, is it Sainz? No, this is Leclerc. Sorry, trying to come back at Hamilton after getting overtaken there. But Leclerc struggling to stay within distance of him. Hamilton's still 3 seconds behind
being
Norris.
told retire the car. Esteban Ocon comes into the pits.
Not yet,
on
actually.
the next lap. He's going to be told to come into the pits on the next lap and retire the car. Very, very disappointing for Esteban Ocon here today. He's already 8 seconds behind the rest of the field
now. Yeah,
he's really struggling. Just watching this moment where he had that contact with Piastri. Very big hit. You would think that Piastri would have taken more damage than that.
Interestingly enough, nothing was investigated with regards to that
incident, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think actually it might have been Ocon's fault anyway. Ocon seemed to shift the car left and suddenly found that there's an orange McLaren to his left there.
Didn't really look at his mirrors,
and he's unfortunately out of this race. We have our first retiree, though it's not affected the race in terms of red or yellow flags and safety cars. We still carry on here. So 19 races left, and Norris still leads this Grand Prix.
But Lewis Hamilton is starting to eat away at that lead from Lando Norris. It's now 3.2 seconds. It was 3.1. Now it is seemingly dropping back a little bit more, as Charles Leclerc is still trying to hold on to the back of Hamilton. But yeah, what is he going to be able to do throughout the remainder of the session? Mark is going to jump away for 2 seconds to get us a fan so we don't die of heat stroke in here. But just watching this battle brewing between Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen really closing that gap quite quickly now. It's down to 1.1 seconds. What can he do throughout the remainder of the session? 415 of you guys watching alongside us at the moment. Thank you very much for watching the video. Do be sure to hit that like button. We're watching Esteban Ocon taking a look at the damage that has been incurred to his car. Quite a lot of damage there. You can see where that tire mark is on that side part, and unfortunately that caused him to lose quite a lot of time and has caused him to have to retire from the US Grand Prix. TC saying Lewis is not catching Lando. He actually is. It's down to 3.0 seconds at the moment. Max Verstappen still not necessarily being able to catch Charles Leclerc anymore. Watching a replay now of Fernando Alonso getting past Logan Sargent. A phenomenal move from him there. Really late move on the brakes, but he does get that move and makes it stick on the rookie of Logan Sargent. Luca Latasio asking, what happened to Esteban Ocon, he has side pod damage, as Chennai says there. He had a little bit of a touch with Esteban Ocon on the opening lap of the race. Max Verstappen has the DRS, though, open now on Charles Leclerc. He's half a second down on him. Will he be able to take a lunge on the Ferrari driver in the next lap or so? You would expect him to get even closer now as they come through the start-finish straight. Getting really, really close now between those two drivers. The Ferrari has been updated throughout the majority of the season, but you have to think it hasn't been enough to stay ahead and to challenge those Red Bulls. And even the McLarens now throughout the second half of the season, they picked up the pace quite a lot. Difficult at the moment for the likes of Sergio Perez. He's still stuck down in 8th position, as he says Russell is going off a lot, so he's playing stewards at the moment. As Max Verstappen gets ever closer now to the back of Charles Leclerc, he is now 0.4 seconds behind him after the start-finish straight. He wasn't able to get that move done, but the back straight comes very, very shortly now. Lindiwe says that Perez is reporting, as I did note there, but Max Verstappen's still trying to chase down Charles Leclerc. It's making his race a little bit more difficult as he's falling ever so slightly further back now on Lando Norris every single lap that does come through. But we are only on lap 9 of 56. Still a very long race ahead of us. Do be sure to hit that like button. Do be sure to check all of our channel partners as well in the description of the video. Thank you very much, though, to all of you who are currently watching alongside us. And let's see what the rest of these drivers can do, as Max Verstappen is still trying to reel in Charles Leclerc. But Carlos Sainz is still being able to hold on to the back of Max Verstappen at the moment. Hamilton, though, not able to close down that gap at all right now on Lando Norris. It is still sitting at around 3.2, 3.1 seconds at the moment. Max Verstappen is going to hope he's going to be able to get this gap closed down on Charles Leclerc quite shortly, as Carlos Sainz is actually eking closer towards Max Verstappen in the last few laps. But of course, Max Verstappen does have DRS down all of these straights, so that does help him stay quite close to Charles Leclerc and stay ahead of Carlos Sainz through the remainder of the lap. Still, they come down this DRS straight, not able to close that gap at all right now. You have to think maybe they have to think of the long run, possibly the undercut strategy now. What can they do to allow Max Verstappen to get past that Ferrari of Charles Leclerc? He wants to get up into these podium positions. Right now, if Max Verstappen does get onto that podium place, that would mean that my predictions do come true. So I would not necessarily be too upset about that, as Mark comes back into the frame now.
Yes, indeed. I had to deal with another situation, which is the fact that a couple of our cats have decided to bring in a visitor from outside.
Oh, great.
So, yes, nonetheless, that is now sorted out. And we see Norris is now on the radio having his engineers telling him that we are thinking plan A, which means clearly the initial strategy that they want to do is certainly going to be the one they're still going to go with.
Yes, certainly. We think plan A would suggest that they're going with their original set plan. Sorry, I was halfway through a yawn there.
That's what I say.
But Lewis Hamilton now ever so slightly being able to close down that gap on Lando Norris, as Piastri is now in the pits.
Piastri is the first one, I think, in the pits, is it not?
Is he?
I think he must be.
No.
Or Zhou's been in the
He's
pits.
got an issue. He's falling back. Piastri has an issue.
What on earth has gone wrong with Piastri's car? What's he saying on the radio, Reece?
No full pedal, retire the car. Unfortunately, he's being told. So disappointing that maybe as a result of that little bit of impact that he had with Esteban Ocon. Very surprising, because the amount of damage on the side of his car is completely minimal, as we have a whole bunch of drivers now in the pits. We have Alex Albon, we have, I think, Pierre Gasly and Piastri now as well coming in to retire the car.
Valtteri Bottas has made his way in. Zhou is also coming into the pits here, I think.
Gasly is still out. I apologize.
Sorry, lots of yawning coming from this side here. Yes, indeed.
Well, I did go for a long ride today, so I'm a bit tired.
There's a lot of yawning here, but it's not actually that boring a race, people. Although what is quite boring is the fact that Piastri has now, as we said, made his way into the pits to retire the car. Very, very upsetting for McLaren and for Piastri, who I think managed to get a brilliant start there, but unfortunately got some contact with Ocon, which has now resulted in both of them having to retire the car. But nonetheless, his teammate still sits in first, ahead of Hamilton and ahead of Leclerc. Verstappen, Verstappen within DRS range of Leclerc, but unable to make that overtake happen just yet. Sainz almost within DRS range of Verstappen as well. Russell's dropped up. Well, he did drop down to 8th. He's made his way back up to 6th now. Perez is now in 7th.
Yes, Max Verstappen still trailing behind Charles Leclerc, but ever so slightly at the moment. 0.3 seconds is that gap as he tries to make a lunge down into turn 12. Does he make the move stick? Yes, he does. Really late on the brakes. Charles Leclerc getting pushed a little bit wide. This might be an issue for Max Verstappen, as he may not have given that position. I think he actually did end up giving it back, though, to Charles Leclerc, and now has given that, well, now has taken that position properly from Charles
I think
Leclerc.
there might be a little bit of investigation on Verstappen's behalf for pushing somebody off the track and getting an advantage. Yeah, I think he might well have pushed Charles Leclerc off the track there, quite frankly. I think they need to have a look at this. We need to see a replay of it, but I think it was slightly optimistic from Verstappen, taking it a bit too far there. So we'll have another look at that. But at the moment, Verstappen sits in 3rd now, ahead of Charles Leclerc, who's now getting under pressure from his teammate Sainz, who's trying to follow him in as well.
Yes, I was not really expecting Max to make such a late lunge on the brakes, but he saw clearly a gap and he took it. We're seeing a bit of a lock up there from Carlos Sainz as he comes through turn 1. The Ferraris are really close together. Watching a replay of this here, Mark, does he possibly... I mean, he comes from a really, really long way back. Defense there from Charles Leclerc, forcing Max Verstappen really far. He does. It's not his fault then, I think, unfortunately.
Oh, no, I think the fact that he's done
He does give it back, though, to be fair. He lets him come back alongside.
At no point does Charles Leclerc get ahead of Verstappen, though, which I think is going to be a slight problem. So I don't know what the FIA might do here. Personally, actually, I fear Verstappen is probably more in the wrong.
I think what I'm hearing from the commentators on Formula 1, the fact that they came out neck and neck still together, and the fact that Max Verstappen was able to stay within track limits may allow Max Verstappen to get away with that move.
Well, we'll have to see. And also, they may be looking for undercuts here from all the teams in terms of trying to see what their pit strategies are doing. Pit window is open. Quite a lot of people have come into the pits already. Let's see when the front runners will come into the pits. Norris still sits in 1st. Verstappen now in 3rd. Hamilton in 2nd. Leclerc and Sainz, the Ferraris, in 4th and 5th. Russell trying to chase them down in 6th. He's quite far off of them, though. And Perez can't seem to keep up with Russell either.
No, not at all. Verstappen now has quite a lot of work to do. He has to make up about 6 or 7 seconds. Perez getting frustrated on the radio saying... I don't know how many times he already went off. He already had 5 seconds, and then getting told they're going back, they're deleting times for him. So clearly, wanting to put a lot more pressure on the FIA to get a 5-second time penalty for George Russell.
Yeah, indeed, that might well happen. Well, we'll have to wait and see. But right now, Perez just needs to get his head down and race because, of course, dropping off of Russell by that much is not all going to be down to track limits. Just now watching, of course, Hamilton's now got the fastest lap behind his name in 2nd. And Verstappen is about 5 seconds behind Hamilton. Leclerc and Sainz still within DRS range of Verstappen. So very interesting to see those Ferraris sticking with them. Although Hamilton's made up 0.2 seconds in that previous lap on Norris ahead of him. Will he be able to catch him in about 4 laps?
He is the fastest driver out on circuits at the moment. He has set the fastest lap out there. As Max Verstappen still chases them down, will he be able to get up any higher on the podium?
Yeah, I'm sure he probably will at this stage. Logan Sargent, interestingly, is chasing Magnussen for 17th. He's going to go down the inside. And I think it's going to be a very amateur move here from Logan Sargent.
That was almost a crash there between those two. And he does lose out as he tried to make that defense work. But Kevin Magnussen gets past him.
Indeed, I said it's a bit of an amateur move there from Sargent. He made a late dive into turn 1, and Magnussen, obviously, of course, with a lot more experience, realizes that Sargent is never going to be able to hold on to the position, comes out of it with a much better exit, and as a result, still sticks in 17th. Though Sargent's trying desperately not to be the last runner on track, essentially. Of course, Piastri and Ocon have both gone out of this race, but Logan Sargent desperately trying to get a couple of overtakes behind his name just to sort of show that he can do something.
I think he is trying not to finish last here today, so he's trying desperately to chase down the American-owned team. He does have that DRS open now. He tries to make the move on Kevin Magnussen. He goes round the outside, makes the move sick, and he comes through now turn 12 ahead, not in last position, in 17th place now.
Yeah, so Logan Sargent has made an overtake. It is something bizarre, but nonetheless, Logan Sargent has managed to make an overtake there on Kevin Magnussen. These Haas have not looked very good all weekend. Kevin Magnussen down in 18th, and his teammate Hulkenberg up in 13th, but not sure they're going to stay there for much longer because I think Zhou and everyone else down has made a pit stop, whereas Hulkenberg Maybe Hulkenberg has, actually. I think. No, I don't think
Hamilton is
Hulkenberg has.
closing down the gap on Lando Norris at the moment.
I did say that he was starting to catch. He was getting about 2 seconds, 0.2 seconds a lap. So Lando Norris needs to think about this soon. He needs to also think about what he's going to do with regards to pit strategy. Will he not rather try to come into the pits earlier to avoid being overtaken in the pits?
Yes, you have to think so. You would expect people to come into the pits relatively soon. But who does take that early gamble to come out and possibly make that undercut work? You have to wait and see if it is going to be effective around here. But the only way to find that out is if you go in box.
Yeah, so who's going to be the first one to box, as Reece says, in the top 10 at least? We see that Alonso and Lance Stroll, as a result of a few other pit stops from other drivers, they're up into 11th and 12th, almost into the points, but of course, they have still got to get into the pits. I think Hulkenberg is not coming to the pits either.
seconds now is that gap to Hamilton. From Hamilton to Norris, it's getting close.
I think Hamilton is definitely pushing now, maybe because knowing that he's going to come into the pits very, very shortly here. So he's trying to get a push to maybe try and undercut him in the pits. He's going to have a pit maybe at the end of this lap. I reckon one more lap and Hamilton will come into the pits and Norris might well stay out. Or will Norris try to choose to come in? There might be some dummying tactics here. It's going to be who's
Norris
playing
is
chicken.
actually extending now that gap to Hamilton. It's back up to 1.9 seconds now. So possibly Lando Norris was just regenning a bit to push before they come into the pits. 14 laps is how long they've done on those tyres at the moment. And they are on the 15th lap of the race. And yeah, as you say, who will be the first one to jump for that pit?
Yeah, so right now we're seeing the fact that the current cap is already gone back up to 2.2 seconds. So Lando Norris has got a little bit back up on that. Might be because he's going to go into the pits this lap. Maybe he's just responded to Lewis Hamilton trying to chase him down. But all of those from Zhou downwards have been in the pits already. And Hulkenberg is definitely going to be taken. At this point, it looks like Hulkenberg is going to sit out last if he should come into the pits. So, yeah, it's really not been a great start for Haas.
Boxed, though.
No, not Hulkenberg. Everybody down from Zhou is boxed. Hulkenberg upwards is not.
Yeah, that's not going to be good for him when he eventually comes into the pits then.
No, not at all. So we're going to see the current drivers who are probably going to come out of the pits in rather poor positions. Stroll, Alonso, Ricciardo, and Tsunoda not going to be in favourable positions. And we see, yeah, there you go, Harry in the pit box there. For which team is he there for? Do you know?
Mercedes.
Mercedes. So he's there in Mercedes pit box.
You can tell by the headphones.
Yes, sure.
Those headphones.
We are on lap 15 of 56, so quite a lot of time still left in this race. Hamilton's got that gap back down to 1.8 seconds, although now it looks like it's gone back up to 2.
It has just been extended back up to 2 seconds now. As Stefan Edman says, how's it guys? Thank you very much for joining in on the stream. Just waiting to see what Max Verstappen and what Lewis Hamilton can do with Lando Norris currently leading the race.
Exactly that. We saw this also. We've seen Bianca here.
Bianca Bustamante,
yes,
the new McLaren development driver. She has just been brought onto the McLaren Development Academy. Very excited to see that another female driver has been brought in. The first female driver into the McLaren Driver Academy. Lando Norris saying, I don't know what's going on, but at turns 8 and 9, I'm struggling a lot with the balance. He's still staying quite comfortably 1.9 seconds ahead of Hamilton, but you don't want to hear that he's having balance issues at the moment.
No, you don't want to hear that at all from Norris, or maybe he's just sort of responding to try and see if his engineers can look at something else in the car to find some more pace, because he can see that Hamilton is starting to catch him ever so slightly, and he's creeping up on him essentially as the race continues here. Max Verstappen still not really close to the 2 front runners, but I'm sure throughout the rest of the race he'll probably start to catch. Sergio Perez started in 9th, he's currently in 7th, and he's chasing down George Russell, but he seemingly cannot get close enough to him either.
Yes, you're talking about Verstappen still chasing down Hamilton.
Perez chasing down Russell.
Perez chasing Russell, yes. He's not making any inroads on that gap. Norris being told, try and avoid the curb through there. The wind is inconsistent, which might be what you're feeling. So not necessarily an issue purely for his car. At least he knows every other driver is dealing with that exact same issue, as that gap is now 1.8 seconds. It is safe, but it is a bit uncomfortable, I'm sure, for Lando Norris.
Yeah, indeed. Now we're seeing some pit stops starting to happen for the major teams. We see Red Bull getting ready to pit somebody. It might be Perez, I think, who's going to come into the pits to maybe try and undercut Russell. So it's Verstappen.
Max Verstappen comes into the pits.
Max Verstappen, the first front runner into the pits here. He puts on another set of mediums.
Good pit stop. 2.5 seconds for the Red Bulls as Max Verstappen gets released from the pits. Where will he come out, though, is the question. He does end up coming out ahead of Daniel Ricciardo in 9th, so very, very crucial for him. Hopefully he has a little bit of free air, and then he can just maybe gain some time on those front runners ahead of him.
Yeah, exactly that. I think he's going to try and make up as much time as possible before the others get into the pits, and maybe he can try and undercut them all. So he's into the pits. He's the first one. He's come out, as we said, in 9th position behind Tsunoda. He's going to be chasing him down. He's literally sandwiched between the two AlphaTauri right now. Sergio Perez surely also going to be coming into the pits very shortly to try and undercut Russell.
Yes, what can Russell do? I mean, he's up into 5th now. He's done a lot better from his start. He did fall back a little bit, and now he has regained that position. He's in his original starting position, but not necessarily what we'd expect him to do when his teammates all the way up in 2nd.
No, Hamilton's doing very well, and we're seeing some action here in the Mercedes garage. Somebody's going to be coming in to the pits very, very shortly, and also the Ferrari engineers getting ready to get them in as well. So lots of pit strategies about to take place, and where will all the drivers come out as a result? That's going to be the very interesting thing to note. Now, also, Verstappen came out in another set of mediums, so he's going for a medium hard.
He's not gaining on Yuki Tsunoda. 1.4 seconds is that current gap, as McLaren, now the race leader for Lando Norris, has been told to box. He really flies through that final corner there, but he does get onto the brakes, and now he's in the pits. Where will he come out?
And Sainz also into the pits now. He's coming in, so lots of teams coming into the pits now. Let's see how good a stop this is for McLaren. Oh, it's slow. It's slow at the back right, I think it was.
2.8, not too bad, but not necessarily what you want when you have Max Verstappen barreling down on you.
Very good pit stop, though, from Ferrari on Sainz. 2.5 seconds. Perez now also into the pits. I did think so. And he gets a 2.8, so not brilliant, but not too bad there. So good enough, I think. But I don't think it's going to be enough to undercut as Verstappen now moves into 6th position as a result of these pits.
Where does Lando Norris, though, come out ahead? He comes out ahead of Pierre Gasly, so he's got a little bit of a buffer to Max Verstappen, but that gap now must be relatively close between those two.
Looking at some fighting here between Fernando Alonso and Carlos Sainz. Fernando Alonso getting very, very close to the back of Sainz.
Though, but before turn 3.
Yeah, so interesting there. The pit for Carlos Sainz almost resulted in him getting behind Fernando Alonso. Luckily, he managed to stay just ahead of the Aston Martin car. Fernando Alonso, of course, yet to pit, but he's now into the top 10, so he's into the points, but he'll still have to come to the pits soon.
Norris came out on a set of hards, interestingly enough, Mark.
Yeah.
Verstappen now coming on to the radio, or being on the radio, saying Hamilton has been instructed target 4+. He could be on a one-stop. Interesting. Bit of a different strategy call here for Mercedes today.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see if it works. Tyre degradation being the key factor here for Mercedes. So can Hamilton hold on to those medium tyres for much longer and then get onto the hards to finish off the race? It's going to be very, very difficult at the end. As you see Sergio Perez chase down Stroll, and he takes Stroll into turn 11. It is
turn 12,
turn 12
and now takes up that points position of 10th.
Yeah, so Sergio Perez doing very well there just to get past him on fresh medium tyres. So both Red Bulls have opted to come out on another set of mediums, which means they'll have one more stop and probably on the hard tyres to end off.
Yes, either the hard tyres or the soft tyres.
They'll come out on the hards. The mediums will not last long enough. So they're going to go for a two-stop strategy, medium, hard. That's what they're going for. They're on their second set of mediums. And Gasly now in the pits. He's up in 5th. Let's see where he drops down. At the fastest lap now goes to Max Verstappen.
Verstappen, yes, as he is now chasing down Lando Norris. 4.1 seconds is that gap. Lewis saying, or getting told by his engineers, do you think another 5 laps on this tyre could go? And he's saying, I'm not sure, man. It's pretty tough.
Well, not exactly being very forward with regards to answers here,
but
so we don't know.
It is Lewis Hamilton. Sometimes he says the opposite on the radio.
True. Exactly that. Maybe he's just trying to give everybody else some hope in terms of trying to take Mercedes. Maybe he knows that he can 100% do it. Somehow he needs to tell his engineers that, or maybe his engineers know. Bono has been with him for so many years. I'm sure he understands Lewis quite well. Just seeing here all of those people at the back here. A little bit of a battle here, I think, between Bottas and Albon.
Norris retaliating, though, to Max Verstappen's fastest lap. He's now gone faster in the first sector. That gap, though, is now 3.8 seconds from Max Verstappen to Lando Norris, and it's closing ever so quickly.
Yeah, so the problem is now Lando Norris is on the hard tyre, which is, of course, not as quick as the medium. He could go for a longer period of time, but I think it's been a poor strategy call from McLaren, which means that Verstappen will probably be within touching distance in about 7 or 8 laps' time. He'll probably be in distance there to try and take Lando Norris for what is effectively first place.
So Russell on the radio gets asked the exact same question. What does he say? Yep, I can go another 5 laps. He doesn't mind. So, what did I say about Lewis Hamilton? I think he'll be fine. Just
Though
watching
locking up's not going to help.
That may not help him at all. Especially, he's going to be losing a lot of time on those drivers who have pitted already now.
Yeah, so Lewis Hamilton, for that, he might well have tried to go for another 5 laps. Has just got a very big dead spot on his front left after locking up quite badly. Now seeing Perez getting so close to the back of Alonso. How well can Alonso try and defend, although Alonso goes into the pits? So we're not going to see that as Perez now comes into the start-finish straight with lots of time on his hands. Alonso's pit, let's see where he'll come out. He's not had the best qualifying, of course, on Friday and today. Let's see how he can fare in terms of the race strategy. Will Aston Martin be able to get them into the points? It's going to be an interesting one to see. How good's the pit stop? Looks a little bit slow on entry, and it's a little bit slow on exit as well. It's not brilliant there. 3.2.
Not brilliant at all. As now we also have one of the Haas's of, I think this is Hulkenberg. It is Hulkenberg in the pits now. He's going to rejoin pretty much all the way at the end. And he's going to, for even just worse, to make his race even worse, he's going to be released even further back because of that slow pit stop.
Yeah, indeed. So, just to recap a couple of things that have happened in the race so far. Into turn 2, I think it is, Piastri and Ocon clashed there, where Ocon pretty much turned a little bit into Piastri, and as a result, both of them picked up damage. Piastri's damage was unseen for a while until later on, and suddenly found out the fact that both cars were not going to be able to continue.
Hamilton being told by his engineer that Verstappen is now in our pit window, and then Hamilton goes, "No beep, man. I'm struggling out here." So pretty much saying, you've already stuffed me up. You should have brought me in earlier.
Well, the thing is, with regards to the pit...
As they now say, box, box.
So are they going to do a 1-stop, or is it going to be a 2-stop?
It will have to be a 2-stop now.
But it's been a bit late there for Hamilton. I don't think he's going to be coming out ahead of Verstappen, so he really needed to have rushed in there.
Going on to a set of
hards. Oh, and it's a slow pit stop.
Did they drop him on the jack there for a second, maybe? 3.6 seconds. The car did seem to be a little bit unsettled as they were putting on those tyres. As now, where does Max Verstappen come out? He does come out easily ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton will not be impressed as he sees Max Verstappen going up the hill and already out of turn 1 and into turn 2.
I mean, it's already way past the DRS zone in terms of Hamilton trying to get anywhere near. You can't even see Verstappen, Hamilton, so he's far behind him. 5.4 seconds is the gap from him to Verstappen. So shocking from Mercedes there, unless they opt for the 1-stop, but I don't think they will. Watching a replay here of, I think this is Alex Albon on Bottas.
Pierre Gasly on, this is Kevin Magnussen. He gets that move done. I wonder when that was. That must have been a bit earlier. Just watching a replay of Carlos Sainz getting past someone there for P6, getting past, I think that was Sergio Perez.
Yeah, I think that was just when Perez came out of the pits, maybe, just watching that point there. Now, watching here, Lando Norris taking George Russell with ease on the not on the second DRS straight in the track.
12, yes. No point in fighting that for George Russell. He's on a completely different strategy. But Max Verstappen is really hurtling down at Lando Norris now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be Max Verstappen's race at this point in time. He's made up so much time already. Lando Norris not too far away as Russell gets told to box, which means that Verstappen will have a clear run to Lando Norris ahead of him. And Leclerc currently leads the race on a set of medium tyres, but he is yet to pit, I think.
Now it is just about to 2.5, 2.6 seconds now to to Lando Norris from Max Verstappen, as now George Russell does dive into pits. Hamilton saying came out so far behind, and he says, gets told, copy, we are just offsetting. So what will happen? They're trying to do something different.
I think they're going to try and do a 1-stop, and I think definitely Leclerc is on a 1-stop strategy, yet to come into the pits yet. Somebody we've not really talked about too much right now, but he's currently sitting in first.
On a 1-stop then?
Lando Norris, I don't think is on a 1-stop. He pitted quite early for that, so I think he's going to come out in another set of medium tyres. He's on the hard tyres, so I think he's going to go medium, hard, medium. And whereas Verstappen's going to go medium, medium, hard. Leclerc, though, I think is going to medium, hard, simple 1-stop. Let's see if it works out for the Ferrari. They're on different strategies, of course. Sainz on the medium, medium, hard, I think he's on.
I'm very interested to see the fact that they're able to go so far on the set of tyres at the moment. Max Verstappen not necessarily making inroads anymore on Lando Norris. He seems to be holding out at about 2.8 seconds. Possibly just waiting for the next pit-stop phase of this race.
Yeah, so let's see if the 1-stop strategy could be quite effective here. Leclerc is certainly going to be the one that we're going to watch there. He's currently in first, having yet to pit. Watching the pit stop here, the front right is slow for Hamilton. That's why I got a 3.6 second pit stop. If it was 1.6 seconds shorter, wouldn't have made much difference. Verstappen still would have gone past him with ease.
Yes, by at least about 3 or 4 seconds there.
So Verstappen really chasing down Lando Norris for the effective P1 position, though Leclerc still leads this race. He's about 3 seconds ahead of Lando Norris, but he's going to be opting for a one-stop strategy. As we see Pierre Gasly
chasing down George Russell. George Russell on new tyres, but he does push Pierre Gasly a little bit off the track there, as Pierre Gasly's still chasing down for P8.
Yeah, so I'm intrigued. Let us know, the guys in the comments, what do you think is going to work, the one-stop or the two-stop here? We see Leclerc still yet to pit, but he needs to try and make up all that time that he's lost, that he's going to lose, of course, when he comes into the pits eventually. When everybody else comes into the pits, will his hard tyres last long enough in the race for him to effectively get first place? Because he currently has not been talked about. He's in first, yet to pit. He's obviously only got 2 seconds to Norris. I think he's going to probably come into the pits as soon as Norris is right to the back of him to avoid having to defend too much. Or maybe they do decide to defend as much as possible to avoid that gap getting even bigger.
Possibly. It's an interesting strategy from Ferrari here today. I don't know how it's going to work, but that gap is now 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, so Norris is very quickly catching up to Leclerc. What do Ferrari do? They're almost halfway through the race here. Halfway through the race, we'll be sitting at about 28 laps. I think it is 28 laps. Yes, 28 laps. So we're 5 laps away from that. Does Leclerc back himself to go on the hards till the end of the race? Obviously, he's going to have to do a one-stop now. But when does he come in?
It's going to be difficult to continue on those mediums for so long. I'm sure he's really struggling, as now Lando Norris is reeling him in relatively quickly as he comes through turn 12. We also see Max Verstappen, though, in the back of that picture. You cannot discount him here. He's now 2.1 seconds off the back of Lando Norris.
I think what Leclerc's got to do here is he's got to try and see if he can defend well against Norris this lap. He's going to have to go out one more lap and then see if you can try and keep Norris behind him. And if Norris takes him, you do go into the pits anyway. And I think at the end of this next lap, you go into the pits. But Leclerc needs to try and stay on these mediums for as long as possible whilst everyone's behind him before coming into the pits, so that he can effectively beat them after that one-stop strategy, whereas, of course, Norris and Verstappen on the two-stop.
Leclerc dives into the
pits now. So the one-stop strategy for Leclerc, this is his one-stop. Has to be a great pit stop, of course, with a one-stop. You cannot afford to mess it up. Let's see how good this pit stop is for Ferrari. He comes into the pits, goes in, and let's see how quick it is. It's a slightly slow pit stop, not brilliant. 3 seconds.
I thought it would be around that. As he does now leave that pit and get back out onto track, he gets ahead of George Russell at least. So not necessarily too bad. Up into 6th.
Yeah, so in 6th is Leclerc, and he's not going to come into the pits again. I think he's going to have to struggle onto those hards.
Still have to box though, but this could be a really good pit strategy for the Ferraris here today.
That's why I say. So we know that everybody else is pretty much running a two-stop strategy from, I think, let's say, Norris, Verstappen, possibly Hamilton. Hamilton's the only other one which we might think could be on a one-stop. Unlikely, though, for Hamilton, I think. But from definitely Norris, Verstappen, Sainz, Perez, and Russell are all going to be on two-stop strategies. So if Leclerc can hold on to these tyres and just keep them going and not have too much degradation, he could be in here for a win.
Yes, certainly you could think that. But just, I heard earlier on the radio for Lando Norris, he was told, our race here today is with Verstappen. So what do we think plan B? And he confirmed that they want to change and switch to plan B, whatever that may be.
Maybe it's a one-stop.
Possibly.
Maybe he's going to say, you're going to have to stay on these hards, mate. And maybe that's why he's losing a little bit of time to Verstappen. Verstappen's starting to catch him a bit. So maybe he's just slowing down ever so slightly just so that he can keep those tyres fresh.
Yes.
It's a late call to suddenly change. He's going to have to keep these hard tyres together. That's, of course, if plan B is that. Or maybe it's going to be for a late soft tyre.
Yes, that's also what I was expecting. Lando Norris desperately wanting to take that 100th Grand Prix race win here. And his dad is watching on his son, Lando Norris, as black and white flags are shown for Kevin Magnussen for track limits.
So those are the first set of black and white flags we've seen all day, and I'm sure we're going to see more of them towards the end of the race. A couple of people are certainly going over track limits. Just watching here, these lines taken from Lando Norris and Verstappen. Although having said that, Norris, seems to be...
He was told, remember, to stay off the curbs, so he is being quite conservative in that aspect. Max Verstappen, though, 2.2 seconds now behind him. You have to think maybe Max is also looking after these tyres now on this phase.
Maybe everybody's trying to decide on whether it's a one-stop. Verstappen can't. He has to come in for another set of tyres. Leclerc just saying we are with the same strategy as Russell behind with the hard tyre. That's interesting to hear from Leclerc because I think surely Leclerc's on the one-stop. Russell's certainly, I don't think, on the one-stop. So interesting to see that they reckon they're on the same strategy. Very keen to see what happens. I reckon around lap 40, just before lap 40 is going to be a very, very interesting point in the race to see what strategies are actually being employed.
For sure. It's really an unknown at this point what all of those strategists are doing on the pit wall. Watching a replay from Lando Norris coming through to turn 11, does he have a bit of a lockup through here? He does have a bit of a lockup and goes quite wide there. That's going to allow Max Verstappen to get even closer now. He is 1.2 seconds behind Lando Norris now as they come through.
Yeah, 1.1. Look at this. Verstappen now obviously going to try and push here to get ahead of Lando Norris. He's definitely on the 2-stop. Will Lando Norris now opt for the 1-stop to maybe try and somehow win this race, get something, as Max Verstappen's so close to the back of Norris now?
Hamilton, though, 8.5 seconds off the back of Lando Norris. So quite a big gap there. But I don't think that's impossible to close. As we see a late move from Alex Albon on the inside of Zhou Guanyu. Brilliant move from him there. Really, really late. All 4 wheels on the racetrack, so it's definitely legal there. Yeah, Zhou Guanyu tries to fight it back, but I think that was a very, very brave move from Alex Albon up into 10.
Yeah, so Alex Albon now moves into 11th. He's 1 position away from points. Alonso's up in 10th in the points, so he's done quite well to get into the points so far. Can he get further up the grid? Of course, we see Pierre Gasly and Yuki Tsunoda in 8th and 9th. Yuki Tsunoda ahead of his teammate Ricciardo's all the way down in 16th. But I think Ricciardo, of course, came into the pits. I think Ricciardo's also on a 1-stop strategy. So Ricciardo, where will he finish at the end of this race? Will he finish ahead of his teammate? Who knows? Hamilton on the radio saying, or rather, the engineers saying, we can use these tyres. Norris pushing more. I'm trying, mate. I'm trying. So Hamilton's basically been told, we're going 2-stop strategy, so move it.
Yes, Max Verstappen ever so slightly closing that gap now. 0.8 seconds between himself and Lando Norris. Lando Norris, of course, never taking a victory in Formula 1. He got very close to Russia, I think 2 or 3 years ago. Max Verstappen have a little bit of a correction as he comes through turn 12. Lando Norris, though, currently a second ahead of him.
Yeah, so Lando Norris really struggling to keep Max Verstappen behind him. Verstappen's almost got DRS on him, but as again, Norris must surely be going for the 1-stop strategy. I don't see how a 2-stop's going to help him here. He's not going to be able to defend against Max Verstappen for very long. And also, if he's on a 1-stop, does he defend against Max Verstappen now?
I think you do. You may as well. Destroy Max's tyres. You've got the preferential set of tyres there with the hards.
The problem is that you need these tyres to last, and they're going to struggle towards the end of the race. So do you
I think they are still on a 2-stop, on a 3-stopper, Mark. I think they 2-stopper rather. I think they are going to change. Max Verstappen, DRS once again open. 0.6 seconds is the gap between these two leaders.
Well, you say once again open. It's the first time it's been opened on Lando Norris.
Second time.
Was it?
Down the back straight the previous time, yes.
Okay, well, nonetheless, Lando Norris and Max Verstappen now fighting in the battle for first. Lando Norris still trying to stay ahead of Max Verstappen, but we can just see how good that Red Bull is in these corners here. And I think on that back straight, Verstappen's going to make a move on Norris. And it'll be interesting to see if Verstappen can make it stick. He'll probably go on the inside of Norris, I reckon.
Yes, just watching now as they come through the final few sectors as they approach that. Verstappen knows that he has to try and make any move. If there's a mistake from Lando Norris, you have to really take advantage of that around here, as Lando Norris is keeping really consistent, but Max Verstappen is getting really close to the back of him.
I think Lando Norris's energy usage here is going to be absolutely key to keep Verstappen behind him. He's going to have to recharge and charge up and use it during those DRS zones to ensure Max Verstappen does not get past him.
Verstappen has a little look into turn 12 but realizes he's a little bit too far behind, but he's still looking really menacing behind him. Hamilton saying, you've given me a hell of a gap to close, and he just gets told, copy Lewis, just see what we can do. That gap is currently 7 seconds between Hamilton and Verstappen. 6.6 seconds now is that gap.
Yeah, really, really not going to be very easy for Lewis Hamilton to get there, although he has now sped up quite a lot. 6.5 seconds here is the gap now. I think Verstappen getting held up ever so slightly behind Norris, getting a little bit dirty here, of course, through some parts here. And let's see if he can try and take him into turn 1 here as he comes down.
Too big, unfortunately. 0.9 seconds is the gap as he opens up that DRS, approaching him through into turn 1. But approaching is one thing, getting that move is another thing on Lando Norris.
Yeah, so somebody asking in the comments here, do you think Leclerc could make a 2-stop work now? Is it too late, maybe?
Sorry?
Somebody asking if a 2-stop could work for Leclerc.
I think he may as well take the 1-stop now. He's already there. He's already done his late stop to go onto the hards. He's in a prime position, really. He should be able to get ahead of Perez, Sainz, and even Hamilton through the next pit stop phases. Yeah,
so of course, if everybody else comes into the pits right now, Leclerc should come out ahead of pretty much everybody. Though I must say Lando Norris and Max Verstappen might be a little bit too far ahead. Just looking at the total seconds there, we're seeing Lando Norris is now being taken, I think, by Verstappen here. I think it's on the back straight that Verstappen has just made that move stick. Let's see if it actually does happen. You see Max Verstappen with DRS wide open.
He gets really, really close as they come through here. I don't think he gets it here. I think he might. He does take a lunge, a really late lunge. And he makes a move on Lando Norris. Norris didn't even think about it. But Lando, I think, just playing the long game, maybe for the remainder of this race to see what happens throughout the remaining phases.
I think surely Lando Norris, based off of that move, is on a one-stop strategy. He's just trying to conserve these tyres and make sure you can go to the end on this current set, perhaps, as Max Verstappen is now our new race leader for the remainder of this race. Hamilton still in third, Norris now in second. Now, the gap from Verstappen to Leclerc is 19.9 seconds. So as long as Leclerc can keep that gap under, I think it's 22 seconds or 24 seconds is the time lost. If he can keep that gap under 22 seconds, then he should be in it for the one-stop. Norris saying, I don't know if we went off or not. Hard to see from my side.
It looked relatively clean from our side, at least. I think he was just maybe saying that race control should have a bit of a look just in case to check track limits there for that moment. Narelle Porchita giving her or their praise for Max Verstappen as he does make that move now work on Lando Norris. Just watching a replay of it, does he keep it quite clean through there, Mark? I think he does. He does, yes. He stays within the white lines through there. And then just, he really has a lot more traction than Lando Norris at the moment. It just shows the massive difference between the medium and the hard tyres right now.
I was just about to speak and I just unfortunately immediately sucked in something I shouldn't have. And yeah, so now we see Max Verstappen obviously very clearly in first. And his fastest time, or rather his previous lap time, quite a bit quicker than Lando Norris. Lando Norris still within DRS range ever so slightly of Max Verstappen, but can he stay there for as long as possible? He needs to try and utilize it to give himself the best chance. Leclerc, of course, needs to also try and make up some time. As much as he needs to conserve these tyres, he needs to make up time, of course, if he wants to try and battle it out for first near the end of this race. We are now past the halfway stage. We're in lap 29 of 56.
Lewis Hamilton has closed down that gap, but not enough, as Max Verstappen is now eking away ahead of Lando Norris. 0.8 is that gap right now between those two drivers. Hamilton, though, is now within 5 seconds. Do we think he's going to be able to catch Lando Norris? Or do you think Lando Norris will be able to just keep that gap?
All depends on the
stable?
strategy. All depends on the strategies they're running. I think Hamilton's definitely going for a two-stop. Norris could very well be in for a two-stop as well. I don't quite know yet from McLaren what they're going to do as we enter lap 30, but Hamilton should surely be licking his lips in terms of seeing if he can get past the McLaren, but I don't think he's going to be able to compete with Max Verstappen's Red Bull.
No, I don't think so either, unfortunately. I think Max Verstappen in that Red Bull is just too fast out there. I say that, though, but Lando Norris is taking small chunks of time out of Max Verstappen.
Well, he's still within DRS range, although I think he might have just dropped out of it ever so slightly, as we now see a few more people coming into the pits now. Alex Albon and Kevin Magnussen into the pits,
making the next phase of stops here. They were one of the first drivers, or one of the first sets of drivers to make their way into the pits, so you would expect them to go back out and put on a new set of tyres relatively earlier compared to everyone else.
Now, so let's see how these pit stops are for Alex Albon and Kevin Magnussen. Alex Albon still trying to vie for some points in today's race after starting quite far back in the Williams. So let's see if he can make that happen. As we're now watching a battle here between Ricciardo and Hülkenberg. Hülkenberg getting quite close to the back of Ricciardo. Science on the radio. What's he saying, Reece?
Just asking when he gets to come into the pits. He hasn't pitted yet, Mark. So he's still asking when can he come
No,
into
he has
the pits.
pitted. He has pitted. He's coming for the second pit stop. Everybody has pitted now.
Sorry, he's waiting to get told when he's coming in for the next set of pit stops. I was a little bit confused there with the urgency that he was saying in his voice. It sounded like he hadn't come into the pits yet.
No, he's definitely not come. He's definitely come into the pits already. They started with the medium. I think he's gone into another set of mediums, which means he's going to go for the hard tire run. So the earlier he gets in, perhaps he could try and see if he can try and take Hamilton. It's going to be lots of time to make up, but he could see himself in a podium position if he's quite good with his lines and if the pit stop's good, of course, as well. As we now see Nico Hülkenberg get really close to the back of Daniel Ricciardo. Daniel Ricciardo goes down the inside, but doesn't even fight it. Hülkenberg easily takes that position. He moves himself into 13th position.
Daniel Ricciardo seems to be struggling a little bit out here today. He's down in 14th now. As you say, he started a little bit higher, if I'm not mistaken. but just really has not been able to make any inroads on any of the other drivers out here today.
Now, nonetheless, so let's go and look at the comment section, guys. Everybody going and saying Perez is slow and steady in catching Carlos Sainz. Looks like Perez might be a problem for Lewis towards the end of the race. So Perez, the one that's sneaking by here. Norris just once again talking about track limits for Verstappen.
He's got something flapping around on his halo. Do you see it there, Mark?
Yes, I do see that. It's got like a little, I think it might be a visor or something. So something is just flapping around on the front of his halo there. I don't think he'll take too much notice of it, luckily. Max Verstappen still leading this race, though Norris is still within DRS range of him.
He's closing the gap. It's now 0.6 seconds between these two. Lando Norris closing that gap ever so slightly on Max Verstappen. He does not want to lose this opportunity of a race win on his 100th Grand Prix start.
So let's see what happens here. It's going to be very interesting to see if Norris can fight out here. He's lost ever so slightly, a little bit of time to Verstappen in that last corner there. He's now dropped out of the DRS range. But Hamilton is dropping off of Norris as well. Hamilton 4.5 seconds behind him, but that last lap, Norris made up a little bit of time. So let's see what happens here. Guys, let us know in the comments, what do you think is going to happen in the race? Who's it going to work? Who's it favoring? Who are the drivers that are going to win? Who's our top three? Because right now, it's quite a lot of maths being basically put together.
Still up in the air, yes, as you say, because some drivers are out there on single stop strategies, like Charles Leclerc, who's currently down in 7.6 seconds back off of Perez, but he is currently 19 seconds off of the race leader.
Yeah, I mean, so he's still within that sort of point to try and compete. The only issue is that he's going to have much older tyres towards the end of the race, which means that it might be easier for people to pick him apart.
Precisely.
So Ferrari needs to be very careful with regards to when Leclerc, I suppose, pushes, they need to try and conserve those tyres as best they can so they can make a little bit of a push towards the end. Of course, when people come into the pits, they're going to have to tell Leclerc to put the pedal to the metal for a few laps to try and get that gap up as big as possible. So with lap 32 of 56, Lando Norris still chasing Verstappen. He's out of DRS range now. Verstappen needs to put the pedal to the metal as well to try and get away from him as far as possible. Just watching that replay there of who is this actually?
It's Hulkenberg
on Sargent.
Sargent, yes. Magnussen still all the way down in 18th. Sargent has done really well. He's moved himself up into 13th at this point.
Yeah, so Sargent's had quite a good start from all the way down in 20th. He's up in 13th. It's not too bad for him, the American driver, at his home Grand Prix here. And seeing across the board lots of mediums and hard tyres being shared across from all the drivers here. So let's just go back through from the grid at the bottom. Then Magnussen is not having a great race. Neither are the two Alfa Romeos. Albon is sort of made up a little bit of time, but he did just come into the pits for a second pit stop, so he could be looking for points. Let's see where he can finish. Ricciardo in 14th, not having the best race for himself. Sargent in 13th. He's not had too bad a start here at all. Hulkenberg in 12th. Not too bad for the Haas driver as well. Stroll and Alonso in 10th and 11th. Much better than where they started, near the back of the grid. Looking at Tsunoda, he's more or less where he started about 11th, I think it was, in the grid, or maybe 12th position. Gasly up in 8th. His teammate Ocon out of the race. Russell in 7th after starting in 5th. Leclerc 6th on a one-stop. Perez in 5th. He's trying to chase down Sainz ahead of him. Could be a problem for a couple of the front runners later on. Sainz in 4th, of course. Hamilton in 3rd. Norris in 2nd. And Verstappen in 1st.
Hamilton noticing that the wind has picked up now all of a sudden, so that could also cause a little bit of issues out there. Yeah, just looking down in the comment section at the moment, as Lindiwe says that the race is looking like a game of offsetting strategies. Verstappen will need a set of parts at the end. Norris and Hamilton will be able to go to the medium. Interesting.
Yeah, but the problem
Could we possibly get Max Verstappen extending, or Lando and Hamilton extending and going on to the softer end? Possibly.
Well, I think Verstappen might try to do that, but he's on the medium tyre again, which means that he can't really afford to extend too much.
But we've seen these mediums can go far.
Yeah, we have seen the mediums go far, and of course Red Bull's tyre degradation is not as high as most of the other teams we've seen this season. But I think, Lando Norris and Hamilton might push on these hards to go into soft tyres. We know how much quicker the soft tyres are. If they go into softs at the end and Verstappen goes on to... I think Verstappen has to go into the hards. He's not going to make these mediums last long enough, and the softs will not survive till the end of the race, I don't feel. So Verstappen will probably go into hards soon. Norris and Hamilton, if they make these tyres last longer and go into the softs, it's going to come right down to the wire, I think, unless Norris drops off of Verstappen quite a lot in the next few laps. As I said, by lap 40, we're going to have a much clearer picture as to what could be happening by the end of the race. Lap 40 pretty much is my indicative time as to what's going to happen near the end.
Yes, I agree. That is going to be the point where we do see who is going to be able to make a challenge for the top three of the race. Max Verstappen currently 3 seconds ahead of Lando Norris. Looking there at Hannah Schmitz, the principal strategy engineer of Red Bull Racing. She has performed some incredible strategies for the Red Bull team in the past couple of years. what can she do here today? Will she be able to eke it out again ahead of the rest of the grid?
She looks quite happy with regards to how things are going. I think given the fact that Verstappen suddenly pulled away from Norris by quite a lot, means he's probably coming into the pits very, very shortly here.
Max Verstappen just complaining about the brakes at the moment, saying they are really bad and just getting told understood as per usual. He's a bit under pressure at the moment, and I think he can feel that, and I think we can feel it certainly under his visor there.
Yeah, so let's see when Verstappen was going to come into the pits. As I say, I think he might well be diving off into the pits in the next couple of laps, given the fact that, as I say, he's really pulled away from Lando Norris. Lando Norris desperately trying to follow him. Max Verstappen complaining about those brakes. Let's just see a replay here of where he might have been getting that complaint from. Just locks up a little bit in the front left. Very slight lockup though.
But it does throw you over the exit there, and that can cause you to get a issue. Just watching a replay here for Lewis Hamilton. He's currently going around out on track. He's 2.7 seconds off the back of Norris now. He's really getting quite close down off the back of Norris as he comes onto the radio to say that Max is pulling away. And Hamilton gets told there by the engineers, it's more like Lando Norris is coming to you than Max is getting away.
Yeah, so
it just shows you though, Hamilton is always thinking about the race win here. He doesn't want P2, he wants
Norris is into the pits. Spot. Norris is into the pits. Let's see here what can happen. There needs to be a fantastic pit stop for Norris here. He's going to move on to the medium tire for the remainder of this race, I'm sure. As he comes to the pits, needs to be a great pit stop.
Another set of hards. Another set of hards. Possibly they didn't have a set of fresh medium.
You know what this might also be? I think this is now basically saying that you don't have to conserve your tyres. Go.
Push to the end.
Yes, they go. You don't have to do any conservation.
Does he come out ahead of the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc? No, he doesn't. That's going to make his race even more difficult.
What I was going to say, just before that, as Lando Norris went into the pits, I was going to say, Leclerc has managed to hold a gap of less than 20 seconds to Verstappen, which means he's still in contention on that one-stop strategy to try and win the race as well. It's going to be very, very difficult for Leclerc, of course, who's going to have to try and put up with Leclerc now behind him for quite a while, with Norris right behind him for quite a while. So it might not be the best strategy for Leclerc, but right now, he's still 3.5 seconds ahead of Norris. How long can he keep him behind him?
Yes, it's really exciting though, because we've got multiple drivers on different strategies out here today. We've got Lando Norris clearly on a medium hard strategy. Max Verstappen possibly on a medium strategy, a medium hard strategy out there. Carlos Sainz on a medium hard strategy. Perez as well on that. Hamilton on a similar strategy, you would think, to Lando Norris, but he hasn't come to the pits yet.
No, not at all. So we're now seeing push. Lando says F1 23. Well, Lando Norris needs to really go for it with these hard tyres. I think these hard tyres should be fine to the end of the race to basically push every lap. So if he does do that, maybe he stands a chance to take Verstappen. As Verstappen now drives off into the pits.
Does come into the pits to call that pit stop from Lando Norris. He doesn't want to get undercut from him. You would expect him now to come out on a set of hard
Let's
tyres.
see where Lando Norris comes out, of course.
It is the set of hard tyres for the Red Bull.
He has to be. He's not going to be soft at this point in the race, and he's only been on medium.
Slow on the back left.
Slow on the back left. So very slow pit stop there for Max Verstappen. 3.3 seconds. What does that do? As we now see also Carlos Sainz in the pits. Where does he come out? Now let's follow Lando Norris. Will he come out ahead of Verstappen? I think Verstappen might just be able to come out ahead of Lando Norris. Let's see where it comes out. Verstappen here coming out of the pit lane just behind Leclerc. It is.
But ahead of Lando Norris still. He's going to struggle though now because these tyres are not going to be up to temperature. Lando Norris though at least has his tyres up to temperature. We now have over 600 of you watching alongside with us. Thank you very much for joining in on our stream. Do be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you're new as well. We are less than 1,000 subs away from hitting 2,000. We're less than 100 subs rather than to get to 2,000 subs.
Yeah, so smash that like button and smash that subscribe button as well. So I'm just looking at this now. I think Leclerc is a little bit stuffed in terms of his strategy. They made a poor call with this one stop. It's not going to work. And also looking at this, unless something untoward happens with like a safety car or something equivalent, which could really throw a spanner in the works, Norris is not going to be able to catch up to Verstappen. It looks like it's going to be Verstappen's race here, ladies and gentlemen. Hamilton,
Verstappen, though, still has to get past Charles Leclerc. Just re-watching this pit stop from Max Verstappen, looking at that rear left, it just has a bit of an issue getting off, and that's what causes it to be ever so slightly slow. Disappointing for those rear jacks mechanics, but not necessarily too bad, as I think they were waiting there as well to bring in Sergio Perez.
Yeah, so Verstappen now very much sitting in a comfortable position. Hamilton needs to come into the pits very, very shortly. He's going to be undercut, though, unless they've decided to try and just push on the one-stop strategy. I don't think the one-stop would work for Hamilton for the remainder of this race. Still got 20 laps to go. It's a long time in these tyres. He's going to have to come into the pits. Sergio Perez there in second on the mediums. He's just crept up on everybody as well. But of course, when he comes into the pits, he's going to come out near Russell and Sainz. Sainz with the fastest lap now, 2.7 seconds behind Russell in 7th on hard tyres. So everybody's pretty much going to finish the race on hard tyres, with maybe the exception of Hamilton, who might move on to the mediums.
Possibly even a set of softs if he's able to stay out there long enough. This could all come through to the Mercedes if they get in early enough on a set of softs and have enough time to be able to make up that deficit to the drivers ahead of them.
Yeah, the problem is I think Verstappen getting past Norris in that attempted pit undercut from McLaren has resulted in basically a for sure win for Verstappen, unless something else happens.
Never call it a for sure win.
With Hamilton, with Verstappen, I'm pretty much calling it now. Unfortunately, I think Verstappen is well on his way to get this victory. Norris struggling to keep that gap under 2 seconds to Verstappen ahead of him. Both of them, of course, finished their pit stop strategies. Unless we see Logan Sargent in the wall and a safety car's called out here, the drivers' champion is going to be champion here again today.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens in the final few laps. It's still all to fight for, at least I think so, as there is a lot more of a game to play in terms of all these strategies playing out here.
Well, the interesting thing is Norris came out in another set of hards, which means the same tyres for Verstappen, pretty much the same age as well. So they're both of them going to go to the end of the race trying to chase each other off. I know which car is pretty much a little bit more powerful than the next. It's though Hamilton. What's going to happen with him? Is he going to come out in a set of mediums? Is he going to come out in a set of hards again as well? He might well go into the mediums given the fact that it's a much later pit stop than the rest. But his interval is going to be a bit too much, I think, to those two front runners. He's losing a lot of time as Verstappen now within DRS range of Leclerc. He's already caught him up, and let's see the battle for third take place as Perez is now into the pits.
Yes, Perez, as you say, comes to the pits, as does Pierre Gasly out on track. Where will they return out there? Stroll gets past Pierre Gasly now for P9, as Max Verstappen is now chasing down Charles Leclerc.
Yeah, so Charles Leclerc now moves into second, Verstappen in third. Hamilton, of course, has got a 13-second gap on Leclerc behind him. I think he's going to have to try and make sure that Leclerc can sort of act as a buffer, but I think Verstappen's going to have and make light work of Leclerc on the back straight.
Very slow stop for Pierre Gasly, 3.3 seconds. It looked a little bit slower than that, but at least it wasn't necessarily horrific, but not what he would have wanted.
No, not at all. And Leclerc's now going to have to try and do some fighting here against the Red Bull and the McLaren of Verstappen and Norris. He's going to basically have them right behind him for the rest of the race unless he gets taken very quickly.
This is hampering Verstappen and Norris, the fact that Charles Leclerc, they're not able to get past him.
But this is
Lewis Hamilton is 12 or 13 seconds ahead of them.
But this is what I'm trying to say. Hamilton's here going to hope that Leclerc can act as a great buffer.
And that's why I'm saying that this possible late strategic call from Mercedes could work if they put Lewis Hamilton on a set of softs, and he can make up that deficit in the last few laps.
It all depends. I think Hamilton's about to dive into the pits here, so he's decided that this is the time to try and get into the pits whilst Verstappen's getting held up by that Ferrari. So Hamilton's going to come into the pits. What will he come out on? I'm sure it's going to be a set of mediums. Is he going to come out ahead of Verstappen, or is he going to come out behind all of them? I think he's going to come out behind them, though. Of course, that gap is a little bit too small for him. As we're seeing here, Hamilton is definitely into the pits. Max Verstappen can't quite get ahead of Leclerc yet. I think he might take him into the start-finish. As we see, Hamilton's pit stop, not the best. 3.4, it's not brilliant. It's not going to help him there. And he's going to come out in fourth position.
Phenomenal, unfortunately. Max Verstappen trying to make that move now on Charles Leclerc. Does he make it stick into turn one? He does. It looks relatively easy into turn one. And Max Verstappen takes the lead of the race once again here in America.
Yeah, so it's been a terrible strategy call from Ferrari on Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc started in second place, started in pole. What am I talking about? Started in pole for this race. They tried the one stop. It's been terrible. I think he's going to struggle to finish even in 7th position.
I think so. He's going to fall down quite quickly now, as he has a lot of people behind him on fresh rubber.
So once again, Ferrari calling a very weird strategy and completely messing it up. We are very interested to see what would work, but the one stop definitely not the one today.
I think it was a good call to make if we got a safety car here, but unfortunately that gamble didn't pay off for them, and he is now about to get overtaken by Lando Norris, who's busy lining up and overtake on him now.
Yeah, Lando Norris is going to dive down the inside. Leclerc moves to the defensive line and now moves back out to get that ideal thing as Lando Norris dives down his inside. And will he be able to take it within track limits? He does very easily. Leclerc doesn't even bother trying to fight it properly as now Norris moves ahead of him and tries to chase down Max Verstappen, our race leader, in lap 39 of 56.
Cora, they're saying, what a surprise that Ferrari have a shit strategy. Would never have guessed.
Yeah, indeed. It's exactly that. So, guys, we're soon going to put up, I think in about 10 laps time, our drive of the day. But let's just see what happens first. We're watching a replay of Lando Norris taking Charles Leclerc easy as you like. Charles Leclerc basically
Giving up that position.
left out there in the cold by his strategy. His tyres far older, of course, than those of the cars around him. He's never going to be able to last. At this point, you'd think, actually, surely you just pit Leclerc and try and see if you can try and get further up, because he's just going to keep losing positions. Put him onto softs or something. He needs to come into the pits ASAP. As we see Elon Musk, the businessman, is in the pits there for, I think that's a Mercedes. Yes, it is Mercedes.
Yes, it is Merc. Him and the Prince of Prince Harry, is there. Mark will shout at me for calling him a prince, but either way.
Yes, Russell now into the pits. 2.5 seconds is his pit stop, so he's going to have his last pit stop now. Where does he come out with regards to the rest of the grid? He's going to struggle to get further ahead than most of them, as he now drops into 9th position behind Stroll. That's where he's going to come out, so he's going to have to try and take Stroll before the end of the race. I think Stroll needs to come in for another pit stop, though. So he's on the medium tyre, is Russell, to try and counteract against Perez, who's on the hard.
Will he be able to get up there, though, to Perez now? He's got quite a big gap to make up now.
Well, Perez still needs to come into the pits,
That's
of course.
true.
No, actually, I think Perez has had his pit stop.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, so Perez
He does take the fastest lap now of the race.
Yeah, so Perez is actually quietly looking at a podium position here. If he manages to catch up to the likes of Sainz and Hamilton, Leclerc is definitely going to drop down. I certainly think Ferrari need to go for another 3 laps maybe on Leclerc.
Norris is closing in on Max Verstappen. 1.5 seconds, that was that gap.
Well, it's more or less where it was when he took Leclerc. But I'm just trying to think about Leclerc, what they should do to try and save his race. I think they're just going to have to leave him on his tyres, having thought about it now. He's got a 4.4 second gap to Hamilton behind him. He's just going to have to keep going and hope that he somewhat tries to defend against them. But he's really had such a poor strategy here. I think he'll struggle to finish in 7th position.
I don't think Hamilton is actually... No, he's not. He's not making up play or time.
He is now.
Yeah, he is now, at least, but before he wasn't at all. What can he do in the final stages of this race? You would expect him to get at least past Leclerc, but I do see a little piece of carbon flicking off the back of his car.
Whose car? Hamilton's.
I did see a small piece
I don't
of
think it's going to make that much of a difference. Hamilton's already made points 5 seconds up on Lando Norris. He could be looking for a second place here. Lando Norris, who is really trying to get his first ever race victory in his 100th race, is going to struggle to hold on to 3rd position, let alone even 2nd or 1st.
A lot of people speaking in the comment section at the moment about Ferrari ruining their drivers' careers. Specifically, Alexandros says Ferrari destroyed Vettel and now are busy destroying Leclerc.
Well, you can't really disagree. The strategy has been terrible for Leclerc. Sainz is probably going to finish ahead of Leclerc. Of course, they was on a much better strategy with Carlos Sainz on the 2-stop, the medium, hard strategy. Leclerc has gone for a 1-stop strategy, the medium to the hard. And he's on very old hard tyres already, 17-lap-old hards. And he's basically just left out in the cold.
Yes, looking at the drivers who have decided to go out on a 1-stop strategy, that is Ricciardo, Alonso, and Leclerc. It's worked out for Alonso. Alonso is all the way up into P7 at the moment, but will he come into the pits again before the end of the race?
I think Alonso has to come into the pits. He's only been pitted once, so he's definitely going to need to come back into the pits. He's on slightly older tyres than the rest of them, but will he be able to get into the points? Currently looking at those gaps there, 9 seconds, 7 seconds, 3 seconds, so he should be able to get into the points, which is quite a good feat considering where he started in the grid.
Verstappen currently on the radio, just being told his deltas that he has to keep up to, but complaining at the moment about his brakes.
Yeah, there's been lots of complaints about his brakes, but he's still pulling away from Lando Norris, so he doesn't have to worry too much. As Gianpiero Lambiase, of course, his race engineer is just informing.
Gianpiero Lambiase, yes.
Same. I read things straight as they are. You know what I mean. As we see lap 42 of 56 here, and his race engineer just letting him know, as we says, his lap deltas there, and just having a chuckle at the comments I see.
Cora there says Oppenheimer equals the destroyer of worlds, Ferrari equals the destroyer of drivers.
Well, they didn't destroy Michael Schumacher, so you know there's a couple of drivers that have made fairly decently, but I think Verstappen is going to be the first driver ever at the circuit of the America's Grand Prix to start outside the top 2 and finish first. There's no way he's going to be stopping him unless a safety car comes out here. And unless, for some reason, as some people have tried to make a joke about, he has a brake failure.
Ricciardo getting put under pressure now by Alex Albon. He's fighting for 13th and 12th right now with Ricciardo. What will he be able to do? Ricciardo is still positioning his car perfectly through turn 1. But Alex Albon getting a brilliant switchback. And he now gets much better traction through turn 2 and makes his way through turn 3 ahead of Daniel Ricciardo now.
Yeah, brilliant little overtake there from Alex Albon. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He played it his part. He's got much better tyres than Ricciardo, of course. He's got new mediums on. Well, not new, but definitely much fresher mediums on. and he now moves into 12th position. He's still hunting down that points position place. There is Alex Albon. He's managed to get up there. Lewis Hamilton in 4th now has caught up finally to Charles Leclerc, who's in 3rd, and he's now going to have DRS on him into the start-finish straight as we're going to come around the final corner here, and let's see how close he can get to him. Will he make a move stick right now, and will he make a dive, or is he not going to be able to? I think he's a little bit too far away. Black and white flags have been raised for Logan Sargent. Lewis Hamilton has a little look. He's going to try and get as close to Leclerc as possible, but not going to be able to do it this time around. I think on the back
doesn't have the traction that Ferrari does. That Ferrari positioning himself perfectly throughout every single corner at the moment. Will he be able to hold out ahead of Hamilton, though, down this next DRS straight where they are so close together?
And Alonso now into the pits again, looking for that position which gets him points. Where will he come out? I think might be able to come out just ahead of Tsunoda. Let's see where he finishes. A 3.1 second stop. All the stops have been relatively slow today. Not great to see. You normally see the low 2s, but see lots of 3 seconds today. Hamilton right on the back of Charles Leclerc. Will he make a move into this back straight?
Well, we'll have to see. I think that those tyres of Lewis Hamilton are starting to... That's either extra bits of rubber that he's picked up, or it's starting to delaminate on the front left. As he does now get that slipstream and just gets past Charles Leclerc with ease before the braking zone into turn 12. Once again, I say that DRS is a little bit too powerful.
It is very much too powerful. And now Charles Leclerc, having started on pole, is down into 4th.
I quite enjoy Old Man Rue's comment there saying maybe Charles Leclerc should pit into McLaren or Red Bull's box.
I'm just pointing out Luca Latanzio's comment there. Sounds very Italian, so quite frankly, I'm going to take that, saying my pronunciation was apparently closer.
No, he doesn't know anything. Sure. Just watching that replay from Lewis Hamilton getting past Charles Leclerc there. 4th, 3rd position. He makes his way back onto the podium now. But Charles Leclerc, will he be able to stick with him to be able to keep himself in that 4th position? Or will he lose that 5th place or 4th place to his teammate Carlos Sainz?
Well, yeah, I don't know what's going to quite happen there with regards to Sainz. I think he probably has enough time to get past his teammate. Perez, will he be able to get past Leclerc? Russell, of course, with that pit stop, he's far behind everybody else. I don't quite know what they've managed to do with Russell.
I don't think they're going to make any inroads.
No, Russell's finishing 7th. I think Leclerc will finish 6th. Here's my predictions for the end of the race, ladies and gentlemen. Verstappen in 1st. Norris and... I don't know about Norris and Hamilton.
I'm going to say Norris in 2nd.
Oh, you're going to keep Norris in 2nd?
I'm going to keep Norris in 2nd.
I think the gap's too big. So, yeah, Verstappen, Norris, Hamilton, Sainz, Perez, Leclerc, Russell. That's our top 7.
The gap's too big, but it's 12 laps still.
I know, but I just backed Lando Norris's defensive duties here. And Lando and Lewis Hamilton's medium tyres, by the time he gets there, will be a little bit more shot than the hards, of course. So I think they'll have similar sort of tyres at the time. And I think the defensive duties of Norris will come into play. So again, that's my prediction for the end of the race. Let me know in the comments, guys. Of course, let me and Reece know in the comments what you think are going to be your final predictions here. But I think Verstappen finishes 1st, Norris 2nd, Hamilton 3rd, Sainz in 4th, Perez in 5th, Leclerc in 6th, and Russell in 7th.
That's hilarious for Lewis Hamilton being told. Well, he goes onto the radio and says, there's still a big gap ahead. And then he gets told by his engineer, yeah, but you're pulling them in. Your forecast for P2 may be the win. I don't understand what these Mercedes do. We've heard George Russell before getting upset going, I was forecast for a win around here, mate. And now Lewis Hamilton gets told maybe you're forecast for a race win. There's always these forecasts, but actually getting those moves done is what actually matters out there.
I fail to see how Hamilton's going to catch up to Verstappen.
I agree.
I fail to see how Verstappen's going to get taken by Hamilton. I mean, maybe Mercedes has played a masterclass here and I've not even seen it. Maybe that's going to happen right towards the end of this race, but I just do not see it.
Getting told possible plan C, which I think would be another stop. He gets told, what the beep are you doing? Are you trying to ruin my race?
Well, quite frankly, if he comes to the pits now, he's going to drop into at least 7th, if not even 8th. And if he does that, what's he going to... Well, I suppose, at this point, I said he's going to finish in 6th. Maybe they're just trying to pit stop him now to maybe try and take Russell to move into 7th position. Well, he's going to be safe. He's going to be safe. He's not going to be able to take Perez.
He's got his teammate behind him who can act as a rear gunner for Sergio Perez.
I don't
and they can run to the end of the race.
Don't come in. Just stay out there. You're going to come in 6th position if you just stay out. If he comes into the pits, he's going to maybe finish in 7th if he's lucky. Watching a replay here of Fernando Alonso making a move on Tsunoda. Moving into 9th position is Fernando Alonso, and he's on fresh mediums here.
From Fernando Alonso, as you say, on fresh hard. And he gets that move done relatively easy. Late on the brakes, but gets that move stuck on Yuki Tsunoda. Yuki Tsunoda coming Daniel Ricciardo now coming under pressure from Nico Hülkenberg, who gets past him now into turn 1.
Yeah, so Nico Hulkenberg has now moved into 13th position ahead of Daniel Ricciardo, who's now down in 14th. And just looking at the grid right now, Aston Martin's trying to vie for those points positions. Alonso now in 9th. He's a little bit too far away from Gasly, I feel, before the end of this race. Although it is Alonso, he might be able to make himself make up that gap of 4 seconds to Gasly ahead of him, get into 8th position. But again, Leclerc surely stays out there, and the best he can probably hope for is a 6th place position.
Well, he's holding out quite well at the moment ahead of his teammate Carlos Sainz. 3 seconds is that delta between those two drivers. What can he do? He should be able to hold it out. At least Carlos Sainz might get given team orders to hold it out, defend against Perez. But
Sainz won't do that.
I think they wouldn't want to compromise Sainz's race.
Unless Perez is still far behind Sainz close to the end of the race, I don't see Sainz defending for Leclerc. I think Sainz will go straight past him, saying, I'm not going to be the one left to be chicken in the dust.
Really struggling out here on circuit at the moment. He's down now into 15th. He gets overtaken by Logan Sargent.
Yeah, I don't know what's quite happening there. He seems to be going very, very slowly compared to everybody else. He's just losing positions left, right, and centre. They might have to have a look at his car.
He's on one stop. He hasn't pitted.
Yeah, that's why he's being left out in the dry. So you're seeing these one stops definitely not worked for those drivers there. It's not Ricciardo's fault. He's been left out to basically left out to hang and dry. Same pace as Hamilton has Verstappen been told, please, no talking. I'm on the braking. No talking in the braking, rather. Understood, Max says his race engineer, of course. But clearly a little bit of panic there from Red Bull, just informing and basically saying it's not as easy as we need to say it. Hamilton's chasing.
He's having to work really hard here today because he's got those issues with the brakes. So he's having to manage that and try keep that gap up ahead of Lando Norris, which is not necessarily running away from him at this point. It's 3.3 seconds.
Yeah, Hamilton also catching up to Norris, 2.3 seconds on those medium tyres. Will he be able to take Norris, or will Norris be able to defend against Hamilton? Made it up 0.33 seconds in that previous lap to Norris there. So in lap 42 made up a second, lap 43 made up 0.2, lap 44 0.26, lap 45 0.3. So he's pulling him in, he's reining him in, but will he be able to get to Verstappen in time?
I don't think so. I don't think he will be able to reel in Verstappen. As Lindiwe says, guys, please like and subscribe to bring the numbers up. Cheers. Thank you very much, Lindiwe, for all of those words there. Let's just check how many subs we do have on the channel now. It was getting quite close to 2,000 subs here. We are on 1.9k. Mark is going to talk us through that while I do check that out.
Well, yes, just going to the comments there. Yeah, so Common Sergeant, I believe you've got P14 in you as he made that overtake, I see. So literally profiteering there and just becoming the prophet and telling us exactly what's going to happen. And it does indeed happen. So we've got 10 laps remaining in this race. What's going to happen here? Will Verstappen hold on to first? Does Hamilton have enough time to get past not just Norris, but Verstappen, as he's now only 1.6 seconds behind Norris? I think he might well take Norris.
Getting quite close now, actually. I didn't think Hamilton was going to be able to get that close. Maybe Verstappen could be under pressure here for the race win.
Big strategy calls from Mercedes. Could it work for them? It might be a little bit too late for Hamilton to try and do it. All depends on how quickly he can make this move on Lando Norris.
It all depends on if Max Verstappen and Lando Norris have been either managing pace or if they have been really pushing out their real pace out there today. And they are now about to be real.
But look at this. The current gap from Lando Norris to Lewis Hamilton's 1.2, 1.1. Lewis Hamilton's clearly recharged and got all the battery ready.
That slipstream from Lando Norris' car.
He's tried to definitely try and get within DRS range to Lando Norris with that charge so that he can make a very quick overtake on him. It's crucial that Hamilton does make a quick overtake on Lando Norris ahead of him, as if he does, then it gives him all the best opportunity to try and get first place in this race. The first time he's ever finished first for 2 years.
Yes, 2-year drought for Lewis Hamilton's winning streak. As we're watching a move now from Lance Stroll fighting it out with, I think that's Yuki Tsunoda. He has just past him now for P10, getting up into the points.
So Lance Stroll gets into the points. Quite a good race from Aston Martin. Good strategy calls from both for both drivers there. They've moved themselves into the points from almost near the back of the grid there. So quite brilliant from them. Alonso also could be looking for 8th place. Just watching a replay of that overtake from Lance Stroll. He goes around the outside. Big call and does very well. Very brave to have done so. Very late move. Being told Stroll's... Oh, there.
That was a very late move for Tsunoda is rather what he's trying to say. That may be relatively unsafe to make that move.
But he made the move stick, so well done to him. To be fair, it's actually a fantastic overtake from Lance Stroll. As now we see Lewis Hamilton right on the back of Lando Norris. How long is it going to take him to overtake this McLaren as he gets so close to him? coming into these final few corners. Will he be able to take him on the start-finish straight? Lando Norris coming under huge pressure as now Lewis Hamilton's alongside him into a couple of these corners. Will he be able to make it?
Lando Norris will have the inside line through here, but will Lewis Hamilton be able to have better traction through here? He does. He's going to try and make this move stick around the quadruple apex.
He's giving up a little bit. He wants to take,
but he's going to be close enough for the DRS in this next DRS straight.
Yes, I think he's going to try and take him with this DRS straight coming up now. So Lewis Hamilton doing very well, not to take too long to try and get past Lando Norris.
Alonso has a rear suspension failure. That is his day over.
Alonso says rear suspension failure, but yeah, he's dropping, he's out. Here comes Lewis Hamilton, huge moves there, very late on the brakes from Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton. But Lewis Hamilton tries the switcheroo. He gets past Lando Norris and he moves into second.
Have the better pace though through here. He's still trying to fight it back with Lewis Hamilton, but Hamilton now gets it through on Lando Norris. He takes now second spot and he starts the chase down on Max Verstappen.
The big question.
5.5 seconds though is that gap. They've lost a lot of time to Verstappen while they were fighting it out.
Not
could this have
too
taken
much.
too much life out of Hamilton's tyres now?
Yeah, I don't know if it's taken too much life. I don't think it took too long for Hamilton to get past Norris. It did quite well to try and make that move stick quite quickly. Did it within basically a lap of when he got into touch and distance. So it didn't take too long, but now can he make up that time? 5.5 seconds. I think Verstappen will be able to get there, though.
From Lando Norris, it was late, but it was necessarily legal. They both made the same decision at the same time. But Hamilton was able to make that move stick.
Oh dear, Toto Wolff not very happy about it. Just having a wry smile there. I think he knows he's wasted his tyres ever so slightly a little bit.
Yes, those Mercedes engineers all looking relatively happy there. That gap from Lewis Hamilton to Max Verstappen now sitting at 5.2 seconds. Will he be able to close that up even more throughout the last remaining laps?
So let us know, guys. Can Hamilton go on to win this race from Max Verstappen? I think Max Verstappen's too experienced to allow that to happen. I'm sure he's going to manage his pace very well and keep Lewis Hamilton at a distance where even if Hamilton does manage to get close to him, it's only going to have one opportunity, and we know how Max Verstappen can defend. He won't let Lewis Hamilton pass. Lewis Hamilton on the radio, what's happening there, Reece?
Just telling Lewis Hamilton on the radio that Max Verstappen is 5 seconds ahead and he is managing a brake issue. So Hamilton is just slowly closing in that gap on Max Verstappen, but it doesn't seem to be closing fast enough.
But to be fair, that last lap is a very poor representation because in Sector 1, he still had to make that move stick on Lando Norris. So lost a bit of time there. As we see Sainz and Leclerc battling it out here in 4th and 5th. Let's hope that this doesn't take too long. Will Sainz act as a buffer for Perez behind for Leclerc, or will he leave him high and dry? I have no idea. I think Sainz might be vying here for this position. He's going to try and get 4th place. Leclerc is going to have to try and defend against Perez right near the end of this race. But going back to Hamilton, let's see what he can do in this race because he's already 4.9 seconds. So if he can make up, I think it's 0.5 seconds a lap.
It's a lot of time to
it's
make
a
up,
lot
though.
of time.
Half a second is a huge amount of time to take out of a competitor per lap.
Yeah.
It is a bit close, but it could come down to the final lap here. Max Verstappen trying to eke it back out to 5 seconds, but Hamilton keeping it under with 4.9.
It's too much. It's too much to do unless Verstappen has a big problem.
Alonso has been told now we see a problem with the floor, and that is the issue, not the rear
He's now retired.
He has now retired, as you say, Mark, from the race. The two Ferraris going side by side. Carlos Sainz does now finally get that move stuck on Charles Leclerc, who gets told on the radio to let Sainz by.
Yeah, at this point in time, is Leclerc going to be able to defend against Perez behind him? They've really ruined Leclerc's race, but now, will he be able to hold on to 6th? That's going to be the big thing. Maybe they've moved Sainz ahead of Leclerc, and they're going to try and make sure they stay within DRS range. Does Sainz maybe get team orders to say, keep Leclerc with you? I think at this point they might do.
I think at this point you kind of need to give your teammate the toe and allow them to just get to the end of this race at this point.
So after Alonso was having such a good race to get into the points, he's now had to retire the car with a problem with the floor. Very, very upsetting for Fernando Alonso and Aston Martin. He leaves with no points. Ricciardo now gets the fastest lap as he's come out on a set of softs, knowing that's the only way he's going to get points today. So he's not
going to get the points. You have to be in the top 10
True.
to get the points.
So he's trying to take the point away from anybody else. So very interesting, of course, there from AlphaTauri. Hamilton now, let's see if he can make up enough time to Verstappen. He's not going to be able to, guys. I don't think he's going to be able to. Not a chance.
Yeah, I don't think Lewis Hamilton is going to be able to close down that gap. Still necessarily happy with Lando Norris being in 3rd, but I would have loved for him to have gotten his first race win on his 100th Grand Prix start.
Was there ever any real doubt on Verstappen being able to win this race? I think both of us, of course, predicted with trying to see something interesting happen, but realistically, we knew Verstappen was going to come and the strategy was going to work very well for him. It seemingly worked. We're into the last 6 laps here. Leclerc on the radio just saying, why did I have to let Sainz by? Let's talk after the race. Certainly not happy about it. As I say, he probably wanted Sainz to try and act as a buffer so that he could try and stay within the top 5.
And the gap is now big enough to Sergio Perez, so it's not like they were really being put under pressure.
Yeah, and now we see that Sainz and Leclerc are 4th and 5th, but Leclerc's going to drop probably behind Perez right at the end. Race controls noted black and white flags for Alex Albon for track limits, who's still trying to get into the points there in 11th position.
Lewis Hamilton is now slowly eking into Max Verstappen's gap, but I think it's a little bit too late now as we are on lap 51 or 56, just 5 laps remaining of this US Grand Prix here in Austin, Texas.
Sainz just trying to say he sees Norris as slow. Yeah, so we might actually see Norris fall out of the podium position. Sainz trying to get it. Will he be able to make enough time up? I don't think he's going to be able to.
Apparently Norris is a second slower though, so we'll have to see what happens.
That's very interesting. Hamilton's not making up enough time. He's 0.3 seconds up in that previous lap there. And he needs to be making up more than 0.8 seconds a lap to try and get past Hamilton, Verstappen. In fact, it's actually 0.9 seconds now. So unless Verstappen has a big error, unless he has some sort of failure, Hamilton will not be able to get past him. Verstappen will finish this race first. Hamilton in second. Norris, it's him and Sainz whether or not that can happen. And also between Leclerc and Perez for those positions. Russell's also had a terrible day out the office. He's 9 seconds behind Perez. He's all the way down in 7th as Russell.
Carlos Sainz, all he has to do is be able to get into DRS range of Lando Norris to be able to make a lunge there. Of course, they are friends. They don't want to take each other out of the race. But I think there is that hunger for a podium position.
Exactly that. Sainz can see that Norris is going a little bit slowly. Again, you have to try and make up more than a second a lap. I don't see that from Sainz. There's no way he's going to be able to do it. As now Leclerc's coming under huge pressure from Perez right behind him. Perez has got DRS on him already. Yeah, Leclerc is just a sitting duck. Absolute sitting duck here in that Ferrari. Perez is right on the back of him. And a penalty has been given to Alexander Albon for track limits. I think it'll be 5 seconds indeed. 5-second penalty for Alex Albon for track limits. So his hopes of getting points in this race have all but gone.
A bit of a stupid comment from the engineers there to Carlos Sainz going, do you think you can do it? As in catch Lando Norris? Then Carlos Sainz comes back onto the radio and goes, I'm going to try.
I'll say, what else is he going to do?
Exactly. Charles Leclerc going heavily over the track limits there. That will certainly be looked at. As Sergio Perez is really chasing him down now. He's definitely getting this move done.
Easy as this. Look at this. A sitting duck as Leclerc into turn 1. Perez is going to go around the outside. He's going to try the switcheroo. I'm sure he brakes early. And he comes around the inside of Charles Leclerc. And easy as you like, the Perez number 11 car gets past Leclerc. Leclerc now sitting in 6th. Having started pole, will finish in 6th position.
Yeah, a bit of a dire race from himself, especially when his teammates who finished quite far behind him, or started rather quite far behind him, is now all the way up into 4th ahead of him.
Yeah, so
let's just get our driver of the day poll up there and running, Mark, as we read through the comments saying, Old Man Roo going, Ricardo is now on the softs. Too late though, unfortunately, as that poll does end. Who do you think will win the US Grand Prix? Verstappen getting 53% of that poll, Norris with 17%, other with 16%, and Leclerc with 12%. Just watching though, that gap from Verstappen to Hamilton is 4.2 seconds. You have to think Max Verstappen has got this back in the bag now, as there's only 3 laps left of the session to go.
Yeah, so there's a very big outlier here, and I think people are going to be surprised by my nomination, but I'm going to explain right now. So your 3 drivers that you can choose from other than the other option for your driver of the day is Verstappen, Hamilton, and Stroll. Before you go and vote, let me just explain. Verstappen from 6th to 1st. Of course, who's my other one there? Hamilton from 3rd to 2nd. And then Stroll from 19th to 9th. That's huge from Lance Stroll.
Yes, a good race for him here today. As Louis says that Daniel went with a 1-stop here today, and unfortunately things went bad, so he had to put on a set of softs to take away the fastest lap from Lewis Hamilton at the end. Alexander Gianni saying, I'm really nervous now. Verstappen has not many more points than Hamilton this year. He may lose the championship. Sure.
Yes, a little bit of irony there and sarcasm coming in. But, I mean, everybody always votes generally for their favourite driver. But you guys have to vote with your heads a little bit. Lance Stroll has made up more positions than anybody else in the grid by quite a country mile. And I'm not a big Lance Stroll fan, but he's actually done very, very well today.
Yes, he has done relatively well to get himself up into P9. I think it may be a bit of a mixture of good strategy as well as good driving out there, as Max Verstappen is getting told now that the gap is 3.6, as he shouts at his engineer again because he's constantly talking to him in the braking zones.
Yeah, very interesting, of course, there from Max Verstappen. Problem is the engineers don't actually know straight away. They don't know exactly where they are in the grid the whole time.
Trackers.
They have trackers, yes, but I mean, yeah, it's still a little bit of a
that
weird
gap
one.
is falling relatively quickly now, though, Mark. It's 3 seconds from Verstappen to Hamilton.
So Hamilton's got to try and make up a 3-second gap in just 2 laps. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it, but it's certainly going to be a hell of a push if he does manage to. He's certainly left us way too late if he's going to try. Unfortunately, that gap is way too big.
Verstappen has to keep it within the track limits. If he makes any mistakes here and gets a penalty, that will be his race win taken from him. That gap is now 2.8 seconds.
Exactly.
He comes on, though, and starts the second to last lap of this race.
So Verstappen first, Hamilton second, Norris in third, Sainz in fourth, Perez in fifth. Leclerc, starting from pole, is down in sixth. Russell in seventh. Russell's closing the gap on Leclerc. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get there in time, but I mean, he's really closed that gap from almost like 8 seconds to just 4.5. So Russell, I mean, if something happens, might be able to even get past Leclerc. As we see here, Cole Hauser, who's an actor apparently, never heard of him. Never heard of him. He's going to be waving the checkered flag today. Who cares? He's wearing his Texas cowboy hat. So nonetheless, whatever. Ricciardo has stolen that fastest lap away from anybody who wants to try and get it as a point. Down in 17th. He's last of the current runners, unfortunately for him. Although he did have a poor strategy set for him, and he went into the pits again just to try and get some laps on the softs.
Verstappen, who currently has 49 career race wins, he's going on to take number 50 here today, if he can, of course, take the race win, as he does move himself past Kevin Magnussen.
The gap's 2.2.
It's getting really close here in these final few laps. Though. But as you say, Mark, it is just too late, as they do come around that final corner and start the final lap of the race.
Hamilton getting as close as he can to Max Verstappen, but he's left it way too late. The last lap of the race is not enough time to make up 2 seconds. So Hamilton is close to Verstappen. He made it very, very close, but there's no way he's going to be able to get close enough into the final. He's only got one option, and that is the
dive bomb into turn 12.
Well, it's the back straight, essentially. He has to just basically go for it. Maybe take each other out, maybe that could be interesting. Norris gets his first victory as a result of taking each other out, but it won't happen. Max Verstappen's far too far ahead of Lewis Hamilton there. Lewis Hamilton's gap, 1.7 seconds coming out of Sector 1. He needed to have been within 1 second, of course, to get DRS for the next zone. 1.6 is now the gap. He's not going to be able to get there in time, unfortunately.
As they approach that big braking zone into turn 11. It's getting very close, but I think Verstappen will also get DRS off the back of Zhou, that traffic ahead of him.
Well, maybe Zhou holds up Verstappen a little bit too much and Hamilton tries to do something as a result, but I don't think it'll happen.
Out the way already, of the way of Verstappen and out of the way of Hamilton. But I think that is it as they come through that turn 12. That is too late now from Hamilton. He got really close now on the final lap, but not close enough. Max Verstappen is now finally coming through the final sector of this track to take win number 50 for his racing career.
Yeah, indeed. I think actually Hamilton started that too late. I think he could have started his attempt a little bit earlier. He could have started motoring a little bit earlier. 2 more laps, and I reckon Hamilton would have probably really competed with Max Verstappen, but Max Verstappen handling his tyres and his strategy brilliantly as he comes around the final corner here in the Circuit of the Americas to take the win. His 50th career win here in the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. And Red Bull will be very happy with a first place. Perez will probably finish in 5th. Norris, though, will finish in 3rd. Hamilton in 2nd. And Leclerc all the way down at 6th after starting on pole.
Great day for Lewis Hamilton. I'm sure he'll be a little bit disappointed at the fact that he wasn't able to close down that gap that little bit more to Max Verstappen in that final couple of laps, but still really quite exciting for all of us here at home watching alongside with you. Just reading that poll that we did have there running for the driver of the day. Who gets that there, Mark?
So, driver of the day poll right now, it's currently being led by Hamilton with 37%, Verstappen's with 36%. We're going to leave it up for just a little bit as now the race has ended. And of course, we're going to go head on to a review of the race that we did just see. Just going to quickly change my title.
They're saying that they predicted Verstappen, Norris and Hamilton for the podium. So very close to their prediction there. Old Man Roo also saying great coverage, guys. Thank you very much. JP just saying DRS for the back markers is so stupid. I hate it and it ruins the races. I don't know if Max did get DRS there from the back marker.
I think he might well have done, but nonetheless, it would have mean that Hamilton wouldn't have got it either, and he would have got it with Guan Yu Zhou as well, and I don't think it would have meant much there. And yes, the race is now over. Everybody has crossed the line, and that finishes up our race here. So we're going to head on into our review. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports. We have just finished the US Grand Prix and this is the review of that match. Max Verstappen managed to make up positions from 6th place to 1st to take his 50th career win, with Hamilton finishing in 2nd with a late break to try and take Verstappen, but he left it too late. Norris finishing in 3rd.
Yes, just sitting here on the pit straight, Lewis Hamilton got black and white flags on that lap as well for track limits. Really just trying to close down that gap to Max Verstappen in the last few couple of sectors. But really quite exciting there. A lot of different strategies playing out into the end stages of the race. We had Charles Leclerc attempting a one-stop there. Didn't necessarily work. He finishes down in P6 after starting the race in P1 on pole. Max Verstappen, though, he started in P6 and he takes the race win. The first driver around the Circuit of the Americas to take a race win out of the top 2. No one has ever done that before. No,
not at all. And we did have a driver of the day poll running, and let's just go and end that. So our driver of the day goes to Max Verstappen after starting in 6th and finishing in 1st place with 39% of the vote. Hamilton with 34% of the vote. Stroll with 13% of the vote. Just to let you know what Stroll managed to do today. Started all the way down in 19th, finished up in, he made up 11 positions. Actually, he started in 20th because of the pit stop. So he actually started all the way at the back of the grid, made it up into 9th position, made up 11 positions. Brilliant from Lance Stroll there.
Yes.
So let's just go through our top 10 there, Reece.
Yes, so of course Max Verstappen taking that 50th win for his Formula 1 career. He finishes, of course, in that number 1 spot. Then 2nd place is Lewis Hamilton. A great day for himself here today. Lando Norris, he led the majority of the race for quite a long time, but unfortunately he got reeled in by Max Verstappen and then, of course, as well, got overtaken by Lewis Hamilton to make his day that little bit more worse, of course, on his 100th Grand Prix start here today. Then we had Carlos Sainz having a great day out there. He started, I think, down in I can't remember where he did start, but he made himself up into P4 at the end of the race. Sergio Perez making up a couple of positions, getting himself into P5. Not necessarily too bad for him today, but a bit of I think a recovery drive, really, for himself there. Charles Leclerc, as we said, finishing up in P6, down from P1, but I think that's the best he could have hoped for going on to that one-stop strategy here today. Then Russell in 7th. He didn't necessarily have the pace of his teammate Lewis Hamilton today. Then Pierre Gasly in P8, he had a great day for the Alpines. Lance Stroll, as you said already, having a phenomenal day, making himself up into P9, starting in P19. Then Yuki Tsunoda finishing up in P10, taking the fastest lap at the end of the race.
Yes, did manage to take that fastest lap, which means he does get that point as well because he did finish in the top 10. So very well done there. He had a pit stop right at the end there. Look, he's the only one to have had 4 pit stops today onto soft tyres right at the end to take that fastest lap of the day from Ricciardo, his teammate. So going through our bottom 10 then, Albon 11th, Sargent in 12th, very close to the points with both those Williams drivers, Hulkenberg in 13th, Bottas in 14th, Guan Yu Zhou 15th, Magnussen 16th, Ricciardo in 17th, and then we had our 3 racers that could not finish the race today. Alonso had a floor issue, had to retire the car, and Piastri and Ocon in 19th and 20th after they collided in lap 1 slightly with a bit of damage. Ocon had to retire the car after I think it was about 4 laps, and then Piastri had to retire after about 12 laps as well as a result of the same collision. So both of them taking a bit of damage, they had to retire their cars. But that goes through our bottom 10 and makes up the full race that we just had there. Reece, any thoughts about that race that you thought were interesting, or otherwise some comments?
Well, I thought it was certainly quite exciting with the strategic calls that we had going through the race. Of course, we had drivers taking a different set of strategies for a 2-stop. We had drivers doing different strategies for a 1-stop. We had the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc going from a medium to a hard, then throughout the rest of the race. Then we had Max Verstappen doing medium, hard. We had the McLaren of Lando Norris doing medium, hard. We also had Lewis Hamilton doing medium, hard, medium. So a bunch of differing strategies out here today. It was really exciting. We've got all the sniffer dogs coming through the circuit at the moment. Maybe just doing some drug tests for all of the drivers. I don't know what for. But yeah, Been an interesting day today.
Yeah, indeed. Yuki Tsunoda getting into 10th position. Not a bad day for him and AlphaTauri. Also, unfortunately, Ricciardo, his teammate, got really dealt a bad hand with this strategy. He was the only other driver with Leclerc on the one-stop strategy. It didn't work out for either of them.
Alonso as well was on a one-stop, but he did eventually come into the pits.
Alonso did come into the pits. Well, he actually had 3 pit stops as a result. He was on a 2 pit stop strategy, but then it didn't work out for him as a result of that floor damage. So, we do see an end to the US Grand Prix here. We've got one more Grand Prix in the USA to come. That is Las Vegas, of course. But before then, we've got Mexico and Brazil. Mexico next week, Brazil the following. We've got a triple header, of course, so we're going to continue on next week. So be sure to catch us here on the channel. Like and subscribe. And, of course, we'll see you in the next one. Reece, any final comments?
Well, yes. Just going on to the back of your like and subscribe comment, we are super close to getting to 2,000 subscribers on this channel, so do be sure to hit that subscribe button and hit the notification bell so you are notified every time that we do go live on this channel, especially during the week when we do give you guys all of our daily live news shows where I go live and inform you on the latest Formula 1 news, as well as all the latest news in the world of motorsport. But thank you very much for joining us here today. I've been Reece, here on Forever Motorsports, joined by Mark, alongside with me. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Cheers.